I got in late on MetaTrader, but I'm in.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the last stream for this week. My name is Richard Butler, and this guy over here, his name is Sir Master William Davis.
Well, hello there, people. How is thy all today? What is good? What is good? I don't know if you guys heard any of that background chat. I was literally just... Also, what's going on with my hair over here? It's like sticking up. Bedhead. Just chatting with Rich this morning. I have entered in a there we go. It's starting to head up. I have entered in a trade. I've entered in a little later than I wanted to. But I have actually done the break even at TP1. I'm only risking 0.5% per position instead of 1% per position here, just because I didn't want to cock up the entry.
Didn't want to cock it up.
Yeah, basically.
You can place the break-even point afterwards, so you don't have to worry.
Oh, can I? Oh, fair. I didn't know. So that's what I mean. I didn't know if I could or not. So I was like wanting to.
Well, I did tell you that you can do it afterwards, but I think you were so enthralled by other things that that information went.
I was chewing on my tongue, sort of thing. I was like, trying to concentrate.
Yeah, you can enter it afterwards. So you can have your entry. You can drag everything where you want to, TP1 all the way to whichever TP point you want, and then you can have that information put in after the fact.
Thank you for now telling me that. Now that I've
for the second time, letting you know.
The second time.
Yeah,
I am in gold longs, and it's heading closer up to TP1. So we'll see how that goes.
TP2 has been hit on my NASDAQ sell. I am now literally at break even.
Wait, when it does hit break even, it does take half the position off, though, right? Yes, it does. Yeah, 50-50.
Does it?
No, I've seen. Yeah, it says.
Does it?
Take profit 150%. Yes, I'm sure.
Okay, good boy.
I know.
Okay, so I'm going to just immediately just go through what I was seeing here on NASDAQ that made me decide to get in on NASDAQ. I'm going to start with yesterday. I will tell you exactly. So right now, TP2 has been hit, so my stop loss has automatically been moved now to break even. So that means that this trade is now risk-free. Anyway, so what I was seeing was obviously yesterday we had on NASDAQ, misclick. We had the whole day, basically, we had almost a double top during the Tokyo high and then the London Open. And then since then, we started to present with strong, more bearish push. We had PPI pushing price up a little bit, but at no point really breaking the highs of the day. Not quite the same as what we had with CPI, which we had that sideways price action on Tuesday, and then eventually price like skyrocketed with CPI. Breaking all structures, previous day highs, all of that whole, not previous day highs, but like previous day sessions and previous session highs and all of that kind of like stuff. So with that PPI pushing us a little bit higher, we eventually started to sell off. I tried taking a buy thinking that we were going to push up higher here yesterday, and then eventually quickly swung to sells, seeing as we were, very strongly continuing to push lower. So I ended up taking a small little loss and then eventually taking a little bit more of a win. It did not play out the way that I anticipated it was going to play, but sometimes you just need to follow the trend. Anyway, so we had a very nice bearish trend. Yesterday, the whole New York session was very bearish. We eventually ended up at a low point, which was, if I show you this, was, just zoom like that, then you can see, was basically into this area over here, which wasn't a very particularly strong area of interest for me. So the reversal that we had there was kind of, in my mind, was like, look, we were very bearish. Sellers kind of like ran out of momentum. Not that they were not going to try and push lower, but it was going to be a little bit subdued. Eventually, we started to pick up a little bit. We came above this area of consolidation that we had. But at no point did I really think that we were going to continue pushing much higher. Eventually, we had the end of day with rollover. Rollover was quite flat this morning. And then eventually what we had was price at rollover tried to push up a little bit higher. We basically came into this little area over here, which was that initial area that I tried buying from yesterday, but then eventually swung back to sells. We had this higher area of it's a base. It was just a base. Drop base drop. So this was that one area where the buyers were trying to break this newly found downward trend and failed. Anyway, price came into it and reacted very strongly once we had reached this area, and I thought, okay, that's very interesting. If we start breaking these lows of like first rollover lows and then yesterday's end of session lows, this area over here, I was convinced that we were going to come down and test the previous day lows. Anyway, we didn't reach that point. We came back up again, retested that area, went in a little bit deeper into this base area, and then volumetrically started pushing lower. And then when we had a secondary attempt to try and push up, we failed. So if I just push that all the way through, it very, very nearly reached that bottom end. It just wicked lower, basically. And then from there, we just started getting a lot more downward pressure, a lot more volume, a lot more momentum, pushing price lower. And I thought, great, I want to be in on this. So I waited for the very first drop base and then another drop to start, which was this one over here. But then I was faffing about with my futures account. It wasn't connected, and tried to get it reconnected and all that kind of like stuff. So I was trying to get that sorted before I took the trade. So I missed that entry, and then I waited for the London Open and then for it to push a little bit lower and get me another drop base and then drop. So I entered on this one over here, and as you can see, I've already hit TP2. And for those of you who know how I trade, TP2 is where I take a quarter of the position off at every take profit point. So TP1, I take off 0.25%. TP2, I take all of the risk off of the table. So take a partial at TP1, and then if I hit TP2, my stop loss what was once up over here, will then automatically push down to break even. So 0.25% locked up, another 0.25% locked up, and a risk-free trade, then leaving whatever to happen. If it reaches TP3, another 0.25% would be locked up, 0.25% of the position, and then TP4 would also be another 0.25%. To put that in values, if I have a 1% risk trade, so the risk itself is 1%, the TP1, TP2, 3, and 4 is effectively 1 R multiples. So if this is 1R, TP1 would be 1R, but a quarter. TP2 would be 2R, but a half. TP3 would be 3R, but 1/3, or not 1/3, 3/4. And then TP4 would then be 1 full. So 1% risk, TP1 would be 0.25% locked up. TP2 would be another 0.5%, bringing me up to 0.75% locked up, then risk-free. And then TP3 would be another 0.75% locked up, making it a 1.5% profit at that point. And then TP4 would lock up another 1%, equaling a total of 2.5% across the full move if all 4 TP points have been taken. So right now it looks like it wants to start heading towards TP3, which is nice. I do like that.
Yes. Yeah, I've just entered in on my gold again, so now I'm in a full position on gold, risking 2%, which is nice. So now that I've gotten in on a better position, I would have actually hit TP1 on that initial push up on gold. So we'll see how this goes now. It's high risk. It is high risk. We are under the 50 EMA, but we'll see how this goes. You know, we smashed out a, what was it? Let me try and find it. Nearly a 3% day yesterday, or nearly a 2. In fact, no, I had a 3% day bang on yesterday, so that was quite nice. So hopefully we can have another 2% day today, or another 3% day today. If not, if I lose 2%, I'm still 1% up, so I'm not.
TP3 hit.
Beauty, man. Very nice.
Okay, so I've locked up 1.5% of this trade so far. Well, technically it's 0.75 because it's half a percent risk. Okay.
Very nice.
Anyway, I'm going to say hello to everybody in chat. But congratulations on your 2%, almost 3% day yesterday, mate.
No,
Congratulations.
it was actually over 3%. I just looked at it. Yeah, I was over.
Nice.
Yeah, it was with the news. To be fair, the news did push it, and then post news momentum just continued up, and then it hit TP.
Nice. We've got Urban Trade saying hello. What's up, mate? We've got Sunny saying let's go. I'm on my third challenge of the 3-step bootcamp. Nice.
Oh, I do. Congratulations, man.
Hopefully I will pass sooner. No, you don't want to pass sooner. You want to pass exactly when it's right for you to pass.
Exactly. You pass when you're ready to pass.
Don't rush it. Don't rush it. MGN, greetings, good morning, MGN. Azrael Trades, good morning. International Brothers, good morning to you, sir. We've got Lewist, hello to you. Yeah. We've got Swanky Michaels. What's up, Swanky Michaels? Good morning to you. Unbiased Trader, good morning all. Kavish, morning London boy and Pratia boy. Well, morning London boy and London boy. Where's the other London boy?
You're now a Londoner.
A little bit late, my friend. KDX, hello Richard and Will, good morning guys, cheers, good morning to you. We've got Vasim saying good morning from India, good morning to you as well. Oba King saying still holding gold shorts to 40171.16. I think Will can mark that one up and then we can have a little gander at that one in a moment.
Yes, KDX. Have you saved that? Start the comment for me.
There we go.
Legend.
KDX saying, took the same trade as you, but a bit later as I was late to view the market. Market was recently moving between the S and R, so the support and resistance. So it has swept the resistance high and moved straight towards support area. Continued, I'm assuming, but did not sustain and breached the support, which later became resistance for the market, moved to the 1 minute time frame and found a fair value gap, which it respected and closed a bearish candle, entered a short continuation. Once the other candle closed below it, stop loss moved to support area with the TP at yesterday's low. Please do review my trade. Well, I mean, obviously, I'm in a sell along with you, and I do think that yesterday's lows, that's why I have this box down here. I'm using, actually this is a bullish order block. So if you see that this candle over here on the 5 minute, this one here, had its own low sweep the previous low, and then it closed above. So it is an outside engulfing candle, which then eventually, from this move, we eventually broke this recent swing point. So from this area over here, we eventually started to push up. So a lot of volume came from this area, a lot of momentum. So if we're going to react again from this area, we need to reach it first. So I like your trade. I really do. You found a different way to get to it than I did, but we have the same idea. I do think that we can definitely reach this one down here. This bullish order block, which was also the lows of yesterday. I really think we can do it. However, I will never have my take profit or anything be below this box. It will either be midpoint or above the box. So in this area over here, if I did not have a static take profit point, if I was looking to potentially have it hit my take profit and then eventually run off. The reason for that is because it's already showed at this area right here that it really struggled to push lower. So I would either want to front run that a little bit above the box or just into that box as well. To me would be the perfect, let's say, non-static take profit point. But I do like your trade. Unbiased Trader saying, anyone having issues with the 179 summer plan on C-Trader checkout? I don't trade with C-Trader, so I have no idea if anybody else is struggling with that. But once again, Unbiased, please reach out to help@the5ers.com and maybe they can give you some resolution to that.
What's the issue with it as well? Because I actually just made a tutorial, how-to video on how to check out, to be fair. So
is it the
summer plan?
It's a C-Trader one, yeah.
Yeah.
Not sure. Lazio saying good morning, Richard and Will. Good morning to you. Good morning to all. KDX is saying entry was 29,393.75. Oopsie. So you took a sell at 29,393. So a little bit lower than me. So let's say 393. Okay, 393.75. That was your entry. Your stop loss is 29,447. 447.52. And your take profit is 225.63. Yeah, I think that's good. I like that. So obviously you entered here, but it's going to overlap with mine. You basically entered just shy of my TP1 point. But I do like your trade. I really do. A 1 to 3. Yeah, I like this.
Very nice.
Very nice. Yeah, no, KDX, I like your trade. I do.
Just looking at gold as well for that short level that you just put up, Raphael, morning brother. 4017 level, the 4017.160. Yeah, it's nice. I quite like it, but
on which one? Gold.
On gold,
4017 or 4070.
4017.160.
So, okay, the low of yesterday then, yeah?
Yeah, if we break below, if we hit my stop loss and we break and close below my stop at 4022, so 4022, then, dude, I think you've got a banging TP there, or target point.
Your stop loss for this current trade is where?
422. Yeah.
Okay, so you're hoping that this area here doesn't get swept. Let's see. We've got 11 minutes before the first 15-minute candle, or before this 15-minute candle closes. We had a high sweep, basically, which was a rejection of this 50 EMA. The 1 hour did print a little bit as if it was rejecting the low as well. But this current hourly candle, 40 minutes, is strongly bearish. Let's hope that it does not sweep these lows over here, the low of the previous hourly candle. So I like where your stop loss is. I do like that.
Yeah, it's the most valid stop loss in my opinion. It's the perfect low point. It's the low of day. If we hit it, we hit it. If we are downtrending, so if we hit it, it's just showing me that look, price is going to continue lower.
If this current one can be a higher low, this current swing that we're having right now, if this can be a higher low, and we can eventually start wicking above this high,
I think we're going to be in a very nice. Yeah, we're going to be put in a very nice position for this long.
Or if we can close bullish above these 1, 2, 3, 4 candles that we had here. So if we can close on this 5-minute candle above that, then I think you're golden, mate. I think you're golden. Where's your take profit? You've got 2 take profit points. Yeah?
Say again, mate.
You've got 2 take profit points, correct?
I mean, now I've technically got 4, but yes, I got 2 take profit points.
Bring your screen up, and then we'll have a look.
Yeah, let me just draw this up for you guys, because I haven't actually drawn it onto the chart. So let me just draw it up for you guys, and then I shall bring it up with you, and you can see it. I'm not even sharing my screen. What a muppet.
Yeah, that's why I was like,
sorry, mate.
Share your screen, then
we
can have a little gander at it.
You can have a goosey gander. There we go. So I am now on screen, so you guys should be able to. There we go.
Oh, did you re-enter as well?
Yes. Yeah. I re-entered. Okay. I only put a 1 stop loss on, or 0.5% stop loss on, meaning 25% gets taken off here, 25% gets taken off there. So I was like, Okay, no, I want to be risking 2% off this, so I
Are
can
they
bank.
both 1R take profit points? So 1R
They
for
are now,
TP1,
yes.
2R for TP2.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So both of these trades are risking 1%. So half R, half R, half R, half R.
Okay. So your first take profit point, if it's 1% and you're taking off half, that would be then half an R take profit
Yes.
there, and then TP2 would then be
Half an R.
technically
Yeah.
half an R times 2, which is 1. So this is a 1.5%
Indeed,
trade
indeed,
times
indeed,
2.
indeed.
So if both of these hit, it's 3%.
Yes, exactly.
So that's pretty good. Where's your take profit? 43.
Yeah. Take profit. My top take profit. So top line is 4043. 4043.
Mm.
That's my top line. Bottom line is 4034. So 4034.
Your take profit. Okay, it's there. Okay, so where your take profit 1 is of your first trade being the high, basically, the second to most recent high swing, because we did
Mm-hmm.
have a high swing just now recently within the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah.
You can basically draw a channel across that whole segment going
Yeah.
down, and we have to break above the most recent swing point and at least close there to
Yes.
continue pushing up.
100%, man. We need to break and close above here. Ooh. One.
Ooh.
Two. Oh, there we go.
Ooh.
We need to break and close above here now for confirmation of this uptrend. What I would like in the perfect world, but unfortunately this world isn't perfect. If this was a perfect world, I'd love to see 4036, so 4036 get taken. If so, I bank 1% and it becomes a risk-free trade across the board.
Nice.
That would
So
be
my trade missed TP4, unfortunately.
no.
Which is a shame, but it is okay, because that means that if it were to go back to stop loss now, I would have locked up 0.75% in total,
Nice.
which is still decent considering how things have been going recently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So yeah,
absolutely.
let's have a look at who else is in with us. We have Pachara saying good afternoon from Thailand, guys. Good afternoon to you. Welcome in.
Well, it's good.
We've got CC Cat Lady. Hello, handsome. Well, hello, gorgeous to you as well.
Yeah, flirting with you again, mate. She's flirting with you again.
Ah, dude. Kavish, sorry, my daughter was checking my hairs, how long it is, so I mistyped London 2 times.
Talk about multitasking while trading.
Yeah. Let's Moto Car saying good morning from a cold Brazil. Mountains of Rio. Dude,
Wow,
what
what's the
time is
stuff,
it
man?
there right now? It must be like late at night or like
Yeah,
early
it's
morning. What is so
I
New York is
can't
4:25.
remember. Is it 4:25?
What is Brazil's time? Like UTC or
I don't
GMT?
know. I can't remember what it was
Search
when
for that. Let's search for that quickly.
my brother was living there. Brazil time zone. Oh, I'll tell you what, to UK. I can find that now. 4 hours. So the UK is generally 4 hours ahead of Brazil. So I'm
Oh, 4 hours. Okay. So it's GMT -3.
3.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So 5 hours behind us right now. So it's 5:30 in the morning. Nice. Early morning for you, my friend. Early morning.
Early bird.
CC blocks. Morning, prettier boy. Richard, you are fine, but can I just... What? You're fine, but can I just... William, you're the most good-looking streamer in the 5ers. Why, thank you very much, CC, but I think you're a little bit biased.
Definitely just a tad bit biased.
Yeah, just a little bit biased, I would have to say.
I mean, I'll take it, though. I'll take it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for my beautiful CC.
Lazio is saying,
I
at Will
definitely paid it
Davis.
for that.
Yeah, definitely. And you're going to continue paying for that for quite a while. Will Davis might have missed your analysis on gold. Do you mind breaking it down again? He
Of
doesn't mind
course.
at all.
Yeah, of course, man. As you asked so very nicely. So with gold, first things first, I'm going to analyze gold for what I think gold is, and then I'll explain why I actually entered this particular
What
trade.
gold is? It's a metal, mate. It's an inert metal. It does not oxidize. It's an inactive, inert. It has got no reactants. Well,
Dems do be the
anyway.
facts, to be fair. So gold, as we can see, is in this bearish channel. It is pushing down lower. We did start to get this sort of lull period here. We broke down a little bit lower. I thought we'd try and break under here. We failed to break under. And then we had this beautiful sort of reaction candle here where we tried to push up. And that was the point there where we tried to push up, try to move above the 50 EMA. I really thought that we were going to close at this candle point here. We didn't, which was a bit of a shame, but I'd already entered in at that point. So I got in a little bit early, and I'll show you why in just a second. So, I anticipated price started slowing down here. This candle here, I thought was going to be the breakout. So I thought, okay, let's get in here early. I'm anticipating price to head to the upside. And then we got this fantastic candle to the upside here, which ended up just being a wick candle. We pulled back really nicely, and now we're moving off. So a lot of reasons right now for me to be, and we are now actually broken and closed above the 50 EMA. So a lot of reasons for me to now think that gold wants to push up higher. Now, the only issue is with this is that we are really struggling to push, in fact, above that sort of that channel or that trend line that we just marked out just over here. So we're struggling to push above that. If we can break and close above this high at 40.34, 40.33, I think we're going to be golden, but we're really struggling here. Really, really struggling. We haven't hit my TP1 yet either, which is very annoying. The minute we hit my TP1, one of these trades become a break even at least. For me to hit TP2 is 40.37. That's a little bit higher up, but even then, if we can hit that, then both these trades are going to be locked up at break even, and profit has going to be taken. So if we can just get a little bit further price push up, then that'd be very nice, but we'll see how that goes. Also, why I actually entered the trade logistically was this indicator that we're developing in my community. One of the boys have actually said, "Will, this indicator, he's got years and years and years and years and years and years and years of data back in it. So he's actually put it into an indicator, and we're testing it at the moment." And yeah, that's what the actual base level is. So it's entry on this candle here. I actually entered in a little late, plus my own analysis. So a couple of different reasons for this entry here. It's not 100% my analysis. It's the indicator that we're testing mixed with my analysis. So it's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of both going on. And now that we're above the 50 EMA and we have broken and closed above this consolidation zone, this is now my analysis 100% plus the indicator. So there's a lot of confluence in this trade right now. But we still need it to hit TP. Doesn't mean just because it's got my analysis confluence and an indicator confluence doesn't mean that this is going to hit TP. Hopefully it does, but we will soon see. So yeah, that's my analysis on what happened on this gold trade.
Nice. I was just looking at this thing from Unbiased Trader saying it's showing 17910 to pay. I think I checked mine now as well. It's doing the same thing. So,
which one are you on? Because if you can see here, so on
the
C
summer
Trader,
plan.
one step, two step, and then you've got classic, non-classic. So classic is the 8% and 5% profit target, and if you unclick it, it goes down to 149, and that's the 10% and 5% profit target.
Yeah. He's talking about the plus 10. So, so it's showing 17,910.
Oh,
for
that
him.
is,
I think there's an issue.
dude, just say
Have,
it. Dude, don't be broke. It's yeah,
come on,
17
unbiased.
grand for an account. Come on, it's a
Yeah, it's well
bargain.
worth it. Well worth it.
That's a summer deal right there if I've ever seen one.
No, I think so mine was showing the same thing. I just exited and re-entered again with a different browser, and it worked.
Yeah, I've just hit TP1 on one of my trades, so that's locked up a little bit of profit there. I've just banked $45 on
Nice.
on one of my 10K accounts. I'm testing this on.
Nice.
I haven't quite hit TP.
If raised with support via Discord, we'll let them sort it out. Awesome. At least that's
amazing.
sorted. Have you had a look at any of those accounts, Will? Did you pay attention yesterday?
I did have a look through, to be fair. Yeah, I had a little look through. I haven't actually bought anything yet, though.
Trading advice of the day: don't be broke. Yeah, don't be broke.
Don't be a brokey, man. God damn it.
Raphael saying, yeah.
Oh no, carry on.
Did your secondary one also move it to break even? I
haven't hit my secondary one yet because the secondary one was entered too late. So the secondary TP one.
No, I meant like, do you have individual entries, like 2 individual trades?
Yeah.
So the one that just hit TP1, that is a completely different trade, correct?
Yes.
So is that one going to be moved to break even at TP1?
I'm looking.
I feel like Will is like, his brain is going like, is it? Should it? Shouldn't it?
It should, but it's not. It should, but it's not.
So
let me test something out real quick. Yeah, no, it didn't move.
Okay, so the trade that you entered, the initial one, let's put it like this.
Yes.
What was its distance from entry? Are they both the same?
It was. Bear with me.
Anyway, while he's doing that, Raphael is saying entered a short on EU at 114.703.
591.
So where is it supposed to go to break even? How many points?
It's supposed to move. Oh wait, how do I go for? No, I've done this wrong. No, I haven't, because even if I did it wrong, it still should have implemented it, but it would have implemented it wrong. So I got to go from distance from stop loss to break even, haven't I?
Distance from entry point to take profit 1.
Oh, okay. I did it right then. Okay, that's fine. So
yeah.
It should have gone.
So
584.
584.
Yeah.
Was TP1.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you select that in the box? Are all these trades that you've taken exactly the same?
No.
So, okay, so the way that it works is this. That break-even selection little box in the trading portion, that one is from entry to points in profit. So if you are, in this case, 500 points in profit, if you've selected as 500, then whenever your floating P&L goes up and is 500 points in profit,
it should move that stop loss to break even, yeah?
Yes. So you can have it exactly the same for both of them, seeing as your take profit 1 for both trades is exactly the same, which is how much? How much is that take profit 1 point away from entry?
For my second entry, which was the better entry.
Both of them. They should be roughly the same.
I got 4 entries now because I re-entered.
No, you've got 4 individual trades going.
Yeah,
But
584.
584. So
Entry just,
TP1
yeah.
on your first entry, your first trade on the box that you have in front of you right now, like on the screen, the box that's there. Your first entry is at the exact same distance, TP1 and TP2, or is there a slight variation?
I'll tell you what, bear with me. Let me just actually bring up my MetaTrader. Why haven't I done that yet? That would have been so much easier. There we go. So can you see this okay?
Yes, I can. All right.
Perfect.
So
entry, the better entry is here.
No, I'm worried about the. I'm just looking at the take profits. That's all I'm checking.
Okay, so take profit 1 has already been hit. Take profit 2 hasn't been hit yet, and then take profit 1 hasn't been hit yet for the later entry, and take profit 2 hasn't been hit yet for the later entry.
Okay, so what was supposed to happen was once the first trade that took profit, once that one was hit, the second trade was supposed to go to break even.
Yeah, whereas I should only have 2 stop losses down here and 1 stop loss up here.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Now I've still got 3 stop losses down here.
Okay, so the reason for that is because of the first entries that you had, the first 2 trades being a little bit further up. So
right, okay,
you've got
I'm with
690.
You. Yeah.
You've got 690 as your break-even point, and that accounts for all of the trades. So
right.
if all of your trades are 690 in profit, then all of them will go to break even. But the first trade that took profit, if you go to the history, you'll see that it was probably less than. It was probably like 5 something.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, it was. It was.
It was
584, something like that.
Somewhere around there. So that's why. So the 690. So from the same entry point of your secondary trade, mark 690. Okay, so roughly around there. If it hits that, then all of them will go to break even effectively.
Right. Okay, I'm with you. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, because what I did, I cocked up by putting 1%, thinking it was 1% per. What I should have done was
it splits it.
Yeah, exactly.
It splits it.
So
if you go to,
which would have
you
been
can go there and you can see it there. You can see it on your take profit 1.
Yeah.
It's 50% of the initial risk, and your initial risk is 1%.
Yeah, exactly. So what I should have done was gone over to main, gone 2%
for 0.5% each. And then you could still have 4 if you wanted to, as an example.
Exactly that. Yeah. Alrighty then. That makes that makes so much more sense now.
Yeah. No, I thought, because for a second there I was like, okay, something is not adding up. It's supposed to be adding up.
No, exactly. That's what I mean. I was like, something's wrong. Why isn't this? What's happening here? Why isn't this adding up? Yes, that makes complete sense on what happened there now.
Yeah. That's why I say, like, the math in my mind did not make sense, but I'm glad.
The math wasn't mathing, was it?
Yeah, it wasn't mathing. So, what I generally do is I take 1 entry and then split it into 4. But what you're doing is you're taking 2 entries and splitting those 2 entries into 2 positions each. Yes. So you have 4 positions, but it's 2 different entry points. Yeah. So when you do the break-even thing, it is basically for all the trades that you are entered in.
Yeah, exactly. What I should have done was enter in 1 trade at 2% risk and divide that by 2 for TP1, TP2. That would have given me consistency along with entries and taking out a break even. So
yeah, if you still wanted to have 1% of risk for per position, but you would technically be 2% risk per trade effectively, because it still sees it as 1 trade technically.
Yes.
Because you're doing 1 entry. So what I would suggest is keep it at 1% and then have each take profit point be basically 0.5%.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll see 0.5% of risk for both the trades. So 0.5% risk, 0.5% risk. When your first one's take profit point gets hit, TP1, You'll take
0.5%.
off 0.5% of risk,
Yeah, exactly.
and you'll lock up 0.5% of profit. And then your second one, which would then be higher, that one can then go to 1% in profit, and then you'll end up with a 1.5% across your 1% risk
Yeah.
trade, as an
Yeah,
example.
exactly.
The more entries you have, the more it's going to split it up, and the more it's split up, the more you need to consider, like, where is your break even point going to be on your way up, basically.
Yeah, exactly that.
I want to get back to this one. Raphael was saying entered a short on EU. I'll have a look for you on EU. So your short on EU was a 1.14703. 1703. Okay, which is over there. And then your stop loss was 765. Okay, and your take profit is 517. So that is what your trade looks like right now. Okay, so I am assuming that you entered on this candle over here. I'm just placing it over there. I'm going to move it closer in, something like this. You have your stop loss above, just above the swing high. I love that. I think that's awesome. We had rollover, we pushed up, we came into this zone over here. We didn't break above, and then we swept that. We didn't quite reach the highs of the day, which makes me wonder whether or not we're going to continue pushing bearish or not. If we're going to first try and maybe come and test up here. Maybe going to come and test up here first before continuing lower, because the only worry that I have with this is that we didn't even sweep that recent low with this movement. Personally, but this is just how I would be trading. I see nothing wrong with your entry because it's following your idea. Personally, myself, what I would have waited for was this price action up over here and the swing point down here. Considering that, have a bit of a swing and then start pushing lower. So effectively make a lower high in relation to that high that we had there, and then potentially start pushing lower and look for an entry point somewhere over here to try and sweep this low, this low, this low, with the intention of potentially coming down to somewhere over here. As an idea. But I like your trade. I think it's a decent trade. I just wonder if there was enough confirmation from what I'm looking for to have warranted taking a trade like this. But whatever entry criteria you have, Raphael, you follow that.
Is it entered in now? He has entered in. Or is he having a break-even bounce, or is he looking to enter in on a pullback?
No, I think he's already entered. Yeah, entered.
Oh, sorry, yeah. I was going to say I couldn't find the comment. Ah, there it is. I was going to say I couldn't find the comment on whether it said entering or entered.
Let's put the 4-hour little sideways chart here as well. Let's just give it a moment to... So we've got 14 minutes, according to this, before the 4-hour candle closes.
We're really struggling to break and close above this this level, by the way. We keep wicking it, but we're not breaking. I want to break and close above the 40.35. We're really struggling though.
I like this, Raphael. I do. We're starting to print that little bit of that lower high that I was looking for. That is, if this current 5-minute candle, which just opened up now, can continue pushing lower. So if it can continue pushing down, then that's great, because then you have a high swing and then you have a lower high swing. You have an effective like area of resistance here, which is this low box here, that we can then try and push through, close, and then continue lower. So that I like. That I think is good. I like the fact that we swept the 4-hour high and then rejected.
Come on, gold, push up.
Come on, you bastard.
Come on, you bastard.
Yeah, I like that trade from Rafael.
Yeah, so
KDX is saying, laugh my ass off. I forgot that I took that long trade on gold, but it just edged me out of my trade and moved straight to TP.
Oh, no. KDX is gutting.
Oh, dude, that sucks.
That happens way too often. Man, that sucks. That does suck. But yeah.
Kavish saying that he will also short, but he will short from 114,583. So waiting for a little bit more confirmation of pushing lower. Shane Joyce saying, if the 5ers are looking for a QA, I know a guy. He's probably referring to himself there, isn't he?
Maybe, mate.
AI Talkies, what EME you are using on the chart? So it's a this green one that's here. This green one here is a 50 EMA. So the green one, the second input one is this. It's a 50, and the source is the close. So I sometimes add the other ones as well, 10, 50, 100, and the 200, just to kind of get a little bit of a higher time frame view, but I'll usually do that on the hourly, just to see if we are, pushing away. But in general, I only use the 50 on the daily, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, and so on, because it does tend to respect it quite nicely. Will have a coffee, espresso, no sugar.
I got one. I got an espresso. It's all right, guys. I'm fractional from TP1 on my higher trade, which would make this a complete risk-free trade. So I'm like, get up there.
Let's see. It's looking good. It is looking good. It made an equal high. It made an equal high. It is slowing down quite a bit. So you're busy doing this.
If it can hit TP1 on my previous, or like on my not so great trade, I don't mind, because should be
effectively consolidating here. So we need breaks.
I know, that's what I mean. It's like, come on, like,
I have faith in your trade, mate. I have faith.
So do I.
Raphael, hey bro, I closed my trade. Aww. I liked your trade, Raphael. I liked it.
I didn't hate the trade. It was a nice trade.
Yeah.
Did you get what's your NAS doing at the moment, by the way? Do you get taken out of your NAS or?
No. It's heading this way though. It's heading towards,
I was literally just looking at that now. We've broken above. In fact, that TU on the 5 minute, that would be a base, wouldn't it?
Which one? This one?
Yeah. So we've created a base now on NAS. So this nice little impulse to the upside as well looks really nice.
Yeah, we'll see. L Prince RSA, good morning from South Africa. Good morning, my friend. What are you saying, my brew?
Oui, brew.
You were a little early, my brother. I'm just shorting the pullback. Morning, Akram. Morning to you. Good morning with a coffee.
Morning, Akram, brother.
My trade is at break even. Nice. No trade for me yet on EU. Kavish is looking for a long on gold at 4038.
We got news coming out anytime soon?
No. We already had pound GDP that was just pre. And then the next one is going to be core retail sales month on month, Fed Philly Manufacturing's index, retail sales month on month, and unemployment claims, which is going to be at 12:30 GMT. It says orange folder, but as always, anything that comes out of the US, especially unemployment related stuff and the manufacturing things, I will always consider it red folder. So we'll view that. But other than that, quiet trading day in terms of news. Just GDP month on month, which came out a little bit more positively for pound. So let's have a look at what it did on pound. So where's 8 o'clock my time? So this was the 8 o'clock candle. This one over here. Wow, look at that. Look at that. How straight that was. What a straight line with the squiggly ones.
Straightest line. It's the straightest line. See lines.
Straightest line ever.
It's my line, in fact. It's super straight. It's the best line.
I think we're going to potentially see a reversal from here on dollar, because we're slowing down significantly. We've kind of gotten stuck in this range right now. We're probably going to see some sort of attempt at a break, or we're going to see it just collapse lower, which I don't know. I'm not convinced just yet. What did we have?
Yeah, I know. We'll see.
Anyway, your gold trade, I think, is still looking good, my friend. It looks good.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. It's not looking bad. Like I said, I just want TP1 on it. Like I said, I should have already hit TP1 on this trade, but I got in at not so great of an entry prior. So I'm waiting for that prior entry to hit TP1. The minute that prior entry hits TP1, I can legitimately relax, because the whole everything becomes risk free. I'm like, I don't care. I've locked up 1%, now everything's risk free.
Laz, you're asking, no Bitcoin traders here. I would say the only Bitcoin trader that we really have with the 5ers is Dirk. He is probably the most prolific Bitcoin trader. I don't trade Bitcoin. I used to buy and hold, so as an investment medium, but I have long since sold all of my Bitcoin, and it's more of a political reason around it, because of how our country is looking at managing Bitcoin. So I want no part of it whatsoever from my side. But we're happy to have a look at it. But my inputs on it is going to not be as good as, for argument's sake, Dirk's, because he looks at it from a trading point of view as well as an investment, where I just looked at it from an investment point of view.
Yeah, exactly that.
KDX says, I'm losing my mind on NAS at the moment. So irritating. Sorry for ranting. No, dude. Rant.
Dude, rant. That's the whole point and why we're here. You know,
Yes.
it's just bloody rant at us, man. Like I'm here ranting at gold. It's like, gold, why haven't you broken to the upside yet? Why haven't you hit my TP 1.5 yet? So yeah,
Yeah, dude. Rant as much as you want.
I see what you mean though. Gold has NAS has broken above and closed above and created that base candle.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if there's any sort of like continuation. Raphael saying took 1.5 RR. That is great, dude. Great trade. Congratulations. Root saying, away massacant, away my brew. Wat sê jy my massacant? Massacant just means mother's child.
A wee brew.
A wee. Raphael saying, happy with the profit, need to come out of drawdown, playing it safe at the moment. Anything that you need to do to extend the longevity of your trading, you do that, my friend.
Yeah, nice.
Cash crying. I would also be crying if I had all of my assets in cash. Usama saying, NASDAQ long from 29,353 for a quick scalp. Okay, you took a long 29.3. Oh, you're gonna take one 393, which is, oh wow. Did you just sweep the absolute high? Did you take a trade there? 393. Wow. Oh, 353. Sorry, my bad. 353. There. Okay, yeah. That yeah, I get it. Makes sense. Where are you aiming? What are you aiming for, Usa? What constitutes a quick scalp? Oh, dude, I wanted to mention this. That literally just reminded me of something. I went through my stats and on the 5ers platform, that one that we
yeah.
Maybe I should.
Your stats. Please tell me your stats are better than mine. They can't be much worse than mine, surely.
No. I'll show you in a moment. It's under profile, correct?
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, sign in. Go profile.
All right, here. So I'll show it to everybody. This is my one. So across all time, I have a 57.42% win rate across all time. 13 actively traded assets, and my average hold time is half an hour. And it says here that I'm pretty much a scalper, because according to this, scalping is it's scalping hold time under an hour. So 93% of all of my trades I hold under an hour, which makes sense because my
Stream.
average time for a trade was like 43 minutes. So, and remember, I introduced the 4 take profit points like recently, like in the last 2
Yeah,
months.
fair point, I suppose. Yeah,
So
that's true.
some of them have been like 5 minutes in a trade, and if,
Yeah.
and so on and so forth. NASDAQ win rate 62.2%. That's roughly my expectancy on that, which is great. Bitcoin, the Bitcoin that I think I traded Bitcoin. I don't know how long ago. It's a long time. By the way, it says here joined July 2026. That is not correct.
No.
This is when this went live effectively.
Yeah. Exactly.
And then 3,044 trades of over all of the time, with NASDAQ being about 40% of all of that activity effectively. So very interesting.
Yeah.
Asset by volume 54%. It says here 57.4% win percentage, but that is across everything, it would seem. So it's this across everything. So some of them I didn't do all that well. Some of them I did really well. So it says here my gold my gold quality score is 64%. Which is,
Dude,
I don't know how we work
I got
that out.
49% for my gold quality score.
And my NASDAQ is 52, so it seems as though I can do better. It's just like, no, you can do better. Come on, man.
Mate, dude, I'd be happy with those scores. I'll bring mine up. I'll show you my scores.
Yeah, show me yours. So I went through this and I was like, this is interesting. This is fun. Oh, 52.7% win percentage. Average hold 3.5 hours. Nice.
14. I got one more asset traded than you.
Yeah, actively traded, yeah. But I have 3,044 trades, whereas you have barely 800.
Yeah, fair. I've got 100% win rate on the S&P. I've also got 100% win rate on USD JPY, and
as well as oil. But it's probably one trade.
I know that I've only traded oil once. I know for a fact. And that was because Ghetto Dragon baited me into oil. Ghetto Dragon suggested that I trade an oil overnight hold. And Richard Wells was like, go on, well, do it. So I had an overnight hold once on oil. And it did hit TP, to be fair, I believe.
And I think that you traded US30 3 times and you won 2, lost 1. Because it's a 66.67%.
Yeah, something like that. Having said that, though, careful, because US30 is one of my swing trading strats. So
that could
be. I do trade off stream, and same with S&P 500.
Nice. Well, I'm very much a scalper. 93% scalping. I'm 93% scalping.
Dude, that's wild. So I'm 69% scalping. That is just purely because of stream. 90% of these statistics are from the stream. Some of them are from, obviously, outside of stream trading. But yeah, dude, that's nuts. Pound dollar, again, euro dollar. So I was trading these. It wasn't until this year did I move over to these 2 assets here. Oh, go on, hit TP1.
My NASDAQ trade is now going to probably hit that break-even stop loss, which means that this trade is going to effectively just end up being a 0.75% trade, which is, in my case, very nice. Ow.
Very nice. Come on. Get up there. Get up there so I can...
Kavish was saying, Rich, you forgot to give sense on my gold trade. Well, it's because Will gave his, and his view on gold is better than my view on gold, I would think. There's a question here from Praveen asking, is it possible to connect 5ers account with TradingView? Yes. What you need to do is you need to go and purchase an account, and then within the account selection portion, you select TradingView as your terminal, and then you can have it from there. KDX saying, seeing could be my gold trade hitting my TP just at 36.6. Oh, dude. It's one of the worst feelings where you're like something prevented you from entering, like a decision or something, and you had a hypothetical trade, and then you see it go in your favor, and you're like, that sucks. Why? Why didn't I just take this trade? Fair. Anyway, like,
yeah, so fair.
Unbiased trader saying, why do you end up breaching account when they are economically priced? Why do you end up breaching accounts when they are economically priced?
See, I see AC as air conditioning. Why do you end up breaching accounts when they're? I don't get it.
I don't know what this means. Unbiased.
Unbiased.
I don't know what you mean by economically priced.
Yeah, same as that, broski.
Usam saying, yeah, Rich, there is a 1 hour fair value gap. Ah, okay. All right. I think my NASDAQ trade just... Oh, it's not... It's still going. It's still going. Let me just confirm.
I've hit TP1 on TradingView, but I haven't hit it on...
Spreads, man.
I know.
Spreads.
Get up there.
Azrael Trade saying, I'm planning to take off today and tomorrow. I'm up good percentages this week and working on some few things. Well, congratulations to you, Azrael. How did your exams go, by the way? Because you left a little while ago for some exams.
Yeah, Azrael, let us know how your exams were, man. You haven't. You just sort of came back. You haven't actually told us how you got on.
I'm saying 10 lots on NASDAQ. Entry was around 353. Exited now for a $300 profit so that I have more buffer. As my daily loss today was almost hit in the token. Ooh. Be careful of that, my friend. Be careful. Aiming for the entire fair value gap off. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
PK saying hello. Ingra. I'm going to say Ingra. Hey, Rich, I think NAS is in bulls. On the lower time frame, it's starting to present with some potential pullbacks. We'll see. I don't know if we're yet in a bullish movement on the lower time frame specifically. We did have some high swings, but we effectively are at the Tokyo low as of right now. So we'll see what happens from here. We do need to breach above Tokyo highs to start saying, yes, we're going to continue bullishly. But as of right now, I think it just hit my... Yeah, it just knocked me out. Okay, so the trade of mine was TP3 and then to break even stop loss, which means that I need to take a screen share of this. Well, not screen share, but first I need to delete some of the stuff. And then hide that. And then
chuck it in your diary, mate. Chuck it in your diary.
Yes.
Dude, in fact, I need to put my diary in at some point. I haven't done my journal this morning. I should have. I actually haven't journaled my entry on this, which is very naughty of me. I should.
So yeah, I'm not sure. Engineer. Oh, okay, saying engineer. Okay, so Afra Siap Khan? Engineer Khan. Let's just say Engineer Khan. Lower time frame. This feels to me we're still under the 50 EMA. It does feel as though we are still, this is just a little bit of a retracement. Not that much yet in it to push up. Mixie saying, can you guys really focus on trading while streaming? It is difficult.
It is hard. Not true. It is hard.
The thing is, you have so many things that you need to pay attention to. And here's the thing. It's like you're streaming, you're talking to somebody like I'm talking to Will. So there has to be a conversation. So you need to be locked in with that conversation. you're trading as well, so you need to be viewing the market. Then at the same time, you have your own analysis that you need to do. You also have stuff in the background that might be happening. You need to talk to chat. So there's so many. It's small things, but it's small things together that pile up to take up a lot of your like cognitive power that you have. So my best trading happens when it's just off of stream, like pre-stream. I can take a trade.
That's interesting.
Yeah, because I have less cognitive battery power that I need to use for that.
Yeah,
I can focus on the trade.
True.
But what I will tell you is this, that being on stream and talking to people and all of that kind of like stuff helps distract me from wanting to micromanage my trade. So there's positives and negatives to it, but it's, if you haven't done it before and you do it again, or if you haven't done it before and then you start doing it now, you'll start realizing where like the gaps are in your own trading quite a bit. Basically, it's Unbiased is saying basically it's cheap challenges, economic. Okay, so I mean, the how expensive or how cheap an account is should not factor into whether or not it gets breached or not. Because then you're technically saying the more expensive, vice versa, the more expensive an account is, it shouldn't then, it should be breached as well, the more expensive. Or the cheaper one should never be, it's just...
You put a value onto it, you're putting a value onto an account, and it's like, why? Just leave the account to it. Don't put a value on. Oh la la! Entree. Victor! Nice shirt.
We are going to have a Spanish-speaking final.
Oh, that is true.
True.
Because Argentina did what I thought was going to happen, and they beat England, preventing it from coming home. I'm pretty sure there's a few sad people today.
There's sad people because they know how crap the second half was of the game, dude. Like we watched. Don't even look. I'm not an Englishman, but as a Brit, I did decide to support England, much to my, swallowing of my dinner. That did come up when I thought about supporting them. But I did support England, and to be fair, I thought, wow, you know what? This may actually come home. I may actually have to shave my hair on stream. But then they just fell asleep in the second half. The second half was just diabolical, and I thought, what on earth happened here? And the Argentinians, in all fairness, they were the better team. They deserved that win, and yeah, exactly. They will indeed be a Spanish-speaking final.
It's gonna be a good one because I thought England could have done a much better job.
Dude, England fell asleep, man. I don't know what game they were playing in the second half, but it's yeah.
So it's gonna be very exciting this weekend. Very exciting. Almost as exciting as the charts are to us as traders, almost. But a good second place. Richard, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking, Victor. I had a decent morning so far. I had a relatively good trade that eventually hit TP3, but then eventually came back and hit my stop loss, which was at break even. So relative good trade overall, so I'm happy with that.
And you mean what asset was that? Did you mention that?
NASDAQ. I'll show you on the chart.
Okay.
I had a sell here.
Nice.
I actually wanted to be in a little bit up here, but I had some issues with my futures platform that was disconnecting the whole time, and I couldn't understand what was happening there. Eventually got that one sorted, but basically it was, we reacted off of this base area that we had here off yesterday. So price dropped nicely. We tried to break this newly found downward push and then failed, started pushing volumetrically lower. At rollover, we eventually tapped into it once, pushed a little bit lower, did not quite sweep lower than this point over here. And then we had this little bit deeper of a push, but a nice volumetric reaction, and then a follow-up. And it was with this follow-up that I wanted to get in. It's pretty much where this arrow is right now. It's where I wanted to get in. But like I said, was a little bit distracted, tried to get the other account ready. Eventually, we continued pushing lower. I said, look, I'm not going to FOMO into this one. I'm going to wait for it to present another drop-based drop. And then it eventually did. And once it did that, I was ready and waiting. Entered, and it hit TP3, halfway to TP4, and then it started to print up and eventually knocked me out right there. It doesn't look like it did, but it did, definitely. It wicked me out.
But you got 75% of your position in TP.
Yes. So my initial risk on this one was 0.5% for this trade. So each one of these positions is effectively an eighth of a position.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah. So, well, a 16th actually of a position, technically.
Why 1/16?
So if you have half, so a 1-to-1, in this case, if this was 1% here, then each one of these would be 0.25. So, well, not a 16th, you're right, it's an eighth. So I had 0.5% here, so each one of these is 0.125.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, not 1/16th, 1/8 of a position. So this would be then 0.125% in profit at TP1. At TP2 would be 0.25, and then TP3 would be 0.375. So, but then you add them all up together, and then you get 0.75%. So 0.75%, effectively a 1.5 hour trade at TP3. It would have been a 2.5 hour at TP4, but it missed it.
Yeah, nice. And I see that the distance between the are fixed distances. Is that how you always do it?
Yeah. No, they're fixed distances. So TP1 is a 1-to-1 of the original stop loss, and then TP2 is 2-to-1, TP3 is 3-to-1, TP4 is 4-to-1. And because NASDAQ doesn't have commissions or anything like that, I don't have to account for commission or anything like that. It's when it hits it, it's just a little bit of spread that gets taken into account. But yeah, it's almost always relatively close to its 1-to-1s or 1-to-2s.
And another question, why? I'm sure the viewers will appreciate more questions to understand why and how and things like that. But it's actually for myself as well. Why did you? Why did you enter there and not, for example, the where the arrow is? That's just because you missed the entry.
Yeah.
And why didn't you take the previous one? Is there because it didn't give you that base? What was it? Base.
Rally-based rally, yeah. So I enter on rally-based rallies and drop-based drops. So I enter on the continuation confirmation. So here, because it started pushing lower already, I was like, look, my entry is on the bases. So on the confirmation of the base. So, or the continuation, let's rather say, after the base, which is this candle over here. So I wasn't going to FOMO in on a trade here by saying, oh, I don't want to miss this, and then jump in there, because it could just as easily have decided to jump up. Or what it could have done is it could have had a bit of a retracement, and then because I decided to enter maybe somewhere down here, my stop loss being 40 points was maybe just above that point instead of somewhere up over there, or even a little bit higher, where normally that little bit of a pullback would not knock me out and then continue lower. In this case, it would have knocked me out because my entry was... I'll actually show you. So if I entered on that trade over there, I'll just make 1-to-1 to illustrate my point. That is where my initial stop loss would have been if I entered there. If I entered on this one over here, my stop loss would have been up over there. And then if I entered on the close of that one over there, it effectively would have been somewhere over there. And at any point in time, price could have just decided to retrace a little bit. If I FOMO'd in, I would have been knocked out here. I would have been knocked out there. And then maybe it decides to turn from there. So that's why I try not to FOMO in on my trades anymore. I just wait for the next confirmation and then I get in.
And I understand from what you're saying that your stop loss is at a fixed distance in pips or points term.
Yeah.
Have you thought about keeping the stop loss level as it was originally intended to be if you're late to the trade, and and see and measure how late are you able to tolerate while before your win rate starts to degrade, you know, crossing the profitability barrier, basically.
So the idea with that being that if I were to still, let's say hypothetically, I entered there and my original entry would have been somewhere over there. Let's mark that one up. So that would have been my original stop loss, but now I've decided to maybe get in somewhere over there. So what was once 40 points of stop loss will now potentially become 60, almost 70 points. Then I need to have 70 points for TP1, which is going to be over there, which is not a problem. I would get TP1. So TP2 is then 140 points. So 140 points is somewhere over there. So yes, so far still good. My stop loss would then have moved to break even, which would have been over there then. Now, obviously, hindsight, it would have hit it. But the problem is now the risk that I'm putting in is not getting the reward that I'm typically looking for. So instead of trying to, what's the word? Change my strategy in a way that I'm trying to capture every trade even when I'm late, I'm saying instead of doing that, I'll just wait for the follow-up and follow the process rather than trying to catch every trade. So the idea is more to have the presence and the focus in place rather than looking at it and saying, oh, I should have been in this trade because it was actually the trade that I was looking for. I don't know if that's answering the question.
Yes, it does. And actually, it's a sound pathway to go. I mean, it's much better to fix the root cause of the issue, which is, attention, focus, and execution quality, than to try to make up, because that's what it will be, like our errors, if you will, or our lacks, or misses into forcing them into what we consider according to the plan, because they weren't. But there's a one thing that I would, seeing your breakdown, what I would consider, or I would like to, I ask myself when I hear this is, what would happen if I had not only the actual entry, but what if I have, let's say, a tolerance margin of maybe 10 points, maybe 15 points, that's to be decided with the data. But the, so you have the according to plan entry, and then the possibility, at least I'll explore if it's something or not. Is there edge if I enter at a maximum of X points lower in this case, and I adjust not only, I don't do the same thing because the entry is not the same anymore, but I adjust, let's say I don't split it in 4, but I split only in 3, TP 1, 2, and 3, because I understand that the extension, because I have a worse entry, my extension is less likely to hit TP4, so I need to adjust somewhat, and I'll distribute it in, let's say, 3, or maybe I'll change the distance to I don't know. I'll have to try different combinations and see if there's still edge there, because maybe your edge may not be optimal, but it's still profitable, and so you'd have in your decision tree, your flow chart, basically your mental flow chart. I'm on time, and I execute my plan without modification. And if I'm not, then I have like a saving mode. In that case, I could, maximally get in with a 10 points worse, and I'll have to adjust this, that, and I know because I tested, and I still have edge, and I can, get more valid, second tier valid trades in that has been validated, and so they have profit. So you get a better return for your time.
I see Will needs to hop out, so Will, you can take this moment.
Absolutely, yeah. I was going to say, I don't want to interrupt you guys. Truth be told, I mean, I was just sitting enjoying what you guys were talking about and enjoying the trade that I'm currently in. Just to update you though, before I do go, I am now risk-free on this trade. It is all stop losses are at break even for this trade. This trade here, however, the stop loss is at break even for this trade here, which means it's an $11 loss. So that, truth be told, if that hits stop loss, I'm completely fine with that.
Make it break even.
To go.
Make it break even.
Yeah, you know
take them both as individual trades.
Yeah, I could do
so
that.
they both break even then.
Yeah, let's
continue with the same idea of what you started with earlier.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that actually.
Yeah.
There we go. So now that if this does hit stop loss, which by the looks of it it's going to, I will be in a little bit more profit. So I have already banked 1%, so 1% up for the day. Super happy with this trade, even though it took its sweet ass time to get there. But in the meantime, guys, I'll see you in about 2 hours' time. So thank you very much. Peace.
Cheers, Will.
Thank you, Will. Thank you.
To answer your question, hello, LJ, first and foremost.
Yes, hello. I saw LJ and I kept on talking while meant to say something. Hello. Go ahead, Rich.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna answer the question and then I'm gonna hop off because then I'm gonna be back in 2 hours and then completing out the stream because no Samir today. He is in the mountains. He has no internet as well. And then obviously, as you can see, Victor is here. So Victor's not gonna be here this afternoon. So we've angled out. Anyway, so if you guys, one of you can just share your screen, then I'll answer the question and then I need to hop off. Okay, so the answer to that is relatively simple. It is to do with the fact that I wanted to find a strategy that I could implement and not have to have too many decision points that could distract me. So it was a simplification, pretty much. So if I were to, hypothetically, have a late entry, first and foremost, I'm going to fall into that trap of I'm not executing when I'm supposed to, and I'm effectively FOMOing in on a trade. The second thing is my back testing was done on a very particular entry criteria. Now, if that entry criteria is now no longer there, effectively, or it was missed, or it's delayed, or I entered late, I'm adjusting the majority of my plan, which is a second thing that I didn't really want to do. And then last thing is, if I were to go ahead and move my stop loss to where the original point was, and I then look for only 3 take profit points, I've not back tested that. I know in theory what my expectancy is for each take profit point. So I know that like more than 70% of the time TP1 is going to get hit, and roughly around 60 something percent it's going to be the second TP, and so on and so forth is going to start going down. Now I've entered late, so I've already removed 70% chance of TP1 getting hit, and I'm already reducing my effective expectancy down to 60%, down to 50, down to 30, as an example. So to me, it feels more like I'm setting aside too many things that I'm trying to manage by trying to capture just that little bit. And what I know for a fact is, if I'm going to enter late into a trade and it goes and hits stop loss, I'm going to be annoyed because I'm like, you shouldn't have entered. This was outside of your entry criteria. Why did you enter? Oh, because yes, it was a valid entry point, but everything in a nutshell needs to be looked at. So that's what I would say. It's like it's a combination of those things together. In terms of backtesting, I can probably go and backtest that to see whether or not there's edge in it. But to be dead honest with you, I am very happy with my current strategy, and it's effective enough to the point where I feel no emotion when I'm entering it. So I don't want to add like an extra decision point, an extra decision tree, coupled on top of that streaming, getting other distractions and stuff like that. So for me, it was always about that, not minimalistic, but more minimalistic approach to my entry entries of my trades.
Clear, very sound decision, I think, because you're aware that you don't have more focus. You're aware that you wanted to keep it simple, and simple is good. Simple is effective. Simple is is doable with multiple things at the same time. I'm not very good at doing multiple things at the same time, so I
No, I'm
know
not.
the value of keeping it simple. I can manage it. I can do a couple of things at the same time if I keep each one of them relatively simple. And if I add another layer of an extra decision, then maybe it'll crumble. It will start degrading, and then why use it? No, it's I mean, thank you for satisfying my curiosity, Rich.
As always, Victor, your questions are always like a bit of a thought tickler. It's always one of those where I have to like, okay, let me think about this clearly, because I don't think I've actually thought of this answer for this particular question. So I have to like, okay, wait, let me just mentally piece all of the question together and then formulate an answer. But yeah, that's I'm more than willing to, anytime you ask, to give you a question. But however,
No problem.
I am
No
going
problem.
to take this moment to hop out because it's already half an hour
Yes.
after the point that I'm supposed to be out, which limits my break to an hour and a half. So guys, I'm going to not delay any further. I'm going to hop out now, and I will see you guys in an hour and a half. Have fun. Rich will be here in about half an hour to give us some psychological tidbits that you guys can use. All right, gentlemen, I will see you in an hour and a half. Cheers.
Take
Peace.
care.
See you, Rich.
Nice.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
How we doing, everyone? First of all, happy Thursday. I don't know how it's Thursday now. It feels I don't know, it kind of feels like the start of the week, but also like it's been 2 weeks this week. I don't know, like all the data and everything coming through, it just feels like there's been so much going on. So
Yeah, it's does it feel like a Thursday to you? No.
not really, kind of, but it feels like it's been like 2 Thursdays already through this week.
Okay,
Do you
the
know what I
same
mean?
week.
I feel like I'm into
The
day
second
9
Thursday.
of 1 week. You know, yeah, day 9
Yeah,
of trading.
I don't know how it feels. Didn't think about how this day felt as a day of the week kind of thought. But interesting. LJ, did you catch any of that pound strength that came in after? Did you catch any of it? Because I didn't. I saw it, but I didn't catch any of it. I did catch a retrace this morning, just as we were talking. It hit TP, but we didn't. Let me get this out. But I didn't catch any of this move. The bigger move. I didn't catch any of it, and I was wondering if you did.
Yeah, we can definitely tap into that into a sec, because we were talking about it yesterday on stream. So there was just a couple of these bits and pieces I wanted to bring up. First of all,
Okay.
Where was it? Unbiased saying before, like, I need an entry sound effect as well. This is a cool idea, actually. I might try and
is.
like see if I can make a couple for people. I can probably make some myself, or we can see what other ones are as well. But this is cool. This is a cool idea, actually. So
I took the stock one, so
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you can do much better, since I just took off the shelf one there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's trying to find one that suits, right? I'll have to think about it. I think I've got an idea for Rich. I could make one for him, so we'll see. Yeah, so Victor, this I've seen a bunch of you guys comments as well through here. We'll smash through that back and forth. The pound though yesterday, like you're saying, Victor. So this was if we zoom back in, this is actually what I highlighted as probably my favorite trade for yesterday. I thought the pound would definitely have the runner over, say, like the euro and the Aussie. We did come up on the euro. That was still quite nice. And same with this Aussie trade, which I jumped out of that early after the PPI came through. So I was just holding it to just below 70 cents.
Wasn't sure if we'd push beyond there yesterday. We did, obviously. But yeah, so pretty good. The pound, though, I did not jump in this trade. That's why it's slightly to the side, but this is where I highlighted if you want to buy, this is where to buy. I know a couple of the guys did yesterday. We were talking about it, and I was like, yeah, I think this is exactly where you want to jump in. And yeah, we're looking at, TP there, just below the previous highs from CPI. And then from there, obviously, see if we actually run. Now, yeah, yesterday we did run. Unfortunately, I didn't jump into the pound. I was already in the Aussie dollar trade on my, I took this on like personal account. And then I was waiting for scale up stuff for my prop accounts. So yesterday I didn't get to take anything on them, so missed out on that. So it was just on personal. But yeah, this is a banger through here. So unfortunately I missed it. You said you missed it as well, but absolutely.
Yeah, well,
I think you were saying you're short now, though.
Yeah, well, no, I already tapped,
already jumped
not
out.
tapped, but I mean, already had TP. Let me switch to mine very quickly to understand, to explain why I didn't catch it. The first reason is, I use the H4 to get into my main strategy trades, and there wasn't any. That's actually, I didn't miss it. I just didn't have a signal to go. And the other reason was, no, not the other reason, but today, we didn't have a H4 either in here, but then I have other strategies where I'm a bit more relaxed. I have different risk management for them because they're a little less selective, and my main strategy is where I put the most risk. And it's the most selective, but I also take other trades that are not based on the H4. I am very conscious about them because they have different edges. And I don't, for example, these trades, I don't extend them too much. I just go for the next level and that's it. I don't hold them because they don't have the H4, so my confidence in them is less. Their edge is less. So, but going to the level, if we go to the H4, we did have a quasi here. Let me indicate it for those who are watching us right here on this beautiful morning. While doing that, hit the like button and check the summer plan, which is on the screen. You can check it out on our website. But coming back to the chart, this is the area, right? So we did have an established downtrend that was broken, but we didn't have anything from the head to the top of the area for me to get in. So my H4 was just not signaling anything. We did create this, but that was afterwards. I mean, I can't use this I could use this as a fresh order block, but not part of the quasi. And even as a fresh order block, it never came back to retest it. So there was no way I could get into this with my main strategy. I would have to, recurse to taking, other variants of the strategy that I trade, but I didn't do that, and that's why I said I didn't catch it. But in reality, I mean, I did what I was supposed to do, which is not trade that one. And this was such a huge move, one-sided, never came back, never retraced at all, and we all know, this cannot go on forever. Yes, whatever caused this move is likely to, at some point, perhaps have a second leg, maybe even a third or a fourth leg. But if we get difficulty for price to push higher, we're at least going to be retesting this low, which was put in earlier. And we didn't have anything on the H2, but we did have a fresh order block that was retested on this area, and it came back to the area right here, and it actually broke. But I only wanted to get retested that last swing low, and that's it. And if it fits the rest of the game and comes back, and it did beautifully to the order block, the entry order block on the lower time frame, the execution time frame. So how can I not take that trade? I mean, I know it's not the main strategy, so I have to adjust my risk and my TP and how long I hold this, and I need to be very conservative with the TP, meaning just the very, very next level, not even going to the hours to get my level, just to the structure. And if the risk reward ratio is okay, I'll take it. and then be happy and walked away with without not going to go and try to get any of these consolidation we left behind, because this anytime that this move will have its second leg, and you're totally left behind with no TP at all, instead of just taking the first one, which was not an easy, but I mean a low hanging fruit, in my opinion, since we didn't have any retrace from this whole move, as you can see. So to me, it was an easy target. I also took a couple of other trades on pound CAD, but that was yesterday. Pound CAD and pound yen, as well as actually I took that's a different strategy though. But I don't normally discuss that strategy. But I took a couple of trades from when we were so extended. So there were mean reversion trades that they hit during the Asian session already. Almost all of them. Let me check if they're all over yet. Pound CAD, actually all of them are already closed. They just closed, I think, maybe 20 minutes ago. I suppose when this broke, they all closed. But they were closing in. As market is coming back to the mean, these trades, they close in profit. So it's I didn't catch the move, but I'm still pleased. I did manage to catch a piece of the pie. I mean,
yeah, no, that's good. I really like that trade there. It makes sense, like hitting that level. You just it's not something that is your typical go-to type of trade. So yeah, jump in, jump out.
Exactly.
Winner, chicken dinner. Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta value it for what it is. It's not the trade. It's not my main trade. But it is a trade. It's a trade. I like it. It fits a certain level, not a tier 1, but a tier 2 perhaps. And the question, Rich didn't have. I'll wait for Rich to come back so I can, maybe give him a follow-up question or elaboration on the reason that I asked him about the my question, where it came from. The thing is, when we do a testing, doesn't matter if it's back forward testing, any test, any data set we have, and we have a specific entry, rule based, which is beautiful, which is what it should be, and it's psychologically, at least in my experience, that this is how I understand it. It is psychologically the best thing to see it black and white, meaning that's your entry. If your entry is gone, if the whatever trigger happened already and you're late, That's it. Move on. You're late. Black. It's either you're in at the right time, at the right level, or don't do anything.
I think I know. However, I know exactly what you're saying. I think for Rich, it's because, like he was saying, he's so busy, right? So he knows he's only got a few periods to jump into.
Well, I'm very strict with myself, and people say I'm very strict with them as well. But I'm very strict with myself, and that's the best way that works for me. Meaning it's discrete. It's either yes or no, black or white. I mean, in terms of in trading, I mean not in life. Life has nuances and stuff, but shades of gray and stuff. But with my trading, which is rule based, everything is my whole trade plan is based on this dichotomous kind of way of looking at anything. So it's either yes or no, on or off, etc. However, even though that works for me, and I think it works, it should work good for most people, if not everyone. The fact that we measured edge profitability at a certain level at a certain time, the edge doesn't go away because we enter 1 pip worse. It just degrades probably, right? If we enter 10 minutes later, 5 pips later, the edge is likely still there, just not as much as you previously measured. So the question that I was going to was, it doesn't make sense for Rich because he's too busy doing many things, and it's best to keep things simple, which works for me as well. But what my curiosity was if there's still edge there and I still have time and I have the opportunity to still trade it, I want to know how much how many pips worse can I still get in and get a decent and measure a decent edge, for it to make sense for me, because then I know, okay, so I get in perfectly or within X amount of pips, points, whatever, because I've measured. And you'll have to do the back testing or forward testing completely over, because it's a complete different entry. So you can't just extrapolate what you already had and assume things are going to fall a certain way. But it's, depending on how often, how difficult it is to get the exact entry in, it might be something worth thinking. I mean, if it doesn't conflict with multitasking, which it does for us streamers. But anyways, I was the thing. Maybe I'll discuss that with him. I think it's a nice discussion to have, because these are the things in a real life. In real life as a trader, you're not dealing with lab conditions. It's reality. Things happen. People call you. You have a leakage. You're late for coming in because there was a traffic jam, and maybe
Internet
your strategy.
goes out.
Your internet
There's a
goes out. Your
cyclone.
internet. Exactly.
Some meteor
The
came
earthquake,
out of space and
anything
just
can happen, or
hit the
displacement
planet.
of the axis of the Earth, global warming, things happen. So it's good to know, what leeway do you have? What tolerance are you able to? Your strategy, not you. Your strategy is still able to accept and still have a validated edge, so you can trade it safely. That was the point. But anyways,
there was a couple things I was just going to knock through, because I know
Okay.
Richard Wells will be here shortly, and then normally, we sort of go into his segment, so we'll try and
Ooh, I'm
smash through a
excited.
couple of the
I'm
analysis bits and
excited
pieces,
for
and
Rich.
also, hey,
I'm excited for Rich Wells.
yeah, I was going to ask, are you hanging around when
Yes.
Rich comes back?
I
cool.
will be. I'll be in another. I think I'll have an overlap with 30 minutes with him.
Okay, cool. All right, nice.
Great
nice.
friend. I'm very excited for him coming on here and being together, because we haven't streamed in a while.
You're normally offset. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, is Rich from Discord and Richard Butler the same? We have two Riches here. So we got Richard Wells and Richard Butler. So you'll see them both in the Discord there. They are two different people, though. We got two of them. I think this will be an interesting question for later. Maybe when Rich does come on, we can answer that as well.
Which one was it? So we can mark it.
I've got it marked.
Okay.
From Lazio.
Okay.
Let me just scroll down. There are a couple other bits and pieces. Just make sure I haven't missed anything for you guys. Did have this for you, Victor, as well. Checking GU on the 1 hour quasi, but I second guess myself due to lack of the 4 hour. What's the OB again? Opening.
OB, order block. That's
Order
exactly
block.
the thing. I always talk and say, and that's my main strategy. I do not enter the trade. It's not a signal if there is a H4 missing, and it's for a reason, because I've backtested it, and it's a very good filter for getting good quality entries. However, there are certain occasions where I am allowed or allow myself to go and still take the trade, and I need to have other confluences. And in this occasion, the other confluence was the extension of the move. That to me is a strong reason to to be more. I can be less selective with the setup, meaning I can let go of the H4 because I have another reason that supports that price will. The breakdown will have some leg to run with. I mean, it's gonna. So basically, but I don't score this as the main strategy anymore, because that's a different set of rules. Because I'm now interchanging one with the other. The H4 with this extension, with a particular extension within a certain short period, and a certain, the extension needs to be not subjective. It doesn't need to, it's not something, it looks like a long extension. You actually, to me at least, you need to actually measure it and measure it objectively to something else. So that something else is something, GU, not another pair. So you have to measure it, but that's the point. It's not the main strategy, but as you see, and actually when I talk about the strategy, I use a very specific combinations of rules for my main strategy, but those are obviously not the only combination possible. And it's free for everyone to crack open and interchange different rules and make them their own. And this is one variance where I skip the H4 if I have something else, which is an extension, a very outlier of an extension. But very good, well observed, Anto. Anto is actually a very good trader, I must say. Kudos to him. He has been consistently for, couple of weeks now, showing us on stream on YouTube as well as in the Discord, high quality setups that I would be trading myself. I don't trade those assets that he sees these opportunities in, but I sure feel like I should, because they are nice setups. Gotta give it to him. Anto is a great trader, and he will reach great heights if he continues to be so good with his setups.
Shout out to Anto. So there's a couple other pairs we can smash through these as well. Then there was also NASDAQ. Yes, we can have a look at NASDAQ. And Kavish also asking about the Dixie. So I might just run through some of these real quick, and then we can see what you're seeing
Sure.
picked up. So first of all, we'll start. Look, we'll start on NASDAQ, since I did take a NASDAQ trade earlier. Let's go back down to local time frame. Let me reset that chart. So I took this little scalp long through here after we had the drawdown coming, off the back of Asia into London. We started to level out and started to pick up there. So I just took a quick little scalp. Nothing big on the table. It was about 0.3% risk. So 2 to 1 on that. Just a quick little thing to start the day. Haven't taken any other trades earlier today. I've had internet issues all day. We've still got problems with Telstra, like our big telecom provider here. Been going on for about a week and a half now. So for today, outside of that, NASDAQ really is starting to fall down. I think I must have cleared that so that we could see better. But it does look as though we're starting to tee up for some kind of test to head lower once again. Right, so that's the only thing with the NASDAQ. It's definitely under pressure right now. We're still up in this higher range, so we're not falling out of bed just yet. We're coming up towards the Fed meeting end of the month, but we've definitely got a bit of pullback. Like I highlighted end of last month, early at the beginning of this month, you tend to see that rotation of the popular trades start to come off once you go towards that European summer. So institutions, fund managers, PMs, that kind of stuff, they'll start to basically just take off total notional value. So take some of that leverage off the table, reduce their total exposure. So those popular trades tend to unwind. Now, through these drops though, we haven't really seen a full reversal. If you look at the volumes and the flow, it's been about 30% of normal through some of these bigger drops, which looked more to be just hedging, especially in the face of the CPI and the PPI data yesterday. So we're definitely not out of the woods, but we are starting to probe this lower end. Now we got, retail sales and unemployment claims today. So retail sales expected a bit lower. I could see them actually come in a touch higher. I don't have the calendar up on here. Maybe we can bring it up later. But we've still got the World Cup thing going on. And just like how the World Cup thing I was alluding to, that would bring down NFP because those numbers weren't being considered properly. I could see that we actually do see a kick up in retail sales. We have had strong retail sales for some time now. They've sort of defied gravity a little bit, despite the Strait of Hormuz, oil going up and that kind of thing. but I think we're expecting, was it like 0.2? Previous read was at 0.9. So the question is, does that 0.9 come down? And do we see something slightly higher than 0.2? So it could be a little bit mixed. So retail sales, I'm not too sure. I think it's going to be a bit more of a mixed bag, but there's probably only a tinsy touch chance of it being a bit higher than expected. Unemployment claims probably going to be pretty by the by. They haven't changed too much recently. So unless we do get some of that effect from the World Cup, now that a bunch of the teams are obviously out, there's a lot less total activity. Those temporary jobs might come off the boil. So you could see a slight lip up there, but nothing too crazy. So that goes into the Dixie picture, where if we go plot this stuff back on, let me zoom out just a bit. So this is us on the daily, and like I've said, we've got this megaphone type structure here. I think this break is a bit of a false break. Like I've highlighted a number of times, I think this has to come back down into reality with the current trajectory of inflation, PPI, jobs number, and for the Fed ultimately to flip that rhetoric back over. So yes, in that case, euro dollar would be running higher as well. Oh my God, there's so much stuff on there. So I think we do eventually get a charge back higher to above 115 with the 50-day moving average up there, and eventually push a bit higher to 116. Now I think the euro is going to be a bit slower. Just like we highlighted and talked about yesterday, I think the pound is definitely the favorite overall for that. The pound's definitely got much more momentum to the upside. Euro has languished a bit. That does come in because of those inflation prints that we had. So there's definitely not going to be any more rate hikes, and you can argue that the one rate hike we did get before the Middle East situation was quote-unquote resolved is obviously probably a misstep. So I think the euro is kind of just at that fair value kind of area right now. You know, somewhere between low 114s to 116 is probably just where it deserves to be. So that's why we're kind of languishing a little bit. Apart from that, there was gold. Now gold, if we look at that on the daily, we're definitely still down in this downward trajectory. Momentum hasn't quite picked up. We're starting to stall through here, see if we can build a base. I think it's going to be a question of, just like I was saying with the Fed stuff, if we can get those short-term yields to actually come back off, that will help out gold and commodities. But it's the question of how long is it going to take for Kevin Walsh and the rest of the Fed to actually acknowledge that forecasting misstep, right? So if they take a bit longer, we're probably likely to keep pushing these levels and break down back into the high 3Ks again, which would be really nice for long-term holds, as we talked about with Dirk and that kind of stuff. Now, if they do come to reality a bit sooner, then we'll get that push. But for the meantime, it's probably like sell on rallies overall. You'll get those pockets where we do get those big return days, but just like we've seen, currencies still held up pretty nicely after the CPI and PPI. We did push higher on gold, but we've just come right off. So it's much more susceptible to those drops overall. Silver's going to be pretty much the same. Like I said to you guys earlier on in the year, when we're still sitting up around 100, my expectation is for silver to end the year in the 50s. We're now down in those 50s. So that's right on target for that as well. AUD yen, the final one, and then I'll jump over to you, Victor. Just trying to smash this out before.
Go ahead, it's all yours.
Here, of course. AUD yen, I'd say we've probably seen a bit of an interim top, right? This push through here comes from that Aussie dollar side. We've had some good performance on the Aussie. It's definitely held up a bit better than the euro and the pound. The pound had a scorcher yesterday, but the past couple of days, the pound and the euro, when they've had those runs, they tend to pull off throughout the day and then eventually recover. The Aussie's sort of driven higher and sort of stayed higher, and then driven to a new leg higher. So it's definitely got a bit more holding power after these pushes. So that's what you're seeing on the AUD yen right now. Obviously, you got the positive carry. Australian interest rates are like pretty high at the moment after the 3 rate hikes that we had. And you've also seen dollar yen managing to hold this area. We're definitely coiling into some kind of triangle coming through here, just below this longer term channel that we've had, if you guys recall. So eventually this will topple over, but like I said, I think dollar yen as far as shorts is going to be where you want to be. AUD yen definitely has the better shot to be bought up after that. Same with the other yen crosses. On the daily, we did have that kind of umbrella where you get that rounding and start to come off. We've found some support through here. I think though, now that we've pushed back up through the 50-day moving average, you might have like a few more points in it, but we're starting to cap out. And today it's very much going to depend on the retail sales and US data that comes out, and then where the NASDAQ goes. So if we do get that slightly stronger US data, obviously currencies after their big charge yesterday could continue to drop. The Aussie then also will get hammered with that. The NASDAQ is definitely under pressure right now. We might get a slight pop from the data, but then it's very likely that it could just roll off. And then Aussie being that risk on, risk off, sensitive, high beta currency, you could see that drop back, especially after the runs on the AUD yen. So if you're looking for longs now, I think that's a bit dangerous. I'd probably be looking for shorts like a touch higher from here, and so if we can get a bit of a retrace near term. But I think there's probably better assets out there than the AUD yen. There you go.
Nice.
There's my speed run.
Sound insights. Thank you for that, LJ. We have lots of love coming from Uganda. You know, from here, us from the 5ers as well. We send you and everyone from all parts of the world, you know, our greetings. Thank you for watching. All right, so we have Raphael says, I think EU is starting to move higher. I'll discuss that because I think it is it's heading the nail on its head. But before we do that, let's look at another nail, which is
We're definitely on the cusp.
Yeah, I think so too. Yes, all right. So my screen is already on. So on the higher time frame, without going to the monthly and the weekly, just doing technical. LJ does the fundamental, but I'll stick to what I do well, which is the technical side. What we see here is that the market, we've been forming bullish structures on top of each other right there, and again, which is, you know, indicative that the market was, and I say in past tense, was trying to push higher, and that may still occur. However, recent price action is giving us a different picture, and as you can see, the market failed to clear out one of the structures, the bearish structures it created. Not only that, afterwards it created a second bearish structure, which it also reacted quite bearish, quite nicely. You know, it retested bearishly or successfully, and you know, those two things together actually offset what we were seeing bullishly from the market before. So basically, the market is kind of in the middle of you know, kind of pressure, right? The tug of war, you know, the rope is basically in the middle, and you know, it's no longer that idea or that expectation that's going to necessarily go higher is no longer so present as it was before. So it can change, but if it doesn't, then this will start to, you know, look like a triangle, and if it breaks down, you can easily see it, since we've already broken the structure from before on the daily time frame, that this could be retesting, going there to retest these lows and perhaps lower, and who knows how much lower it will need to go right before things change. So we're right there at the middle. The market is it's no longer positioning, or doesn't have that bullish posture it had before. If we go to the H4, actually, there's a nice area that I would like to discuss. One thing that I see here, right, one of the reasons was, you know, I wanted, and I emphasize that's a want, I wanted to see the market break that neckline, and it didn't, right? So that's one of the things you do not want to see if you expect price to be breaking and going higher. You want to see it break, making higher highs, even if it's a little bit, but especially wanted to be starting breaking structural highs, right? So meaning the neckline, and it didn't. And so it made a lower high, failed to break that neckline. And to me, that's that could be the indication that we might be going lower. However, before we do so, we do have a nice level here. It is not a, let me change it. It didn't become a neckline. It's not an H4. Let me correct this. It's a regular structure. A regular structure that has already been retested once, which is right there. So this would be the second retest, right? And that tells you something. There is a level there. It's not a fresh order block anymore, and it's not part of a quasi because it never broke this level, right? So that brings it to an inferior kind of structure. However, it's still a structure. And if you look on the lower time frames, you will see that there's an H2, there's an H1. So you could expect, even though I will not be trading this on my main strategy, you could expect some kind of a push, some kind of a pop. And only then, I might be interested to catch a little scalp, because I expect, it's a nice level to trade from, but it's not the higher quality level that I was hoping it would become. So there we go. That's the area that you want to be watching for a possible reaction on NASDAQ. And the same area also, hi Rich, how are you doing? The same area will be the area, the line in the sand, to understand that the market is switching completely over. And once we start clearing this level, then, of course, things switch completely, and we should start looking for getting into that short if you're not short already, because you can see here that we did have a bearish order block here that was retested. Let me put it right there so you guys see. It was retested, squeezed, but retested. So if you didn't get in on that Asian market, bearish retested of the order block, then you'll have to either wait for a push and then look for the short from a higher level, or perhaps after the breakdown and it comes back to retest. So looking something like this, let's say after the retest, it comes back to retest that level, then and only then you get in for that continuation down, or from a higher level if you're not already in. That's my look. Since Richard is here, I wanna focus on my dear friend, because he has so many gems to share. So let's switch. Rich, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, mate. Thank you very much. You make it sound so easy. Genuinely, you explain trading and it's like, yep, you just do this when you see this and when you see this. But as I know from many traders that I speak to, it is not that. What we're seeing is Victor and LJ's, I want to say, end result of a lot of work, but what we would say is more of an evolution of putting in a lot of work. There isn't really an end result. There isn't really a point that you arrive at trading and say, I've made it. And in fact, any time that I have made those assumptions, I very quickly realized that I haven't actually made it. And here comes the next drawdown. And yeah, so how are we doing, guys?
Doing very well, man. Good to see you. You got a haircut, bit of a trim, bit of a cleanup there. That's it.
Dude, the moment I had this haircut, my ears just went immediately cold. My hair was so out of it was wild. So I want to pivot.
It's crazy, isn't it? Before we kick on, sorry, I do have to send an important email, so I might just jump in the background just for a moment. I'll still hear you guys, but I'll have to jump back in. Sorry.
No problem.
Give me 1 sec, guys.
Go ahead.
No problem.
Seth, you were saying, Richard, the aerodynamics of the ear, showing off after the haircut?
Pretty much, mate. My stop losses just whiz by me right now. So I don't know if this is something that we've touched on just yet. Have we referenced the summer plan accounts? Has anyone sort of on stream touched on these at the moment? We had some feedback from chat.
This is the perfect time to spend more time on it. I'm pretty sure it has been mentioned before because it is on the screen, but this is the exact perfect optimal entry point for more info about this summer plan. Go ahead, Rich. It's all yours.
Okay, so a little bit of the behind the scenes detail here. Victor and I have already had a sneaky exchange over this morning on the back end. So for those of you who don't know what we're talking about what you'll see on the top right of your screen at the moment, which says the summer plan accounts. Now, this is where you're going to get access to a lot larger funding than perhaps you're used to in a two-step or a one-step, but for a much, much smaller amount. Now, there are some differences about these accounts, and I'm going to hold my hands up, and I don't care how many people I offend with this. I love these differences. I absolutely love the rules that come into these accounts. So I want to spend a minute just to reference these if you haven't heard about it. So what we're looking at is accounts now that have consistency rules. Now, this is something a little bit unusual that we would see in the CFD space. Been trading CFD prop firms for probably 5, if not 6 years. And one thing that traders have had, I guess, an abundance of is no consistency rules. Traders have been able to turn up and do pretty much what they want when they want. And what we've seen on the back end at the 5ers is that when you give traders a bit more guidance and a bit more boundaries. Now, this could be through a bootcamp account with lower leverage. It could be an account where you have to use a stop loss. What we see as traders act more consistently. We see that traders have a slightly better equity curve because they don't have necessarily free reign to say, I just took a 3% loss. I don't care about my daily loss. I'm just going to go again. So I see chat says, I always trade consistently. Well, this is something that sadly, what we see is a lot of traders don't. A lot of traders will take a trade, they'll sort of look at it as a good trade, it will lose, and all of a sudden they get this big emotional reaction and they take it out on their trading account. And if they can't get back to break even, it feels like a threat on their sense of survival, and then they're just acting in fight or flight mode. We see it too often, I've done it too often, and that loop just goes round and round and round. I see chat saying that you're using one already. Excellent. So on this account, what we're going to see is on the one step, you've got a consistency rule in the challenge phase, and on the two step, you've got a consistency rule in the live phase. Now, the consistency rule is 50%, which effectively means if a trader makes $500 in a day, that $500 needs to be equaled out over where it can't be bigger than 50% of their profit was made on a single day. So the trader would have to make a total of $1,000, and just making sure that 500 wasn't, it wasn't more than 500 on a single day. Now, a trader could have a $10,000 day, but it does mean that the trader would then have to keep trading until they reach $20,000. And this is going to give the trader, where their biggest day doesn't make more than 50% of their total profits. And I look at this and I just love seeing stuff like this in this space, because what it does is it helps traders to look at, I don't really want to have a massive outsized win. What I actually want is consistency in my results. Now, I'm biased, right? Because I'm not a high risk to reward trader. And for me, one-to-one risk reward has consistency baked in. When I win, I make $500. When I lose 510. I lose 500, right? For argument's sake. So it's pretty much consistent. So for me to hit that kind of 50% consistency rule, it doesn't factor in. Now, I want to highlight this for those traders that trade larger risk to reward. This still means your system works, but what it means is if you do have a 1 to 10, 1 to 20, 1 to 50 trade, a huge amount of your profits is going to be made on a single day. And so what has to happen is that has to have time to average out, where 50% of your profits isn't made, more than 50% isn't made on a single day. Now, what does this do on a deeper level? It stops traders from rocking up and just trying to hit a home run and getting a payout. And this is where we're now talking about trading against a firm or against their rules, or trying to sort of gamify your experience with a prop firm. When you produce a consistency rule, the trader has to actually turn up and consistently behave in a way that shows the trader has a skill set. And this is something that we often see is when you're looking for consistent traders and long-term traders to build a track record with or a relationship with, rules like this, it helps the trader focus on being a trader rather than the trader just focusing on getting payouts. And they're two very different skills. And I want to say skills for a reason. You can look at the numbers on the screen and you can say, okay, I can trade this and make more than I lose, but actually not be a profitable trader. And that's a terrible loop, because what it does is it builds a one-sided relationship. When we start thinking about how do you have a sustainable career in maybe the trading industry or a prop firm, I'm looking at this and saying, okay, I want to show them I can trade. I don't want to pass my challenge in one trade, and I want to show them what I'm like on the drawdowns as well, because it's so easy to trade well when you're winning. But when you're going through a 3-trade losing streak, a 5-trade losing streak, are you going to revenge trade? So having consistency rules like that, it builds better traders because it means that it is so much harder to gamble. On top of that, one of the bigger changes as well is you'll see that there's a payout cap of 2,000. And again, I'm gonna rustle a few feathers with this. I absolutely love to see the payout cap, and let me explain why. What you're capping is a $2,000 every 2 weeks. That's a 20% return on your drawdown on the 2-step account. On the 1-step account, that is a 33% return on your drawdown. And so when we start thinking about kind of the world's best traders and what traders achieve as longer term results, 20% return on your drawdown or your account balance equivalent every 2 weeks. I mean, I'm going to hold my hand up and say I've never gotten anywhere close to that. So what it does is it gives a more sustainable, softer approach where it works for both parties, both sides. And if a trader earns $5,000, cool. They just park a little bit extra of a buffer in the account, and every 2 weeks they can withdraw 2,000. And the cool thing about this is a trader can have 4 of these accounts. They can have 2 of the 1-step, they can have 2 of the 2-step, and it doesn't affect the high stakes accounts that the trader has previously. So what we're talking about is $400,000 of additional allocation for a much lower purchase price than you're used to. You can see at the bottom, $179, whereas typically an account like this would be closer to $500, $540. So if you took all 4 of these accounts and you put them on a copier and you traded them with consistent risk and you were making huge gains, you would be able to withdraw a maximum of $8,000 every 2 weeks. Now I'm going to hold my hands up and say $16,000 a month. I'm not going to fall out of bed over that, and I'm not going to cry about it. It is a huge, huge return when I put up such a small amount of capital originally. And the only difference I've got to do is actually be a trader. This is why I see this and I get so excited about it. This model here produces traders. It just hard locks gamblers, which I love, and it produces traders. So I was grinning like a Cheshire cat this morning. Hence why I already reached out to both these guys, and I was like, "Have you seen these? Have you seen these accounts?" But what I will say is I also recognise that when it comes to my allocation right now, I'm at my capacity. Now, just because this is an incredible deal, I had to catch myself and say, well, actually, you know what? I'm gonna go and fill my bag up, but I'm not going to do it this second. Why? 400,000 extra on my copier is going to put a little bit more pressure up here. And what have we spoken about previously in trading is that more pressure typically doesn't create higher performance. So for me, I want to be looking at this. I want to wait until the honeymoon period is finished. It might take me 1 day, 2 days, where I sort of really sit with it and say, okay, you know what? I can trade my plan with nearly another $500,000 behind the back end. But today, I don't want to do things on a whim and get too excited. So I'm just sort of had to filter that and just be a little bit more, let it settle. And I've always been like this when it comes to sort of like impulsive buys. I always go, hang on, if I want it in 2 days, I'll purchase it. And then that's kind of stopped me from just filling up my cupboards with too many random things that look really, really good in the moment. But these are absolutely, I'm going to move into these. I favor the 2-step, I think, over the 1-step, but I still think the 1-step's incredibly good. What about you guys? What's your thoughts with this?
I think these are really good. We were talking about yesterday, Rich, and with other Rich, Richard Butler. Yeah, I was saying I really like this. I would definitely still like to have the option of the typical high stakes as well. I don't want to like them to delete each other. I think it's good having the 2 ops. I think this is really nice though. And just like Unbiased said there, like the 50% consistency is still high enough that you do have some of those, like you've just caught like a really good trade and you don't feel like you're getting penalized for actually just making really good trade, right? Where you got to jump out or something like that. And you're like, I'm actually, destroying my, backtesting my results, my data, because I'm forced to sort of jump out of this. 50% definitely gives you more than enough of a margin of barrier with that. I do agree with the thing of people trying to push or YOLO accounts or go all in. I think that consistency does help. I really like these overall, and the fact that you can pick up a couple of them and then also match that with like your high stakes accounts. I think that is where it just makes it chef's kiss. That's really what does it. So I know Rich was saying Nora came up with this, I believe. I really like it. I think this is a brilliant idea. Absolutely mega. So that's my opinion. And yeah, just like Unbiased said as well, I'm sure people are going to absolutely hoover these things up. So
yeah,
really
I think whenever you have a, from the industry is, there are many players, but whenever you have the leaders of the industry offering you more capital, I have no way I can refuse that offer. That's an offer I cannot refuse. It's simply, I will just buy all
especially
of
at the
them.
price point as well, right?
What I do is I just buy all of them and I put them on a copier on a lower risk than usual because they're new ones, and I forget about them. That's what I do. Because how in the world would I not have once you have an edge, once you are consistent, there is no reason not to put on more capital. No reason. So for me, it's a no-brainer. That's what I'm gonna be doing. Just putting on a copier, forget about them, and come back and after a couple of weeks and tweak the risk settings of the copier, and just trade my main strategies on them.
I agree. I really like it.
One thing I just want to add on this. So the last change that I can see is that the maximum daily loss, it goes from 5% max loss in a day to 3%. Now I'm going to be real with the chat here. A lot of accounts, a lot of traders, they're going to actually breach their max daily loss when it comes to 5. So this is an opportunity for traders to manage their risk much tighter. When you think about a 5% max daily loss with a 10% overall loss, what you're doing is saying to the trader, you can lose up to 50% of the total amount you can lose. And losing up to 50%, can you imagine a big hedge fund where he just rocks in one day and says, sorry, boys, lost 50% of the fund today? It's long term, it's going to be something very difficult to sustain, because if you do lose 50%, you've got to make 100% of what's left to get back to that break even. So the max daily loss is slightly reduced. Now, this is an opportunity for traders to really wait for them prime trades where they can see, okay, this is my grade A. Maybe I am trading with 1% risk and I've only got sort of 2, maybe 3 goes at a trade today. I want to make sure that I don't just revenge trade and jump in. I see we had a comment in chat. We actually had 2 comments. I want to touch on this. So Usman says, Rich, if someone can make a payout of $2,000 on a 50K and without a cap too, why bother with the summer 100K? Appreciate the insight. So 2 things with this. Number 1, what you'll find is the 100K summer plan account is actually cheaper by a big margin than a 50K equivalent. Okay, so it's probably closer to half the price of what you'd pay for a 50K. And outside of that, the trader still earns the profit. It just means they can only withdraw. And what we don't see is traders consistently knocking out 4% every 2 weeks on a 50K account, week after week after week. The trader might go up 4% and then maybe back 3% and then up 4% and back 2%. So if the trader can still remove 2% every 2 weeks, I don't see many traders that get above 4% a month consistently. So it gives the trader the ability to withdraw that. And if you are a trader that gets into the 8% a month consistently, 10% a month consistently, then more power to you, because this is a great problem to have. But most traders, what we see, they'll go up 5, down 6, up 2, down 1, up 9, down 8, and it will be like a very clunky journey. And the tools of this account really helps the trader to even out that equity curve by saying, okay, I'm going to risk maybe 0.5% a trade, and I've got 3 trades a day, 5 trades a day. One thing I want to touch on here is Mikesy says, Sorry, but the consistency rule is pure bull. Have a chat with us about it. I'd love to
50%.
actually. I'd love to hear about kind of, in your experience, why is this something that gives a bit of friction? Just as a rule of thumb, I believe the lower the consistency rule, so if it's like 10%, it's very aggressive because it means that 10% of your biggest profit can't be more than 10% of your days. It's 50% is very forgiving, as LJ says. But if you've got a different opinion about it, this is why we're here to have a chat about it.
And yeah, also, Rich, with the original question, hang on, where was it? Sorry, this one. So why the 100K summer plan instead of the 50K? I mean, especially if you do the two-step, you're going to have bigger drawdown, right? It is cheaper than the 50K. Plus, you're getting 100K. Now, percentage terms, your drawdown is going to be double the 50K as well. Your daily is slightly lower, it's 3%, but the max drawdown on the two-step is 10%, I believe. Just correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, there you go. 10% total. So 3% daily, but 10% total. So basically, you're doubling that total drawdown that you can have. So then if you take the daily, that 3%, that's still slightly more than your 5% on the 50K, right? It's the equivalent of 6% drawdown on the 50K that you have daily. So you're basically getting the same thing, but with extra drawdown and extra daily drawdown if you're running it on the same caliber as you would with a 50. So yeah, and it's cheaper. There you go.
It's what I like about this is that, you know, in order to trade these accounts properly, the trader is obligated or is forced to actually break down the numbers to, you know, and put their risk management, adapt their risk management, their position sizing properly. And how is that done? It's done by looking at the real number, right? It's not 5%, it's 3. But what if it's 4? What if it's 6? I mean, that's the real thing you need to be watching. How much is that? And adjust your, I mean, there's no reason the edge will not be different if you downsize correctly, properly. The edge will still be there. And the fact that it has a lower, it's just a different input in your risk management and the profit potential. But if you take into account how cheap it is, you know, it's a huge bargain. I mean, you know, the high stakes already, I think, are of great value for your money. But this is something an offer you can't refuse.
Exactly. I think with the price, it makes it a no-brainer, right? The price in particular makes it a no-brainer, absolutely. And as far as the consistency, yeah, I typically haven't liked consistency rules in general when they're too low. This is very healthy, very generous. Just like I was saying before, you can have those, like, you know, you have a good day. You don't want to get penalized for that. Like, it doesn't feel good as a trader if it's like 20%. You're like, okay, I've had, especially if you've been in a drawdown period or a bit back and forth and you've kind of been going nowhere, you finally sort of crack something through, you're getting something working, and then you've made like too much profit that now you're getting penalized after being in that painful situation. But 50% is very healthy. That's plenty, right? That's massive. So I think I have no issue with that at all.
Yeah, it does a couple of things. Let me I just want to quickly touch on this, actually. Rich, are you using negative risk to reward? No, I use typically around 1-to-1. So I'm going to risk $100 to make 100 or 1,000 to make 1,000. But two things with this program as well. So one, it lowers the bar to entry. But, and here's the thing that we need to think about as traders. You now have a lower bar to entry, which means instead of maybe purchasing a 25K account, for the same money, you can go into a 100K account. So the numbers you're going to see on the screen are going to be 4 times bigger. And these are the perfect opportunities to ask us as traders, how do you feel about a $1,000 loss driving against you? And how do you feel about honoring that stop loss as opposed to a $250? Now, the risk to the trader is still the same in terms of their purchase price, but what we see on the screen can feel like much, much larger of a threat as well. Now, this is the exact reason why not just myself, but other traders I know have their master account set as a very, very small balanced account. Mine is a 5K live account with the 5ers, because what I see is $25 going up and $25 going down. And if I click on this terminal now, it is $20.41 in profit. Do I care? No, not really. And if I click on that and see $900, I'm going to suddenly care. And what that's going to do is fire off a whole bunch of emotions, and I'm going to sit there and go, I've got $900 on the table right now. Let's go. Let's grab it. I care about following my plan. So when looking at these accounts, it's also about saying, okay, this is my chance to massively level up my psychology, but it doesn't happen automatically. So if you're going to Forex your account, it would be fair to say that we certainly need to start thinking about how is it going to feel trading an account a bit higher. It's going to get a little bit more exciting. There's going to be a bit more pressure around it. The potential to earn returns is going to be a lot higher. So these are the kind of things as traders, if you're, as traders, this is the key word, as traders. If you're interested in working through this stuff and if you want to develop these skills inside the 5ers Discord, we've got coaching workshops throughout the entire week. Victor's got some incredible sessions. LJ and Akram have got a session. I've got 2 sessions a week. One of them is today. Also, we've got the Trader's Journey section where we invite you as 5ers traders to come in, open up your own channel with us and share your journey as a trader. We have had, 500 traders sign up to this, achieve the role, and we have got so many traders open up their own unique space and just start journaling honestly about their trade setups and kind of what they feel, what they think. And it's a great place to have some deeper conversations around trading that maybe you might be getting sort of more superficial conversations at in a typical prop Discord, but this is the area where you can go and say, look guys, you know what, I've just blown my 5th account and I'm really struggling with my emotions and I don't know what to do. Let's have a chat about it. You've got a lot of opportunity to go a little bit further with your trading in there as well. And we're seeing a lot of feedback that traders who have these spaces are actually gluing themselves to their plans much better, which is really good. Does it guarantee profits? No. But following your plan, I believe, is your highest chance as a trader to actually achieve longer term sustainable returns in the market. And this is the place we built, totally free for any trader who's a 5ers trader. So little shout out to that one for anyone who wants to come in and join us on that.
Pulley.
You can sell cars.
Dude, Pulley is so cheeky. This man's so cheeky. That was funny though. That was funny. Wesley saying, silly question. Not a silly question at all. Man, there's no silly questions. Don't worry. Is the payout cap per payout, right? Not $2,000 and you guys close the account. No. So it's per payout. So for instance, if you do have a banger week and you've just planted a lot of trades, so long as it's not above the 50% consistency cap, then yeah, you could make 8, 9, 10 grand, right? $10,000. Each payout period, you'll be capped to 2K, but you could just let it sit there and just take those 2K payouts over the next couple of weeks if you want, right? As long as you put a trade in for the minimum days and whatnot. But yeah, so it's just capped at 2K, but it doesn't get closed. It actually scales up after as well. So I think Rich was saying yesterday, Richard Butler was saying it goes up to 175 in scaling, each of the accounts. So once you do scale past that, it goes, just kind of like the high stakes, like 100, 125, 150, 175, like that. And then it does stop at 175, however. Reason for that is obviously because you can get, multiple of them, right? So, but yeah, it won't be closed or anything like that. So I was just seeing if there was another question. I can't see it as well.
Yeah, it leads into this one. So guys,
Yeah.
no matter how much you make under the 50%, you only get 2,000. You get 2,000 every 2 weeks. So
Per
if
2
you make
weeks.
10,000, yeah, the money's yours. You've earned it. It's just a
Yeah.
case of just trading your plan, just sitting with it, and you can withdraw a maximum of 2,000. And if this is what it takes to find that balance between, where a prop firm can produce a product to a trader, and for a trader to look at a prop firm and go, they're going to honor the payout and they're going to honor, if this is what it takes to find that middle ground where it's the right relationship, dude, this is fantastic for traders because it still has a brilliantly low bar to entry and gives traders the support and the tools they need to have a decent amount of upside. I mean, $2,000 every couple of weeks. I mean, most people in most parts of the world could support themselves pretty well with that. And this is just one account. I mean, that's my thoughts. Victor's chuckling. Maybe not for Victor. Maybe he's got five days.
Maybe not here as well, dude. Our taxes are too
that's not
high.
what I meant.
We got some
that's
problems
not what
there.
I meant.
Taxes are too much. God.
No, that's not
Not
what
a
I meant.
thing.
What I meant was I know I'm amazed if let's say you made 5K and the cap is 2,000 for this period, payout period. What's wrong with having the patience to wait the next period? Money is still there. You just wait, click, and you get the money, the next period. Money is not gone, so the cap is actually not really a cap, like an absolute cap. You lose it. No, it's just a delay. You get your money. It's just not all at once. I see no. I mean, I don't see that as a huge barrier at all. And even 2,000 per account, and you can have multiple of them, is plenty. I mean, some people out there are dreaming about Lambos and things like that. But I mean, in the real world, 2,000 per account is plenty to go around with.
No, apparently it's Rolls Royce,
Oh,
Victor. Unbiased wants the Rolls, not the Lambo. Right? So, but yeah, the thing is with it, like you still have access to the other accounts as well, right? So you can definitely have this. And the idea, I guess, is to stop that like churn and burn. Because a lot of people do rack up that full profit target, take that payout, then they try and push that the whole way the next time as well. They tend to go into the ground, then they buy another 3, 4, 5 failed challenges and like keep working through it. So it kind of stops that churn and burn. You can still trade the other standard options that we have, right? But you can run them side by side, so they can actually complement each other. You know, so you've got this. If you've made that extra profit, you can sit on it for a while. Just take those payouts. You can still trade the other accounts you have. You could even use the money that you've taken from the summer plan to buy a larger account, like 100K high stakes if you don't have that. And then trade through that. That can be your normal trading. The other one sits there and you roll on. I think this is really good. So
It is.
Yeah.
And on that bombshell, I would like to take the opportunity. Could one of you share your screens, or maybe I should shift to your LJs?
Yeah, sure, that's fine. Yeah, go for it.
On that note, I would like to thank everyone because my time has come. I need to step over into the next dimension. And I see you guys on...
Into Spain winning the final. That's the dimension you're going into.
Rich, as always, it's a pleasure. You have the $1 million voice. I've always said it from the beginning, first time we met, and I still think that's the case. Thanks for your insights. I mean, this proposition is something everyone should be considering. It doesn't matter if you have all your accounts, you have bought in, you have the maximum limit. Actually, that's the reason for me to get them, because these are extra accounts that will go on top of the already, because at a certain moment you tap out, right? In the sense you max out on the number of accounts you can have, and you're not allowed any more accounts. And this is the opportunity to get more. And if you're not there at that, trading, you're not at that point in your trading journey, the lower entry fee for these are much, much lower. And that's what you want. You want to pay little because you're in that phase where you're paying tuition, basically, maybe getting a few payouts, maybe losing the account, but in the process, losing less on the fees. And this is a great way to lower your cost as you're learning, as you're going into our Discord community and following Rich's suggestion to start writing down and helping yourself getting a better process and sticking to your plan much better, which eventually will get you closer to that consistency that we all want to get. So Rich, thank you very, very much. LJ as well, thank you for sharing this few moments we had together, both of you. It's always a pleasure to stream with you. And everyone watching, thank you. If you think this is great, get yours because it's a limited time. And if you think you're still doubting, get yours. It's from a limited time. So see you all next time. Bye-bye.
Cheers, Victor.
Cheers, mate. I'll catch you soon.
Catch you, mate. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Rich, just sorry, there was a couple bits here. So it's not 80% of 2,000. 2,000 is the 80%. So it'd be what, 2,400? I think, or is it 75%?
I think the one step is 75. I think the two step is 80. I don't know if it's 2,000 and then you take the 80% of that, or whether 2,000 is your 80%. I'm not sure on that. Support would be able to.
I think the 2,000 is the max for your share. So yeah, on the one step it would be 2,600. Can I do math right now? No, 2,500 on the one step, 2,400 withdraw on the two step. Thus, you get 2K. All right, so that's the max portion that you yourself can receive. So that is either the 75 or the 80% of that. And then same with this one. If the daily loss is 3% based on the start of day total equity or based on the initial 100,000, if you have a positive excess, does it give you a buffer? Yes, it does. So it's the same. It's the same 3% based on your highest level at rollover, whether that's equity or balance, or lowest level. Because if your equity is lower, but yeah, sorry, no. I said it right the first time. Now I'm confusing myself. Highest level at rollover every single day. So whether it's equity or balance. So if you've got higher equity because you've got a trade you've held overnight and it's in profit but you haven't closed it, it will take the 3% from that level and say you got 105,000, be 105K minus 3%. Now your balance might be at 102, but you got a 3K profit or something, right? It'll be from that 105. So it's from whatever the highest level of either equity or balance. But yes, as you make profits, that does contribute to slightly increase the drawdown. So it's not a fixed piece. Yeah.
Something swing traders.
Same deal. If you have losses, your 3% will now be less than the 3K, right? Because your balance or your equity might be at 98, so it'll be slightly less. It'll be 2,815 or whatever the exact math is. If you get my drift. Sorry, go on, Rich.
No, I was just saying that that's something that swing traders will have to be mindful of. If you're an intraday trader and you get in and you get out on the same day, it's not too much of a problem. Just kind of structure your risk around this idea that I can't go near to the 3%, because traders will try and close their trades out at 2.99% and then get slipped and be like, this is a scam. So if you know, if the firm says, hey, 3% is that line in the sand, if you cross it, you get burnt toes, then maybe you set your line at 2.5% or 2%.
Yeah.
We don't always have to squeeze every last drip out of the lemon to enjoy that. I was going to say that lemon and whatever drink you're going to have, but you know, we can still structure our risk around that. So just be careful about the you know, for swing traders as well. Just see quickly, I want to touch on this. So 2 accounts per type, and there are 3 types. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, is 2 accounts per type, and a type counts as a step 1 or a step 2. I don't think there's 3 types that I know of, or am I wrong? So that would be 4 accounts, mate.
Yeah, no, I think you're correct. So it's basically 2 of the 1 step or 2 of the 2 step. Now I think.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what Rich said, because yeah, with the 2 step there is the 8-5, so 8% profit target, 5% for the second eval, or you can go the 10 and the 5, and obviously it's going to be, you know, cheaper. I forget what Richard Butler said yesterday. He'll be on soon, so we can confirm that. I think it's basically just 2 of the 1 step and 2 of the 2 step. I could be wrong, but we'll find out. I know it's definitely 2 of the 1 step, and I'm not sure about if you can get 4 of the 2 steps. I'm not sure. We'll see.
Oh, okay. Rich mentioned yesterday 6 account types.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Chad. I think that's what he said. We'll just confirm, just to make sure. Because in that case, it'd be 2 of the 8.5, 2 of the 10.5 for the 2-step, and then 2 of the 1-step. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. He'll be around again soon. Yeah. Yeah, as far as this view on pound dollar, just before we roll into it, Rich, whatever. I don't know if you got something else for us today. Pound dollar, I'd say, I mean, it's kind of looking like we are set for a bit of a deeper drop. Now, it's whether we start to pause here, get a bit of a pullback up, test the underside there. We'll be coming towards the US data later on. So if it does come out like a touch positive or just pretty decent for the US, like nothing too crazy, we'll probably get like a small bump higher. And then I think we do pull back a touch from here. It's either that or we pull back to the 61.8% fib from yesterday's charge higher, just before the PPI. And then we see that push higher. Now, on the other hand, obviously, US data comes out terrible. We probably just charge on from there overall. Though, I mean, this was such a massive run yesterday. I think we're probably going to take a pause point. I think the pound's going to take more indication if the euro can actually hold this kind of area. I can draw that out. Like some of you guys were looking for, we definitely seem to be on the cusp, if we can start to hold this, to push higher up towards 116 eventually, right? Now, it's not going to be a straight shoot. Obviously, we're probably going to go something like that, right? But we're definitely starting to eke out into that higher section. Bit of a recovery on the euro overall. So yeah, pound, I think if you get these, I wouldn't be crash short on shorting it. I'd prefer to buy any of the dips. So whether we get the dip through here to that 50% or the 60% through here, somewhere in there, I don't think we'll quite get down to these highs through there, but I'd prefer to buy dips rather than trying to short into this. I think if you wanted to go short, just like Victor had his trade up here, probably kind of missed it for now. Don't know if you got any 2 cents on that, Rich, before, or if you just want to roll on into, if you had another topic at all for our final 15 minutes.
I used to solely trade GU and EU for 2-3 years, and these were my bread and butter. And I made more on GU than EU. Even today, because I've pivoted over to trading the DAX, even today, if I look at my account matrix and I look at my highest performers, so for those of you who don't know, if you have an MT5 terminal and you press Alt-E, I think it is, you're going to come up with a new window that you've probably never seen before, and it's going to show you so many different matrix of your performance factor. So I've got this account that I've been trading for 3 years, and when I press Alt-E, it shows me like a whole bunch of matrix that I couldn't see typically on my dashboard, and it shows me which pairs I've made money on, which pairs I've lost, and GU was always my top performer. Then Euro USD was under that, and then under that was the DAX. And I traded, I think, about 19 different assets on this account. And about 10 of them were negative, but only by a tiny amount, because they were just kind of like, where you sort of go, okay, I'm going to test a little swing trade on this, or and I got it in my head one day that I'm going to turn every single asset on this account positive. And so I took my trading approach.
I've done this before.
Have you
How
actually?
did that work out?
Yeah.
Well, I took my trading approaches to assets like, like CAD JPY, stuff I would never normally trade. And what I was finding is it just wouldn't behave and wouldn't perform the same. So I kind of gave up on that idea, and I've just focused solely on GU, EU, and now obviously I trade the DAX. So when I see price action like this, I see this massive run up on the pound, and I look at this and think, I've got to try and sell this. And this was like a default of mine of always trying to catch tops. But what I learned is typically price, if it's fundamentally driven, is going to absolutely burn through levels. So what I would have to do is wait for the market to start to show weakness. So if we zoom in ever so slightly on the pound, and maybe we drop to like a 5-minute chart just to make it a little easier. And we're only using the 5-minute chart here just to get a bit more detail. Now, really what I'm looking for is the first signs of a lower low and a lower high. So we can see we come off the very top, we sell down, we got a little pullback, and then we sell down lower. Now, this is the market advertising to me that we're going to be going short. One sec, guys, I need 30 seconds. I'll be straight back.
That's right, mate. No worries. Welcome back, Rich. Whilst other Rich is coming back, new Rich is also back. Do you want to clarify for us, was it max 6 accounts for the summer plan?
Yes.
So it is, okay.
Yeah. So you can have 2 of each. So you can have 2 of the one step. You can get 2 of the 10%, 5% 2-step, and you can get 2 of the 5% or 8%, 5% 2-step. So you can have 2 of each. And it's for a limited time only. So it's for the next effectively 6 weeks. The end of August, then they will no longer be available. So yeah, get them now. I'll probably be getting mine either later today or tomorrow. One of the two. So yeah, I'm only doing 2 maximum. I don't want to have too many because I have to put them onto a copier, and I wouldn't say I've been burnt by a copier before, so I don't want to go and get too crazy with it. So
Yeah.
but I have an interesting way that I think I'm going to do it. I have 2 other accounts, and I'm going to pair one of those other accounts with one of the new ones, and then the other account with one of the new ones as well, and not have them trade the same stuff. So I'm going to trade one combination, and then I'll trade the other combination when these ones are like either at payout or something like that. So I'm going to alternate between them. That's what I'm going to be doing.
That's what I used to do. I used to have 3 primaries because you can sort of manage 3. They'd be running differently. Some are a bit scalp and intraday. One's just intraday. One's swing, and then I'd hook up the other ones to each respectively, and then sort of distribute it. That way it worked better because then if you do have a copy failure, one set might get burnt.
It's not all of them that
trades
bumped.
Yeah, the other trades have longer time frames, different drawdown, breakdown, that kind of stuff, different assets. They're probably it's far less likely that they're going to get burnt as well. So yeah, I like that. Welcome back, Rick. So continue with.
Yeah, there we go. And I want a sandwich. I want a sandwich. There we go. Sandwich.
I thought you just had lunch, Rich. You're still hungry.
No. You're getting a rich sandwich. LJ's the meat, baby, and we are the buns.
That sounds way too sexual.
Beautiful.
It's only
so okay, finishing
because
off,
you want it
out.
to be.
Finishing off the analysis on GU. So when we see overextended moves, I would always try and catch the top. So I would get burnt by it. So once I see aggression in markets like this, I would just wait for weakness. And to do that, I would typically look for structure, and I would be looking for candles to start breaking down and closing below previous highs, previous lows. And once we see that, we can all agree that we get a momentum shift. When we get a momentum shift, what it allows me to do is actually frame my stop loss in a place where if the market pulls back, I'm just wrong. Whereas when I'm trying to catch highs, where do you stick your stop? And that was the problem. I would stick my stop loss 100 pips away and go, well, hopefully it doesn't go another 100 pips. And there would be times you're sitting there averaging into a drawdown just through no technical reason. So with this, what it done is it gave me the opportunity to say, look, I'm going to wait for the market to show its hand, show me that sellers are starting to take control of price. I'm going to put my stop loss in a place where I would be wrong about sellers taking price lower, and I'm going to wait for price to come into my POI. And that's a beautiful POI that LJ has marked up. And then you just look at, I'm just going to ride the wave. And if the market's going to sell lower, then it's going to take my trade into profit. If it moves higher, then that's what my stop loss is for. That was so I was typically trading quasis, head and shoulders, break and retest, stuff like that. But just kind of order blocks, order flow, stuff like that. And it to this day, it still works. It's just very discretionary as to where you would want to put your entry or where you'd want to target your TPs. That was one of the bigger ones for me, was like I was very good at getting rejections, but I wasn't good at getting turning points in the market. So, what could be a 6-7 pip trade in profit would then turn back to stop loss, and I'd be like, well, that was 1-to-1. Maybe I shouldn't be aiming for 1-to-3. So this is where the whole idea of like, you know what, I'm just going to go for a small risk to reward, and I'm just going to trade 1-to-1. And then they kind of carried over into trading the DAX. Unfortunately, the DAX performs better at lower TP targets for me than it does higher TP targets.
Yeah,
But
you're weird. You trade the DAX and the pound, Rich. I
dude,
don't
I was
get
weird
it,
before
right?
that.
I hate the pound. I got a love-hate relationship with it. I feel like it's the gold of currencies. Very chaotic. But
Oh, do you hate gold as well, LJ?
Sorry.
Does it mean you hate gold as well?
No, gold. I still like gold, but it's also a love-hate. But like there's some kind of psychological problem there where I keep coming back.
Can't help yourself. It's like
Rich,
eating that like very acidic sweet is gonna burn your tongue and it's gonna make you feel nauseous. But man, does it taste so good? It's that exact. It's a very toxic relationship, but you can't help yourself.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, Rich, like this would be something you go for. Maybe if you're doing the 1-to-1, it'd be up through here, just a quick little bite, right? You'd be in, out, right? You've got that order block, it's pulled back down. See if we get another tap there, you get tapped in, come off. I think this trade that I highlighted here was Victor's trade altogether. So,
Oh, nice.
But yeah, Rich had to dip out again, but I'm sure he would have said yes.
Yes, he's gonna say yes, definitely, because that's Rich.
Yeah. Indeed.
Dude, you can see my books here at the back. I've stacked my my Dungeon Crawler Call books, the ones that I mentioned the other day, and I'm like 80 pages or so, and I'll be done with the first book. I've been reading it religiously every night, reading it out loud to my wife.
This is like bedtime stories.
Yeah. Like it started off like. It started off like one day when we didn't have power and her phone hadn't been charged. We have this running theory that whenever she doesn't charge her phone at night, we have power issues. So that day she didn't. This was on Saturday. She didn't have her phone charged, so we ended up having power issues. Anyway, and so we were both just laying there. I'm reading, and she's like, "I'm bored," and I was like, "Okay, I'll read you my story." I just started reading it out loud, and then she started getting FOMO every time I would read it and not read it out loud as we're like getting ready to go to bed and that kind of like stuff. So it's just like, okay, it's become kind of a bit of a ritual now. Every night I have to read it out loud. And the first few days, I was like just reading it like monotonely, and then the follow up days has been like, if there's a different character, I'm giving everybody different voices.
Now you're going to like an audible release.
Yes,
right?
yes, I'm doing that. And yeah, so yeah, I guess I'm going to have to continue through all of the books. There's 8 books in total. I have 3 of them, so we'll see. We'll see if I can continue.
That's a lot. That's good though.
But dude, it's so addictive. I can't put the freaking books down.
Dude, my partner, massive reader, just spends all the time reading. She's got like 5, 6, 7 books just littered around here that she's read through, finishes one, goes to the next one. She absolutely just wants like a house and just a full epic like library, that kind of old school mahogany wood, with the ladders.
That's
that
what
you
I have
climb
left.
Up. Yeah.
That's what I have left.
That's a lot.
And then you can see my bookmark is a like.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, no, that's towards the end. You've actually got through it a lot.
Yeah. I have this very, very little bit left. That's the back of the book. That's the front. So
Okay,
and then, Rich, you missed this, but I was just telling LJ now that this book that I showed you, I think it was last week, Dungeon Crawler Call. I'm basically finished with it, but I started reading it out loud to my wife because we had electrical issues, and she was bored, and I was like, okay, fine, I'll read it to you. And now she gets FOMO whenever I read it without reading it out loud, because she also wants to know the story, but she doesn't want to read the book herself. So I've gotten myself into a little bit of a predicament here where I have to read it now, but I can't just read it monotonously with a singular tone. I have to now give voices to each character. So every night when I'm reading it, I'm like trying different character voices, reading this out like an Audible book, which is a lot of fun. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
That reminds me where you've found a good series on TV, and then your wife, your partner walks in and goes, "Oh, that looks quite good. Don't watch it without me." And you're already halfway through a series, and it's like, "Are you kidding me?" And you're just like popcorn out, ready to binge watch it. So, dude, I feel sorry for you, but I bet it's more exciting that you have to animate the characters' voices as well. I was going to ask you for an example, but maybe we're probably not allowed on stream. But
yeah, I think these ones might be copywritten because they're still fresh books. So I don't know if that's going to work.
Or they're fresh enough that they haven't got around to it yet.
Well, I mean, the stream isn't monetized. So it's not,
I'm joking.
Anyway. So they're not going to like skin us for that one. But I do voices on the stream often. Like every now and then, I'll just, I don't know, whip a voice out of thin air and just do something with it. But the problem is when the trading day is over, I need to do something to kind of like get my mind away from trading. Otherwise, I'm going to be sitting there in bed and the wife and I will be watching a video or talking or something, and I'll continuously be drifting back towards, that trade that I took, or NASDAQ did this, or something like that. So I need something to distract my mind from that. And it was just like, nah, screw it. I'll just start reading. I saw a comment there from Usam. I'm not bringing that one up. But yeah, find something to do outside of trading to break the monotony of trading or the thought patterns around trading, and then eventually the next time you come back you can look at it a little bit more refreshed without continuously having this idea of trading go through your mind. I want to read a trading book, but I also don't want to, because I want to break it a little bit so that I can have just change the mindset a little bit. Anyway.
Beautiful. You got to run out, don't you, Rich? Or are you good to hang around? I know you're getting distracted with stuff, so if you do have to go, like, don't fret.
Yeah, don't feel obligated to sit the full hour.
Yeah,
I'm good. I'm good for a little bit. I got a meeting with management in a while, so I'll be sort of kind of nipping out and having a chat with them. For those who haven't been in the stream for too long, we were talking about the summer plan accounts, and then we were also talking about how we've got some Discord sessions coming a little bit later on today. So 3:45 UK time, which is going to be 3 hours 45 minutes from now, we do a session within the Discord. You get a lot closer access to kind of what we're working on within the community, and nothing is off limits. Genuinely, nothing's off limits. I mean, obviously, don't come in swearing at us, but if you want to have a chat about trading, and if there's something sort of pressing you at the moment, we create a space on a Thursday and a Friday where we do an open Q&A session, and we just sit down and we have a chat about stuff, and we get a lot of traders just hop in. It's genuinely good vibes. On top of that, we give away hub credits, and we also give away a trading account to one of the winners in there as well. So if there's anything that you picked up on the stream and you want to go into a bit more detail, that's something that we're doing a bit later on today. I saw earlier, I was checking out a little bit of the stream just before I come on. Sometimes I do this. I was like, right, let's see what these old guys are talking about before I hop on. And I saw that you pulled up a comment that said something along the lines of, how did you guys get to work with the 5ers? Did you guys ever tell your story? Did you go into this?
Oh, yeah, no, this was, we were waiting. I was meant to bring this up when Victor was still here as well.
Where was this question?
Let me see if I can find it. It was
more than an hour ago, yeah?
It's probably 10 minutes before I hopped on, I reckon. Maybe 5. I don't know if it's still relevant, but if you want us to go into the story, all of us have unique, different ways that we actually came into working with the 5ers, and
I did star it.
Did you? Just a thought.
I see my name is now Richard Buffer.
Richard Buffer. Yeah.
And mine is
It
Rick.
was definitely here. But yeah, I think it's good. Good thing. Maybe you can start, Rich, if you want, because you remember the comment. I'll try and find it.
Sure, I don't mind. So, how did you come work with the 5ers? Now, this goes actually back many years. Before I worked with the 5ers, I was a trader. And
Lazio.
that's the one.
Lazio. Nice.
Okay, I'm curious.
As well.
So, give me a brief breakdown of how you started working at the 5ers. So, before doing what I do now with the 5ers, which is the performance coach, I say just a trader. I was every day just absolutely grafting and grinding and putting in the kind of work that I believed I needed to become the absolute world-class version of myself as a trader. So maybe I can't be world-class as an average, but I can definitely be my version of world-class. So I was focused on how do I grow as a trader. And so I was in 3 different Discords, and this goes back many years ago. And I remember posting the exact same message in 3 different Discords. And they were all prop firm trading Discords. Okay, so I was just kind of floating around in the space. I was trading prop firm accounts, and I was struggling to find people that were absolutely on their game and had the same kind of drive and passion I did, that were just following their plan. And it seems that when I was connecting with traders and talking to traders, a lot of feedback was just traders moaning about blowing up accounts. And I'm like, well, don't get me wrong, I've lost accounts, but I'm losing accounts because I'm following my plan, and I don't understand why you're not following yours. And it led to kind of this disconnect between like traders in the space that were just kind of going around in circles, and then I genuinely felt I was trying to make steps forward, and I was like, well, maybe I'm going around in circles and I can't see it, so I need some outside perspectives. But I mean, when you say to people, hey, I average 2 or 3% return a month and I've done so for quite a while, you get comments like, you suck. Dude, you suck. Why can't you make 10%? Why can't you make 20%? And so there was this, it was very difficult for me to get feedback on what really worked as a trader. So I was lashing together all this information from various sources and books, and I was building my best version of what a really good trader is. Now, I remember putting this message out, and it was along the lines of, how do you not just build brilliant psychology as a trader? How do you maintain it? This is something I was very interested in. And I got some really good response back. And one of them, it still sits with me to this day. I've shared it a few times on stream, and I won't bore you with it. But really, what happened was I recognized that I was getting a bit more engagement in the 5ers as to feedback on what I could do to focus on my development. So I decided, as I had no one else to do this with, I was going to use the 5ers Discord as a way to keep me accountable to my plan. And so every day I committed to sharing my psychology notes, my breakdowns, my videos I was watching, and my takeaways from it. And it created a really good sense of engagement and feedback for myself. I was purely doing it just to grow as a trader. And it was asking questions like, hey guys, if you've lost an account but you've followed your plan and used great risk management, at what point do you have to look at the problem, in your edge? And occasionally you would get a really mature answer. Most answers like, don't suck, bro. Get a better strategy, stuff like that. But occasionally you get a more reflective answer, and this is exactly what I was wanting as a trader. So I made the 5ers Discord my area where I just posted like my biggest reflections and growth opportunities as a way for other people to kind of, I guess, mirror and share their insights so that I could pick up and learn from it. Dude, I'd done this for months, and then eventually it was recognized that, look, we need a psychology channel here because we're trying to help traders get better, but their messages are getting lost in like general chat. So it was a big shout out to Alex actually, years and years ago, when I said, dude, can we get a psychology channel in the Discord? And he's like, excellent idea, let's make it. So the psychology channel was born, and I just lived in this channel for months. And as a result, I got recognized as one of the members who were adding value to the community. So they slapped me with the OG role. So I get this different color Discord name, and it didn't change anything for me. Every month I'm like, I make my name pink, if you like. I just want to be the best trader I can, and I want to try and find the best resources I can. And I was just so hungry for it. So eventually that led into a community manager role coming up. And for those of you who know and have been with the 5ers for quite a while, Anna became the community manager and done an incredible job of it. And you know, massive shout out. I get on really, really well with Anna. She's an incredible trader, and she took that community to new heights. I'll be honest with you, the Discord community just grew massively. Now, during that time, there was an opportunity for me, who became a moderator, to find my voice and share it with a bigger audience. And it came in the sense of an open mic session, much like we're going to do in 3.5 hours time from today. But she invited me along and said, look, Rich, you've been trading for 4 years now, 5 years now. You've got some stories to tell, some tales to tell. Would you share this with a bigger audience? And this is so funny when I think back, because the day before, William Davis, who you know from the streams, had exactly the same opportunity to come in and share his journey. And I sat in there and I listened to Will for 45 minutes, and he just smashed it. And I remember, and I told him to this day, I just remember sitting there thinking, oh crap, I've got to do this tomorrow and share kind of my story. And how do I follow that? You know, like, Will was meant to come in and sort of maybe be a warm-up act, and he absolutely slayed. So it was incredible to cross paths with Will back then, but we didn't know each other then. So the next day comes along, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not Will. I'm just me. I'm going to share my story. And I remember at certain points through this, I really went into the depths of kind of how I had behaved in trading and the losses I'd had. And I remember Anna saying in this call, she says, you make me want to cry. She said, this is such a sad, difficult slog. And that was the foundation of me as a trader in the first 3 years. It was brutal. And it gave me a level of empathy and experience that I just don't want traders to ever have to go through that. Most of the time they're going to, because of their own doings. But as I started to grow and find my voice, and I got the opportunity to start holding more of these calls, this must be 3-4 years ago now, they just grew and grew and grew, and it just gave me an opportunity to share more of my experiences with traders, to learn from other traders, and still while working on my craft and growing as a trader and getting multiple funded accounts and multiple payouts and building a personal account and sort of looking at this as a career. And then the opportunity come up to live stream, and I believe this is how I met you guys. But just before I fast forward to that chapter, there was this guy which was always rocking up in the community called Victor. And I remember reaching out to Victor in a direct message and saying, because we'd been chatting for a few months, and saying, you've got so much value, seriously give it a little bit of thought as to coming and sharing your story in the 5ers Discord in the same way that Will had and the same way that I had. And Victor was a hard cookie to crack. I mean, he was like, nah, I don't want to do this. Victor, much like myself, he likes his own company. Well, Victor comes in eventually and he shares his story for about an hour. And Victor has got an incredible story. I remember the story to this day. I remember the numbers. I think Anna said I made her want to cry. I think Victor did make her cry. There was some incredible personal stories shared within that space. And what Victor and I both found is that we got this huge sense of reward by sharing and networking with other traders and being real, raw and honest about our experiences in the trading space. And when you fast forward probably 4 years now, you've got Victor not only an incredible trader, you've got Victor as an incredible stream presenter, as someone who creates and presents incredible webinars and create incredible content and holds great calls within the Discord. And I've spoken to Victor personally about this, and it's really interesting that two introverts have really found their voice and found so much joy and fulfillment from helping other traders navigate some of the earlier steps that we had to come through as traders as well. So pivoting back on the timeline, I had the opportunity to host a live London trading floor. Now, in the beginning, it was myself and it was a couple of traders from America, and I absolutely loved doing it. But I was the most awkward, not antisocial, but just awkward, shyest person ever. And I remember at the end of the stream, and Jordan, a good friend of mine, he said, "Look, Rich," he said, "love you to bits." He said, "It really helps when we ask you a question if we can go a little bit deeper than just yes or no." And I was like, okay, I'll try and create a conversation. And honestly, he literally taught me how to, I guess, share my ideas with an audience. And I'm incredibly grateful to him for this. So fast forward a year and a half, and eventually sort of through this period, I reconnected with Will. We laughed as we found out we'd been through the 5ers Discord a year or two earlier. And we became streaming buddies. We became live hosts of this trading floor every day. So we reached out to the 5ers and we said, right, give us a 100K challenge account. Don't want no demo accounts. Want a real account. Going to pay for it myself if I need to. But give us these accounts and we're going to trade them real in front of your audience every single day. And we both did this for months. And we both got live funded on the accounts in front of like an audience every single day. And this is where we met Richard, and this is where we met LJ as well. So quickly pivoting, I had the opportunity to move from the live streams into doing the deeper work with traders on a bit more of a personal level. And that's the role that I've been in for probably 18 months now, which is the performance coach. And I run the performance coaching department for the 5ers. And it is incredible because it takes my passion and it pushes it into a environment where I get to help so many more traders than just one. And I still get to grow and I still get to develop. And I've met some absolute badass traders along the way, including both you guys. So that's my story. Still, throughout the whole thing, I've been a trader, but there's been chapters where trading slightly had to shrink because the other responsibilities have grown around it. And now I'm in a chapter where I'm sort of balancing the trading with the helping other traders as well. And it's love it. Genuinely, absolutely love it.
I guess that basically then jumps over to me with mine, because mine plays off directly after Rich's, because if it wasn't for Rich, I probably also wouldn't have been where I am right now, because the moment Rich went off of stream, off of the LLTF days, Will took over as the main host and then needed a co-host, in which he got his brother, who was a futures trader at the time, to join him on stream in that transitional phase where Rich was now no longer going to be his co-host and moving on to bigger and greater things. I had been watching Rich and Will on the London live trading floor for the best part of about a year, I think, at that time. And, tried to be active in the chat, and, people like Pooley and Getter Dragon and whatnot, always just chatting with them, and LJ and whatnot. And one day, Will basically asked, look, is there somebody in chat that would like to come on stream and kind of like share either their journey or, their trading style or something like that, which was basically the exact same thing that Rich had done previously, asking people to hop on. So a lot of similarities on how we came to be with the 5ers, basically. And then that just basically led to his brother deciding he doesn't want to do the streaming anymore, and Will wanted to have another co-host. So I hopped in the one day when Will was sick, kind of replaced him on the stream with his brother. And a few days after that as well, just hopped in short notice as well. And then he basically said, look, dude, we get along well. Do you want to join me as a streamer with them? I said, yeah, sure. I've got nothing better to do except trading, so I'll do it. Joined him for a few weeks. Must have been like a month, almost 2 months. I wasn't like contracted or anything. I was just enjoying streaming along with him in the mornings. And then LLTF came to a close, and after that, Will then wanted to start his own streaming as well, because we wanted to continue. So he and I then created a stream, the two of us, which I basically managed, thumbnails, everything in the mornings. And then Will got a opportunity to stream with the 5ers, to which obviously he took that opportunity. And then basically at one point, Jonathan asked him, look, I want to give you your own segment. but I'm struggling to find you a host, a co-host to stream along with you, because I've got this person, but they're already kind of like grouped up. And he was like, oh, no, don't worry, I've got a co-host. And he basically invited me along to have a call with Jonathan. Jonathan and I had a chat. He seemed keen. I came on a few times onto the live stream as a guest. And I think there was a point where there was some difficulties. People were struggling to be on stream, and Jonathan himself had like a lot of stuff in the background, and he needed somebody to jump in. And I think I was usually the one that would jump in and be like, yeah, no, dude, I'll take your 2-hour slot, I'll take this person's hour slot and stuff like that. And then eventually they were like, look, we love the fact that you're always available and that you're always willing to be here. So it became a permanent thing. And then when Jonathan decided to step away, he was like, look, there is this position to be the stream manager. What do you think? And then I had a call with his manager, which was Nora, and then Sol, the CEO, and they had an interview, and it's just like, okay, well, there you go. So here I am now. And that was... I started streaming, I think, in September last year with the 5ers as a guest, and I became a permanent streamer with them, I think, in November, basically. So September, October, November, so 2 months basically after that. And I took over the role as the stream manager in the end of January, basically, so beginning of Feb. That's how I started.
There you go. Myself, look, I started trading with the 5ers in terms of like prop and stuff, like 2022, I think it was, like when I first took my account. Within the entire prop scene, had a bunch of prop accounts, here, there, everywhere, whatever. And then, obviously, as you guys know, there are some more genuine than others in the prop scene. And I was looking for something more proper. I've been trading for 10 years plus before that, so I was just trying to find like the right place to be. And then the 5ers seemed to be that. And I was always jumping in the Discord and on the YouTube here and that kind of thing. And I used to jump into the LTF days back in the day with Rich and Will in there. I'd be like talking about this, rah-rah, talking about some like macro thing, and Rich and Will would just be like, dude, yeah, cool, but I got my technical thing and I'm doing it. I'm like, no.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So I'd always jump in there here and there. That's where I first met Rich and Will. And then beyond that, then jumping into the 5ers stream here. And I'll be doing the same, talking about this and that, and then talking about both text and macro and that kind of thing. And Alex sort of pulled me in and was like, dude, this guy knows what he's talking about. He comes in all the time and he's always on point. Dude, you need to come on stream. And then sort of jumped in, said hello, and then sort of got the opportunity there to work with ABL, if you guys remember, Alpha Beta Lab, another project which is now going to version 2.0. And through there, I was also doing some of the 5ers streams on top of the ABL stuff. And then obviously that's gone to version 2.0 and basically migrated over to the stream more regularly. So, but yes, I was just like any of you guys, just a normal person trading, looking for a community, looking for like-minded people, as Rich was saying, that you can connect with and all that kind of stuff, because trading can be very lonely. I'd been doing that for 10 plus years myself, and no one else trades, no one else understands it, that kind of stuff. And then now we're here. So there you go.
Very short synopsis of how the three of us ended up being associated with the 5ers, and very much happy to be here. Not going to lie, it's been a very interesting journey so far, and yeah, just the people that we've met, I think, is probably the best portion of it outside of the community part and finding like-minded people and stuff like that. It's the fact that I have a friendship with both of these two people. I'm friends with Will. We have a WhatsApp chat where we just talk about all kinds of silly things. It's supposed to be meant to do like work-related information sharing, but it's like devolved from there, and I would not have it any other way. It's
but because we're actual like proper actual friends, not just like colleagues type thing, right? Like actual friendships, and there's a bunch of guys in the chat, in the Discord, in the community as well, that we're all, everyone's built up all these networks of friendship, which is really nice to see. And makes your trading time much more enjoyable, right? When you've got some companions to come along the journey with you, much better time. So
that's the common denominator there was just community, wasn't it? It was where we were all just wanting to be in and around people that were that you just get on with, that you also kind of know they're designating a lot of their time to developing their skill set, and they actually want to build a career, not just kind of a quick cash grab. And then fast forward and kind of it's awesome. It gets recognized and you have the opportunity to continue to build on that. And one of the best things about what I do as the performance coaching department is we get to extend that even more. And so I'm so blessed to be able to look at this role and say, well, what is it I need as a trader? I need other traders to just hunker down with. I need real conversations. I need to be raw. I need a book recommendation, even if it is Dungeons and Dungeon Crawls. But we all need we all have, I guess, some sort of deeper levels of need. And what I realize is no man is an island. I couldn't trade on my own, solely on my own. And I guess I'd been trying to reach out to this through. When I think back to the earlier years, I got involved in signals. I saw a big signal group and I literally just thought, people talking about trade ideas. And it wasn't the idea of making money that kind of really drew me in. It was, we've got good traders that are actually talking about good technical analysis with no hindsight. And, let me have a conversation with these guys. And this is where I actually end up buying my second trading course to get kind of access closer to someone that became my mentor. And I got incredibly fond memories with this. And even though things don't sort of reach the end goal you think they would, the journey of it just carries so many memories and so much fun times with people that genuinely build good friendships with. So it's sometimes a light in a dark place when it comes to being a trader. It can be very, very difficult. We talk about sort of traders having gambling tendencies and kind of getting overly obsessed with losses and think about trading too much. This is what makes me the trader I am today. It's actually not all my successes. It's all my failures that I had to work through and learn another way to come through this. And if you're in that chapter, you're not alone. You don't have to be alone. There's a lot of traders that go through exactly that. And find someone you can talk to. And if you haven't got someone you can talk to, join us in the Traders Journey chat. We'll always have a conversation with you about it and have a real, raw, honest reflection. And it's more than just, look, guys, made 10K today. It's not just P&L shots. Sure, you can share P&L shots if you want, but it's nice to see traders focusing more on the process before the profit. So that's
exactly. And so it's like you said, Rich, like it's community, like there's definitely that cross similarity, but also the value as well. So it's community and providing value and wanting to also extend that value, what you have, to other people and lift them up as well, right? So
you're not just in it for yourself. You're in it for everybody else together along with you.
Correct. That's good.
But
I know you probably have to go.
There was a common denominator. Sorry, LJ. There's a common denominator.
I was just making sure Rich doesn't have to. Richard Wells, that is, have to jump out.
I got 7 minutes.
Before. You do have
I'm good for 7 more minutes
coming up. So okay,
it's good for 7 more minutes. Now he's got it. The common denominator.
I'm just trying to be considerate, because I know you'll hang around. You're too nice sometimes, Rich, and you'll just be sitting here and be like, oh yeah, I need to
He's
go.
supposed
guys,
to have an hour and a half long Discord stream, and it ends up being like close to 3 hours, and his missus is like on his back, like, hey, listen, dinner's ready, and he's like, okay, guys.
Yeah, guilty.
I can relate, so don't worry, I understand. That's why I'm trying to look up here.
Did you guys realize what was the common denominator for us all getting onto the 5ers, basically?
What are we missing?
No,
The common
Yeah.
denominator was LLTF.
was it?
Kind of. I would say LLT, like it was in the pocket. Definitely, 5ers was.
No, I
main thing for
meant
me.
like
So I just got to disrupt your.
that's where you were jumping into LLTF yourself, LJ, bringing all of your macro mumbo jumbo silliness, and people were like, "What the actual f?" And then it was seen by Alex, who was like, "Dude, yeah." And then from there led on. That's what I mean. Like it's like the common denominator. The denominator here was LLTF.
I see what you're saying.
She will be missed.
Yeah.
She will be missed.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
And I'll tell you, we cannot forget this fine chap right here who has just been there as old as the furniture. Massive, massive shout out to Akram. And you can catch Akram and LJ as they do a Discord session together. And there's just, and if Akram shared his story, it would actually come around similar vibes as to actually how we all got together, how we all met as well. So there's a lot of there's a lot of similarities when it comes to a proper legit space where people get to connect deeper than just sharing an analysis. And I think that's one of the most rewarding things that I've experienced as a trader. And I can see in chat, it was I think Louis that said, I probably would have given up trading if it wasn't for this community. Thank you for the 5ers. And massive shout out to you as well, Louis. You are always in the sessions. You're always in the calls. And that's what makes the community as strong and as good as it is. It's the support that we get from you guys.
Yeah, and I think that's the other big thing is like the other key point is to remember, like we're just like everyone else. You know, we were you guys at one point. You know, this is a community, everyone here we're originally traders just like you, right? You know, so it's very organic. Like we understand all your pains. We've been through it all that kind of stuff. And that's one of the things that I think makes it really great and why it stays great and sustains itself in that manner for that exact reason. So it's good. I enjoy it here.
Could not have said it better myself.
Yeah. There we go.
Well, Mr. Richard Wells over here, KDX is saying hello, LJ, Richard and Richard, and I immediately just thought R and R, and I just thought R and R. So LJ R and R. As a oh no.
Yeah.
Anyway, my mind works funny in some ways, but sometimes. Anyway, Rich, if you need to hop out, my friend, you are more than capable. I know that you can do it. It's within you. You can do it, mate. You can do it. If you want to, you can hop out at any time. You can just interject and say, "I'm out."
I'm out. Cheers, guys. I will catch you all a little bit later on in the Discord if you're about. Take care. Cheers.
See you, Rich.
Cheers.
Appreciate it.
Cheers to Rich. For those of you who was listening to Rich now, he does this every Thursday and every Tuesday with us here on the live stream. It is our own little psychology session. It is a very necessary part of trading. So for those of you who are in today and have found Rich's soothing voice to resonate with you, then you can join him this afternoon and tomorrow for a Discord session, which will be at 3 GMT. So what is that? 14:45 GMT? Yeah, 14:45 GMT.
Yes.
You can go
correct.
and join him there
Yep.
in the Discord. And in order to get into the Discord, you need to have at some point purchased a 5ers account. The size of the account does not matter. The price of the account does not matter. It gives you lifetime access to the Discord. And once you've purchased an account, you will have the Discord button illuminate, and you can then click on it and it will give you access. Every single day, Monday through to Friday, we have Discord calls. LJ and the one and only Void Akram has a Friday call. Rich has a Thursday and Friday call, and then Victor has a Monday through to Wednesday call, roughly around the same time, everybody as well. So, well worth it.
Yeah.
LJ, are you going to be on for a little while longer, or are you hopping
Yeah.
out? Because I have no will today.
No, it's fine. I'll definitely hang around with you. I just have to do one thing, if that's okay. If you can give me
Yeah.
probably 7 minutes. I've been back and forth with some email stuff. I'll tell you about that later. But so if you just give me a minute to
Yeah,
sort
dude,
that,
no problem.
I'll come back.
You can.
I
You
might
can take
also
your little
restart
break.
just in general because it's doing
Yeah, you
this
can take a break.
laggy stuff. Yeah.
Void,
I won't be
do
long though.
you? Yeah, dude, it's okay. Void, do you want to join us on stream? You can hop in if you want to, Akram.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, Akram, dude, if you wanna jump in, then do it.
Yeah, if you want to jump
am
in,
I in that
I would
trade?
love to.
Just before I jump out, KDX. Yes, I am currently in that trade on the NASDAQ. If that's what you're talking about, yes. Which I do want to talk about NASDAQ when I come back in a sec.
I think you jumped in here somewhere, and I think you're aiming maybe somewhere over there.
Yeah, it's about a 1-to-1. This is not big risk at all. I think I've got 0.3% risk with this, like nothing crazy. Just trying to take some scalps here and there. So, but yeah, give me like 5-ish or so minutes, guys, and I'll be back in a sec. Okay.
No problem. So far, I think I will answer a few questions. I saw this one immediately. Hey guys, do you guys use TradingView with the 5ers prop firm? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I am going to log into my. If it's okay, I need the hub to just refresh. I'm gonna log into my Discord. Not Discord. Where is it? Which one is it? Which one is it? I'll be logging into the... Yes, it's this one. Okay. Okay, let's give it a second. Into the TradingView account that I have with the 5ers. And I will help you guys with that one. Okay, is it in? There we go. All right. Okay, so this is... What is this? This is NASDAQ. All right. Hey guys, do you guys use the TradingView with the 5ers prop? Yes, I have this one here. So if you just click on the trade button, you'll have that information there. I'm having trouble placing orders. It auto cancels. All right. So took me a little bit of time to figure this out, but when you're looking at, for argument's sake, taking a trade, where's the... So let's say hypothetically I wanted to do a short position. Here, if this was my entry point on NASDAQ, I'm going to use the NASDAQ as an example because it's already open here. And I wanted to have my stop loss over there, and I'm looking for a 1-to-1, which is roughly where it is there. Right click on it, go to the settings, and it will show you the ticks is 6,900-ish, and the profit is also 6,900. I'll just do that. Okay. So the important thing is the ticks, 6,900. All right. If I wanted to take a trade, and let's say in this case wanted to risk 0.5%, when I say take profit and stop loss as an example, notice that it says ticks here. So I'm going to do this as a trade right now, somewhere over there. I'm going to have 6,900 ticks as my take profit and 6,900 ticks as my stop loss. So if I'm going to enter a trade right now, I'll make sure it's a sell. It's going to enter here and my stop loss is going to be there. Now, what I have found is if you enter a trade and you have this ticks as like, I don't know, like 100 or whatever, it basically auto closes it immediately because it immediately hits that stop loss. Even the spread is enough to just kill it out. So I'll put a sell here. Invalid limit price. Oh, wait. What's the limit price? What is wrong with the limit price? Invalid price limit. What? What? Why? Okay, let's make this one. 2. Ah, it's because I'm on limit. It's supposed to be on market. My apologies. Right, there we are. That's what I'm looking for. If I say sell now, then it's going to put the stop loss at the above it and the take profit down here. I can then just minimize. Okay, I don't want to close that accidentally. Just do this. There's the minimize. and then my trade is in right now. So when you're entering a trade, make sure that the tick value is far enough, and the fastest way to figure out about the tick value is to use the long and short positions like I indicated here, and then right-clicking on that, going to the settings, and then seeing what is the tick values to go and do an entry on tick data, tick value. That's the fastest I found. How do I add a limit order, though? It is not allowing me to add a limit order. That, my friend, I have to figure out myself as well. So let's do it together quickly. So if I'm going to be trading and I'm looking for a limit order, there's the limit. What price point do I want to have as a limit order? Let's say hypothetically, I want to put in a sell at 29,400. I'm going to make 29,400 my sell point, so 29,400. I'm going to add a take profit and a stop loss. I'm going to add 100 points in this case. So, no wait, that's the wrong one, opposite direction. 300 for this one, and then the stop loss I'll make 500. And then IOC, so that is fine. If I say sell, then it should be able, not enough margin. Okay, so I don't have enough margin. Let's try for a 0.5, something like that. Sell. There we go. It was placed. So now it's placed. Is it placed? Okay, so it seems as though it is placed. Orders is sitting here at the bottom. Maybe I need to zoom this up a little bit. Working on it, so it's not yet on the chart itself. There's one position currently running, which is the market order that I added, and then this one is still waiting. So I wonder, is this one? Yeah, it is. Today's date, 13. Yes, it is. So you can't see it here, which is weird to me. That's the one thing I would have liked to have seen, like you know how the futures one has, if it's entered it on the left and on the right hand side it's the pending ones. Maybe my lot size is too small, perhaps. It bugged out. I use TradingView on my desktop with my personal account and have no problems. Yeah, so this one is web-based. So this one is a little bit it's a little bit different. I'm not yet used to it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I am not yet used to trading with this. Now my only question is whether or not it's good till, if I wanted to cancel this because it's the take profit and stop loss, but it's not the limit order. Inactive, working. So this one was cancelled. It's the same one as the working one. 34.29. That was a market one. These were cancelled, and these are working on. It's a little bit weird, guys. I'm not going to lie. It's a little bit weird. Where is LJ? I'm going to need him for news. LJ just quickly hopped off. He needed to go and answer a few things. He's taking a bit of a break. He'll be back in a little bit of time. No need to worry about that. I wonder if these ones are the ones that's currently on the table. Limit price 29. Yeah, this is the current one. It seems as though it didn't place the limit order. Interesting. Interesting. Not entirely sure why. Gonna have to figure that out with everybody as well together. Maybe different. Yeah, works on NAS. So I figured out it won't work on... Okay, it won't work on gold, but it'll work on NAS. Yeah, okay. I'm doing it on NAS, but I don't use limit orders. So to me, maybe I'm not... First and foremost, I don't know how to trade with TradingView all that well. This is very much a test for me, just as much as it is a test for you guys. Okay, cool. Thanks, Void. Void is saying he can't join us because he hates everybody. I'm joking. He's got a power outage, so he can't join us. There was another question here. Andy saying, hello, Rich. Long time no see you and Will. Well, you're not going to see Will for a little while. You'll see him next week. Will had an emergency that he needed to attend to, so we'll not be seeing him today. But you will seeing him tomorrow. He has a webinar tomorrow, if I am not mistaken, and then you will see him again on Monday. South African tax is too much. Novel Navigators, are you in South Africa? Or are you in South Africa? In South Africa, or are you from South Africa? In South Africa. How do you work with that? Or did you just see that it's a lot? So there's different ways to approach that. First and foremost, I am not a chartered accountant. I am not a tax practitioner. So anything I have to say about tax is it's not supposed to be taken as the rule of thumb or anything. It's not advice, let's put it like that. Because legally, I can't give you any sort of tax advice. I'm not qualified to do so. Anyway, when it comes to taxes, there's a few ways that you can do about it, and the idea is it's pretty much about reducing your tax liability. So you want to play on the idea of tax exemptions as much as you can. One way that you can do that is by having your trading go through an LLC, which is a company basically, so it will be known as an LLC overseas, but here in South Africa it might be known as, for argument's sake, a closed corporation, a CC, or it might be known as a what's the other one? I'd forgotten. It's sole proprietary business, so a PTY limited or a sole proprietary business. So you can open up a business and then basically have all of your trading run through that business. And then there's another way that you can further decrease your tax liability, and that's by having your proceeds go through a trust as well. So basically the trust owns the company, the trust pays you out of whatever it is that you're gaining from your trading itself, and then you do stuff like when you buy an account, as an example, you have that as a tax deductible. Whatever portion of your business you're trading from at home, as an example, you can have some of your electricity bill and stuff like that come off of it. There's a whole slew of stuff for that. But when it comes to business tax versus personal income tax is always going to be the higher one of the two, and businesses have more tax deductibles and less tax liability. It's all bracketed. There's brackets to everything. Personal income tax, pay as you earn, doesn't matter if you are a month-to-month salaried person or if you are a contractor and you have residual taxes and stuff like that comes from all over the place. Whether it's like capital gains tax, it doesn't matter. All of it is eventually going to become part of your personal income tax. So the best way that I have found for you to limit your tax liability is to have it run through a business, and then you have your proceeds the business be owned by a trust, and then you be a trustee, and then you can pay yourself out like that. But once again, this is not advice. This is not legal advice. This is also not tax advice. For anybody that lives and wants to do tax stuff in South Africa, the best thing would be to find somebody that is well versed in it, that has a degree, that has the right to provide financial information, of which that is one thing. KDA saying, I think 5ers should go with their own servers / brokerage and add themselves to TradingView brokers section. It'd be much better and easier. Web-based trading is a bit risky, to be honest. I agree. Now, obviously, I don't know the ins and outs of the decision making behind the scenes for certain things, but we do have a brokerage, which is TradeSetGo. Maybe, my apologies, TradeSetGo would be a great one to add onto TradingView, but I don't know the legality of it. I don't know what hoops need to be jumped through, what kind of like red tape there is for them to have to move through in order to have that become a realization. I don't know what kind of subscriptions or payments or anything like that has to go through it. And maybe the web version was, I don't know, maybe the cheapest option. I'm not sure.
I'm back.
Yo, welcome back.
Interesting comment there. Sorry, with that you brought up before.
This one.
I think that I don't know anything, so this is just speculation, guys. Like,
Yeah, this is all
I don't know
opinions.
with this stuff. But I think that is the general direction, at least. Just like you mentioned before, Rich, with TradeSetGo. So kind of a number of the prop accounts are being, like, we had the spread changes and that kind of stuff. It's kind of being linked up with a normal broker and with TradeSetGo. So hence, I think the idea is to provide you guys better liquidity, throughput and that kind of stuff. So I think that is kind of where the direction is. But yeah, like it's not simple setting this stuff up. It does take work. It takes a lot of time and that kind of thing. So I think it's the kind of stuff that is in the works, but you gotta go through a whole process to get there. So.
I actually experienced this before as well, because there was another prop firm that I was trading with that was basically just purely web-based. They did not have a downloadable terminal, where I experienced this exact same thing as well. So I do use another broker, and it's a web-based trading software, and sometimes they do not show me my orders on screen. I have to refresh it multiple times. I've had that exact same issue, where you would enter one and then it just wouldn't show it at all. And then you would close the program, open up the program, and then it would give you a confirmation pop-up saying, are you sure you want to have this entry here? And it's just like, which one is this now? And it didn't give the information. And then some trial and error after clicking and saying, okay, cool, it's fine. Yes, I agree to it. Then only it popped up. So it's almost as if the web-based one didn't have the pop-up come forward whenever you did the confirmation. With this specific one. I'm not going to name which one it is, but it was a little aggravating to say the least. It was a little annoying to do that. I did want to say this, I'm perfect saying, is copy trading allowed on normal high stakes accounts? Yes, it is. You can copy trade to and from high stakes accounts, no problem. There was also somebody asking about a good copy trader. I'll just check now. When it comes to copy trading, copier, let's put it like that, a copier, I would say if you have the money, get Traders Connect. That's the one that Griff that comes on Tuesdays. He works for them, and I know that they are looking at integrating the 5ers into their ecosystem, the futures side at least. So. That's one to go. If you want to go free, I used to use one called FX Blue. I think it's FX Blue Copier. It was a free one, which worked really well until there was an update that screwed something over for me. But then it was because it resulted back or re-defaulted basically to the settings. So it was the problem with my terminal. I still have it. I'll still use it from time to time, but I am way more hands-on with my trading now. I'll manually trade every account individually, but I will start copying again between them. So
I think FX Blue is the one that Victor currently uses.
Yeah,
like I was talking about before. So yeah,
I liked it. Yeah.
He thinks it's fine. I've had the same. It's good. I've had a couple problems with it, with copy traders in general. Don't want to slag any of them off because it's been there are some of those random sort of one-off things that happen, right? That's just something you always have to be aware of. Using any copy trader, it doesn't matter who it is or how much you pay for. Just the same way you pay for your internet and can drop out, So
Yeah.
Oof, we got something going on right there.
What's happening here?
I just saw.
Okay, so it didn't give me a notification that the trade had closed.
Dude, even my personal platforms are lagging right now with that activity. I
Trade
just hit
history,
TP
right?
on the. I think
Okay, it hit
on-
TP. Like, what the hell happened? Oh, did we
definitely
have
got
sudden news?
Some kind of headline, yeah, surely.
We must have.
We don't have news yet. It must be a headline.
Okay, let's give it a second.
Iran tells Yemen's Houthis to close the Bab al-Mandab gateway to the Red Sea if the US hits the power network.
Oh.
So that's one of the other side channels that some of the ships have been diverted through that we talked about. Dude, it's crazy to think this was 4 months ago now.
When this all started.
Back in March. Yeah, when this all started. And I highlight, you've got the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, and then Strait of Hormuz, and then you've got some of the other straits, and we were talking about Greenland, all that kind of stuff. Looks like now, yes, Iran is trying to press their favor and start to shut down the Bab al-Mandeb. And obviously that's right where the Houthis are. So, yeah, that's not very helpful for anyone.
No, it is not.
Particularly for Europe, which I'm surprised the euro hasn't actually dropped that much compared. Obviously, it's the immediate headline people need to digest and actually read into it. Like, does this actually have legs? Aussie dollar definitely got hit harder. Aussie was definitely something when we were talking about odd yen as well, though. I wouldn't be surprised if we do get more of this negative rhetoric. We see NASDAQ coming off, some of this other kind of stuff, and so hence that more high beta, high risk currencies do get hit a bit harder.
Yeah.
Because I think we're gradually walking back into the somewhat, at least there's considerations that the market does have to start caring about Strait of Hormuz. Now, it's not the actual strait, but it's the tangential effects now that we're getting a bit of a ongoing plague into other arenas. So I think the strait will be fine, even as we are with stuff apparently shut down again. We're probably minus 4 million barrels of oil. The past while we've been dealing with like minus 8. And we were just fine. So
Yeah. That's interesting.
I wouldn't be too heavy on it just yet. It's
No.
interesting, but
I mean,
I wouldn't.
the NAS was still doing what I thought it was going to be doing today. So the news wasn't like contrarian to what I thought was going to happen today. So I'm relaxed. I'm just like, okay, cool. When it happens so suddenly and you're like, what the hell just happened? Then you have to like remember, okay, there is still something going on. So we may as well just...
I just saw it snap in the corner of my eye with the other charts here.
Just the little thing.
Because yeah, we've been pretty quiet, and they're just...
Yeah.
And I was like... Yeah, so...
MGN saying, setting things like this up in the back end is fairly technically complex. There are always a lot of pieces that need to talk to each other at quite a speed. That is very much so. Like, whenever there's stuff that is connected to multiple areas, multiple servers and stuff like that, it's usually about finding the fastest way for them to communicate with each other, which is not always necessarily the best way. So there might be some red tape, that it has to kind of like go through. And then you also need to take into consideration the legality side of things. When you introduce something like TradingView, with a company like the 5ers as an example. I'm not saying this is what the law is saying. I'm just
Especially when
saying
it's
that
global.
yes,
You got multiple
it's
jurisdictions to
international.
work with. Yeah.
Yes, it's international
Different
law.
rules.
So there's certain restrictions with certain platforms across certain countries. So let's say hypothetically, you have a company in Australia that wants to do business in, I don't know, in America. There will be some laws that they need to adhere to, and if it's unwilling, let's say Australia is unwilling to say, play according to those rules, then it's going to get kicked off, and they're going to say, look, in that case, we're not going to allow you to do trade in our country. So just because one country is allowed to do it doesn't mean all countries. You have to remember individually, there's going to be laws playing around that idea as well. What was it? Sorry, I wanted to bring this one up. LJ, the best news trader. Props to
thank
you,
you.
the man.
Yeah. I appreciate it. I like my macro. Done pretty well. Like the past since last year as well. Done pretty well. It's good.
Yeah. One volatile alternative. This is one of those things that it doesn't happen often. It's often the opposite direction where you get slipped onto your stop loss. So when this happens, it's that little like sweet. The fruit is so sweet. Love it when new spike smashes TP with slippage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen often, but when it does, man, does it taste very good.
Extra sweet. I will say with this though, I know you guys always ask me about how can I learn macro, learn fundamentals, that kind of stuff. In like I've said before, there's no like quick route, so it is on the background of like 10 years of doing this. So just don't forget that whenever
Remember, if you hit your head against the wall for 10 years, you'll get really good at hitting your head against the wall. Just from that. So
it's that type of 10,000 hours type situation.
Yeah.
So yeah. And I casually stumbled into it. I didn't set out to actually do this. It just
you were in uni, and then it's just like, oh, I'm really good at this. What the hell?
Yeah, but yeah, even doing macro, like I was just like, oh, okay, this looks interesting. I just kept following the path along the way. I would say actually for majority of my trading, like I traded more technical, and only the past couple years, I've more heavily gone back to that after COVID, particularly after COVID, because I saw the discrepancy in how much, obviously there was distortion in the data because everything was shut down, and what was coming out, what was actually going to happen. I was like, oh, this is prime. This is exactly where your edge, where your alpha is going to be. I've laid more into that and gone, yeah, I am good at this. I started out doing this. I should keep doing it, So anyway.
Dude, Akram just sent me a photo of what it looks like at home right now, weather-wise.
Oh yeah, I was gonna bring that up before, yeah.
Dude, that is hot. I'm not gonna bring it up because I don't want people to know where he kind of like.
Okay, all right. Well, okay. I just delete it then.
Yeah, let's go back to mine.
Just in case.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't think it's. I don't think it's a. It's.
Not,
pretty
but
big
still.
area.
But still, it's just like I think he's spoken about it before, not wanting to.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
It's
anyway. Richard LJ, you out of your NQ short? I was out of NQ earlier this morning already. When I had the sell off here, it came back and it knocked me out of my break even. Basically, after taking TP3, it was basically a break even bounce. I could have re-entered here when we started to print a little bit lower, but I didn't. I'd already gotten my one move, and I was happy with the move itself. So didn't get into it again. Probably could have. And then what would this have been? Hypothetically, if I would have gotten in, it probably would have been on this candle down here as an example. So what would that have been? Let's say hypothetically, I would have entered there, short 1 to 4. I mean, this sudden news would have probably have hit it. So I probably would have gotten another full 4R, 2.5 hour, sorry, trade. But yeah, the one that I had was over here. It hit TP3. For those of you who were here, it hit TP3, and then my stop loss, once it hits TP2, moves from 40 points on NASDAQ to break even for the rest of the positions that are open. It just ate that up and then started pushing lower. So it is what it is. However, had I gotten in when I wanted to, which would have been on this candle over here, that would have been a full movement. So yes, anyway, did not re-enter. Also not going to re-enter now. I'm going to wait for New York session to open up.
Same. I'm going to wait. I did get TP'd on that, so I'm up
Nice.
1% now on the futures. So my account got activated today after cleaning up on the CPI and PPI and that stuff through the week. Still got one futures account I'm waiting for to get sorted out. But this one, yeah. So I agree, though. I'm going to wait for a bit to see where we digest to. So that was that lower band that I was potentially looking for. I still have the TP here when we hit the news candle.
Which is a sensible place to have it, because that was the previous swing low. So
yeah,
it is a sensible place to have it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I can't complain. It's good. I'm just taking little bites right now because I think we're going to have potentially some more fireworks coming into New York. I think that's where the action is going to be today overall. There was where was it? There was another question up here. Sorry,
before you get to that one, I'm just quickly going to answer this one. 100K summer sale validity till month end. It is until August month end. So you have the whole of July, the rest of July, and August. So it's for the next 6 weeks. Okay.
So it's 6 weeks, yeah.
6 weeks, yes.
There was this before. So, Rich, prop firms I'm finding don't allow you to buy an account in a company name, only as an individual. It's going to depend. The trouble with doing a company name, so as you guys know, when you do it yourself, you have KYC. So that stands for Know Your Customer. Any kind of financial institution, outfit, anything financially related, that's a legal requirement pretty much across the globe, right? So it's a standard. Now, when you have a company name or business, it's KYB, Know Your Business, obviously. So depending, again, because different firms across the board are located in different places, again, they have their own local rules, and then they have global jurisdiction that they have to adhere to. It's always going to be very difficult to adhere to every single aspect across the globe, and there's always going to be differentials. So one of the biggest things, if you do have that, often you can still just register in your own name, assuming you are the director, majority owner of whatever company outfit in your own personal country that you have that listed under. And then you can still be paid out list under your own name because you are that same director, and just have it paid to your business in your local country. Yeah, that would be probably the way to do it if there's any kind of discrepancy or differential. And then that in obviously, like Rich was saying before, not tax advice, not legal advice, nothing like that. Do your own local research for your own perspex, but that is typically the best way to do it, because your own local jurisdiction will still hold that as your own personal business activity with a foreign entity, and it should be taxed and treated the same way. So that's how you do that.
So usually, like, I'll use that as an example. If you have a payment provider, like for argument's sake, PayPal. Let's use PayPal as an example. Let's say you get paid from a foreign business into PayPal, and PayPal, you then extract that money into your personal account. Whatever money you transfer from PayPal as the third party, the account has to be in your name. So where that money gets transferred to has to be in your name. And then that can be any account that's in your name. And if you have a business account, that's in your name. And then when you have to go and declare where these proceeds are coming from, it would be due to business purposes. And then when you have to go into the tax season and stuff like that, they will be individually looked at as business expenses. Granted that you have a business that is associated with this kind of stuff. Like imagine I trade my personal broker accounts. I am a trader. It's my business. I go and create a business that says Richard Butler's Trading Symposium, whatever, Pty Limited as an example. And whatever trading I do it via the business. And you can do like management services and all that kind of like stuff with that same thing. So you have a modus operandi basically for your business. And that entails trading as well, as an example. Once again, it's different per country. Legislation plays a massive role in that. Some countries do not allow you to have businesses like that. Countries like Australia requires you to have certain licensings.
Very strict over here, yeah.
Very strict over that. So go and do your research about your country and what they do. And then you can see what, I wouldn't call it loopholes. I would call it legal standing for you to legally pay less taxes. So there's a difference between having less tax liability, lowering your tax liability, and evading tax. Evading tax is a no-no. Don't evade tax. But there's legal ways for you to reduce your tax liability as an individual and as a business and stuff like that. That's typical things.
Again, typically not financial advice, nothing like that.
Not financial advice.
Typically, wherever the money lands, so if you do have a business account that it eventually goes to, that is what will be taxed. It will be treated as that entity making the money. Now, depending on what country you live in, if you then go and use your business account money and business revenue for personal expenses, you can be done as a secondary, and it can be treated as personal income rather than treated as the tax basis for what a business would have in your country, which is normally slightly lower than personal income. So that's where you don't want to mess that up. So if you do want to take it into the business, you either then keep it in the business, you transfer yourself into your own personal name after the fact in your own country, whatever personal distributions you want to take there, and then you'll typically have to file your own personal tax as well as your business tax profile as well. Right?
Yeah, you can be you can be your own director, but also sole employee. You know.
Yeah, exactly. And then once you take it out,
pay yourself a salary, basically.
Yeah. And typically, once you then take that out in your own personal name, you'll be taxed on an individual basis, not on the business.
Yeah, you will always have personal income tax liability.
Correct.
If
you can't escape
have
it.
money. You can't escape it, but you can just reduce the liability, how much you are liable to pay. Like, once again, not a tax practitioner and whatnot, but there's ways in South Africa that you can do so legally, like legal things that you're allowed to do. You know, one of them, as an example, is having a retirement annuity. Whatever, you can willingly enter into a retirement annuity, and that in of itself is going to help reduce your tax liability, your personal income tax liability. Once again, not trading advice, not legal advice, not financial advice at all. This is just stuff that I have seen, that I have experienced. I'm not saying you should do it.
This is general commentary and observations on certain things, but not advice. I'm going to specify that, okay?
Yeah, not advice.
Do your own research and such, but hopefully
Rex,
at least helps.
Yeah, hopefully you can go and have a look at it in your local country and realize, oh, okay, maybe I could do something like this within my country, and it's allowed. Rex are asking, summer sale account after phases, the 3% daily loss, will it change to 5% or will it remain 3%? It will remain 3%. So from evaluation phase through to payout or funded phase, payouts, scaling, it will remain 3%. Just pay tax and do your part towards your country's community. Okay, unbiased.
It's not coming home unbiased. It's not
That's
coming
not.
home.
Yeah, get over it.
It's staying in the Seychelles, all right?
Yeah, it's either going to Spain or it's going to Argentina, mate. Like, accept it. You'll enjoy the rest of your day more if you just accept it. Usam asking you, do you trade minis or is it micros only, LJ?
Good question. I trade both. It depends on the size of the trade, like how much exposure. Obviously, the micros, you're at a stack of 10 minis. So that would be sort of my standard quotient if I'm high confidence on a trade. If I'm a bit less, then I'll go to the micros, right, and trade like 5. I'll normally start there and sort of layer into it. The same way that I might want to go like 5, 5, 5 on the micros, which you can't quite do on the minis.
Yeah, you can't
right?
do that
It's
with
one,
the
then one.
minis.
Yeah.
And you can't average your way out of a mini that easily because let's say you have one mini contract that's equivalent of 10 micros. I want to cut that in half. I can't. I can't do that. One is the minimum. One. So I would rather just, I don't know, do 10 micros. So I know that I can then cut 5 and then have, as an example.
Exactly, correct. So just like on this, the NASDAQ trade that I did have before, both, let's go down to the 5 minute, hang on. This long trade right here, that was 5 micros, right? So just a quick little trade, it was only about 0.3% risk. And then same with this one, 0.3%, 5 micros again, right? So I'm up about 1%-ish, you know. But yeah, so it depends. Like I'll jump to, if I just want to go quick snap bang, I'll always have the minis chart up to the side. If I just want to smack in the 10, because normally I have 5 set on the micro. So if I just want to, okay, the trade's happening now, I need to jump in, bang, I'll just hit that. But generally I'll do like a mix of both. For that reason, the micros, you can fraction them a bit better.
Yeah, I've come to find that my average is 4. I go 4 micros. That is my typical.
On the 150?
Yeah. Typically.
That's also the sweet spot I found as well, funnily enough.
So you know from the way
Yeah.
that I trade that I like the averaging out. So exactly following this strategy that I use now, but it's slightly adjusted. Instead of 40 points, it's 50 points. So I'm looking for 50 points, 100 points, 150, 200 points as an example.
Yeah.
Then 4 micros equates to $400 in risk. And then first TP is $100, TP2 is $200, TP3 is $300, and TP4 is $400. And for those of you who have been counting, that ends up being $1,000, which is 2.5 times 400. If I have 1% as $1,500, I'm risking less than a third per trade, almost close to like a 0.25% basically per trade, and I'm still looking at $1,000 potential of it all being hit. I do the same thing. Once TP2 gets hit, I move it to break even, and then whatever it gets, the rest is there. So, yeah, four micros, $400 risk for $1,000 potential. I think is amazing, and I don't need $1,000 to be dead honest with you. Living in South Africa, we have a 16.5x exchange rate with the dollar, so $1,000 becomes 16,500 rand, which is enough.
It's like when
We're not talking taxes. We're not talking taxes.
Yeah, of course. It's like when Rich was in here before, Richard Wells.
Yeah.
And he was talking about the summer plan, the 2K. And he was saying like, oh, 2K a month would be great. Like most people can live on that. He was like, maybe not Victor. And I was like, dude, probably not me either. Like tax, jeez. That would not get me through a week.
What is tax normally?
Unfortunately.
what is taxes normally? Like nominal tax, let's put it like that. Not business, personal in Australia.
Well, it goes pretty much up to 50%, basically. It's like 49.5, but also you have other tangential taxes which stack on, which are kind of the shadow taxes. So it kind of comes out 55, 56, 57. But it goes sort of, you've got your tax-free threshold, which I think is 22K now. And then it goes 19... I have to update on this because it changed in the past year, 2 years. But it kind of goes like 19, 30, 37.5, then 45. And then once you're at those higher levels, you start getting other levies like Medicare levy, which is for like health and stuff, which is another 2.5%. Yeah, this, that, the other, whatever. So yeah, pretty quickly you're up to 50%. If especially if you're going to live in any kind of major city in Australia, like you can't afford to live here realistically without making that money. You can if you live with other people, housemates split stuff, but you'll still be bare bones. You'll have nothing left.
Yeah, I was about to say it's always going to be that fight for survival, pretty much at that point.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense.
So I think the average wage here is like I think it's now about 108K. Like you'd just be a Joe Schmo on 108 grand.
Per annum.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like yeah, and you're that's where you still have probably like next to zero to save each week. You know,
and do you get like a bunch of nice stuff for your tax money?
I don't know. You get healthcare, that kind of thing. Like Australia's lovely to live in. Definitely. There's some benefits. We definitely got more of it before. Now we're getting taxed heavily, and we've kind of had the same benefits, but they've not improved. Stuff needs to be revitalized per se. Hasn't really changed. Definitely get benefits like that stuff, like healthcare and that, which is free, but you also sort of pay for it tangentially. So it's
gold is dropping.
I wouldn't replace it for anything, to be honest.
DXY is starting to push up ever so slightly after that bit of a news dip. It seems as though gold is reacting a little bit more to that news than anything else. NASDAQ is still very much flat where it is. I wanted to look at the...
I mean, NASDAQ could jump a bit from here, I think.
Hola, Pedro.
Hola, hola.
How are you?
¿Cómo está? I'm good. I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty good. How did you enjoy last night's little footy?
I didn't enjoy it at all.
No, what do you mean?
Aw, you sad?
Did you want England to come through? Really?
I was, for the first time maybe since I'm moving here, I was actually, after Portugal was defeated, I actually was supporting England. I felt that they were a good team. In the past, they kind of felt a little bit arrogant all the time, but now this time actually they were a bit more humble. I was actually supporting them, but again, the manager can kill a team, and that's basically what Tuchel did yesterday. It was just...
Oh, so the manager was playing, right? He's the one on the field kicking the ball, yeah?
Well, if you have an approach where you just put like 6-7 defenders,
decisions,
and your attack, like what can you do? It becomes a practice mode for Argentina. Like they cannot go they cannot even.
I mean,
that's fair. No, I can.
First blood. They scored first blood, and the pressure was basically all on Argentina to, do something about it. And they only equalized like in the 80th minute or something like that.
Yeah,
after many set pieces of pressure from Argentina, then did England fail. So,
but I can agree with Pedro. I can agree with Pedro. It's the same thing that Australia did, right? We start changing stuff up. Like we did the thing of trying not to lose rather than trying to win. And how we actually progressed was when we were just playing aggressive and trying to win. And that's how we got through. And every time we lost was just trying to survive. Right?
Yeah,
so the
much.
manager decisions can cook it. So I do agree with Pedro on that.
Yeah, you cannot do that. Like you cannot just start putting central back. Like you can do that in the last 5 minutes. You cannot do that when it's like 30 minutes to go and there's still 20 to play. I cannot. Like it's just inviting to Argentina to do what they do best.
They did not adapt. They did not adapt to the pressure. I think maybe they went into the idea of we're going to score early and then we'll defend the rest of the game.
No, the key cannot do that. I'm sorry. Like Argentina would struggle if they had people running behind their defense line. Like they literally, it was like a training session. Like you guys stay in the box and we just keep crossing and we can find ways to.
Yeah.
Like you even put like all the defenders from England. They're like, I don't know, like 190 whatever. Like they are big lads. And they still concede a goal from a guy that is this short from a header and so many opportunities in there. Right?
The shorter guys
true.
closer to the stomach, they can punch you in the stomach a lot easier.
Yeah, it's just...
taller guys, you have to jump up to hit them. You know, it's a whole gravitational thing.
If I was Ken or Bellingham, I would have told Tuchel off, like, literally at the end. Because he's killing my dream. He's not killing, like, his dream. Like, he literally destroyed. You could see Kane and Bellingham on the pitch, like, who am I going to pass the ball to? Like, the literally, like, just Pickford hitting it long, Argentina comes back, like, 12% possession in 30 minutes. It's like, it's ridiculous.
Wasn't that the same thing that happened in the Norway match as well? Where Haaland was completely open and then his teammate just refused to pass to him. And that would have been the equalizer.
Yeah, that would have been 2-0, I think, in that moment. But that was slightly different. They did that against Mexico, but against Mexico, they had 10 players on the pitch. It's different. Like, you had 10 players, and Mexico doesn't have the talent of Argentina. You cannot do that. You just cannot do that. It's just hilarious.
I gotta say, I'm just happy to see it's not coming home. All right. Just like I was sour from the France game last Saturday, I'm also sour from 2003 Rugby World Cup. England versus Australia, and Johnny Wilkinson just decides to just send the ball over the final minutes, and we lose.
I mean,
so
Johnny Wilkinson has done that a lot. You know?
England, I gotta say respect. I really like Johnny Wilkinson. Very cool.
Yeah, but don't worry, England will never win the World Cup again. Don't worry, mate.
Yeah, good. Next 100 years,
staying in the Southern Hemisphere, mate.
I'll be going against England. The next 100 years, the next century, mate. You know?
Yeah, I think that's a good bet. Yep, I think that's a good. I think that's a valid approach and bet that you can make.
What are you looking at the moment, Pedro? I'm looking at gold. Gold started sinking a little bit. The most volatility that we've seen today, the most volume picking up. We'll go. What are you looking at then specifically, Pedro?
All right. Pound dollar, I was trying to see a little bit just because of the move we had yesterday. So some of the pound pairs.
Let me jump to your screen.
Some of the pound pairs, I think it was a little bit expected that we could kind of retrace just a little bit because yesterday we had a massive move to the upside, more than the others. And is actually approaching an interesting level. I still didn't participate in absolutely anything in here, but I'm waiting to see now what's going to happen somewhere around this level. So price out the way, came out the way, just basically clean out this area. Now it's getting into this fair value gap in there, maybe close a little bit to that supply level, and I'm curious to see how price is going to react from there. We already had the first reaction, which is good. That's always a good opportunity to try to capitalize on it, where the target can be just one of the next or previous levels of resistance that can become support. So there you go. Could have been this one, or eventually can even be a little bit deeper into maybe 1, 3, 4, 6. So that was one, but another one that also I'm looking at. There are actually a few pound pairs where pound yen is also another one. Which also had a massive move, and I've been looking for that one as well. Let's see if on the week we can see it because it's way back in the past. Yeah, there you go. So we got now into finally we got into this new structure. Okay, so been running higher. We got into this 219, something like that. There's maybe a little bit more room to the upside, but at least we already touched this level here. At least this previous structure, we already got into that structure, which means that there you go. Maybe there's going to be a little bit of an opportunity also to start looking for selling pressure coming into this pound yen now that we are at that level. Of course, the yen needs to also to help in order for that move to happen, but I think that can be an opportunity somewhere around here. And eventually, the big trade is going to happen. Maybe not yet, but eventually the big trade is going to happen, which is going to have into this deeper retracement. One thing at a time. First, maybe just a retracement, maybe back to this level, then price will come back in here and maybe take the highs again, and maybe another high, and then eventually it's going to get a little bit deeper, and then we're going to have some kind of price action around this level. But it's good. I like to see these squeezes when price is already moving to the upside for a while. All of a sudden, you have a big squeeze. That usually then can be one of the last moves before price actually moves to downside. So we'll see if that's going to happen. The pound yen is definitely on my radar. And then euro pound as well. I think euro pound was the one that could have helped to understand that there was maybe still a room for the pound dollar to make the move that he did yesterday. And eventually maybe pound dollar and euro dollar can get a little bit close in terms of the correlation that they usually have. Basically, since euro pound broke this structure in here at around 0.86 and start moving into here, and that has been already like maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, we have seen that the pound dollar has been making way bigger moves than the euro dollar. Okay, there was a little bit of not 100% correlation. At least the pound has been stronger than the euro since this move, and euro pound was one of those pairs that could have helped to understand that, because after breaking out the structure, I think the higher probability was for price to actually fill out this until it gets closer to this next level, which is actually where price reacted yesterday or this morning. From here, maybe can start seeing a little bit more of a range. Yes, there's maybe still a little bit more room to the downside, but I think now price can normalize a little bit around the euro pound, which now moves euro dollar and pound dollar together, because they haven't really moved that much together in this past few weeks. So that was one of them. So yes, the pound dollar is definitely one that is on my radar. Some of the other yen pairs as well. So I saw that the yen index managed to finally break now this low, and it attempted several times to go higher. It never really managed to. So we continue with this weak yen, which again most likely is not going to last forever, and eventually we're going to have more pressure from the Bank of Japan again to start trying to push this one to the upside. Now, is this just a little bit of collecting liquidity to start to jump again, or are we going to have a little bit of a follow through before eventually goes, just like similar to what you had in here? Maybe price eventually can go a little bit deeper until eventually have that bigger move to the upside, which can be with intervention in the mix. So that's one to follow. Maybe on the lower time frame, you can try to see where is in the previous level of structure that maybe price needs to break to start going back into this previous range. So that's one definitely that I'll be keeping an eye on, eventually to look for shorts on the yen pairs, and in this case, a long on the yen. Gold.
Sorry, Pedro.
Sorry,
We
go
do
ahead.
have unemployment claims, retail sales, Philly Fed Manufacturing's Index, and core retail sales in 2 minutes. Just so that everybody is aware. If there's sudden volatility, that's because why.
All right. So that's in 2 minutes. Okay. What else? Yeah, the yen pairs. And I think euro yen can be an interesting one. Finally, where is euro yen? Yep, euro yen finally broke above this structure. It's been holding this range for a while, and the levels that actually I'm going to be looking at is still above this high. Okay, so there was maybe a little bit of a move. Price already reacted a little bit above this liquidity, and maybe this high could still hold price somehow to the downside. But actually, I'll prefer it to go even higher, even above this high, and then maybe within this range in here, maybe you can find some selling pressure and try to push to downside. Price actually, when it moved away from here, it still managed to take some low, so maybe this high is still valid, but I want to see what kind of price action they're going to have in here. If this is already from here, or eventually goes a little bit higher, takes this high, can even go a little bit deeper, and then maybe can have another attempt to go short. So yes, maybe euro yen needs to line up a little bit as well with the eventual pound yen and the other yen pairs, and then eventually have the yen index moving higher, and this one's moving lower. So that's definitely on my radar. US indices, I still don't know. Okay, it's just a range. I think one of my Portuguese friends, mentioned that maybe there's a buy at around the US Open on NASDAQ. Maybe price goes below these walls. There may be some buying opportunity, collecting the liquidity from fear and moving to the upside. I'm not really sure. I've been avoiding to trade any type of price action on NASDAQ at this point. I don't like the range where it is right now, and that's not my style. I avoid it, and I don't want it. S&P is going a little bit higher, so I don't really care about that at this point. And as maybe Dow could be interesting if it goes a little bit higher. To be honest, maybe there's an opportunity to look for a fake out and then a squeeze to the downside. Otherwise, price will just go to all-time highs. If you see something like this, maybe there's something in there. And then gold. That's the one I wanted to mention before. Basically since Tuesday, LJ, that you were here, you were long in there. You got your trade on the CPI. Price basically reached one of the targets I think that you had, and then it just dropped, or it kind of ranged for a while. You continued to respect the trend line, and I think this level in here was still kind of a little bit valid where I wanted to enter, but I never did. I think price can still react from somewhere around there, collecting the liquidity below these walls, and maybe there's still a little bit of buying pressure below that. Okay, maybe somewhere around here there's maybe still some buying pressure. Otherwise, if gold, as I mentioned several times, if gold does want to just continue to drop and eventually going to go all the way to take this low at 3887, I wouldn't be surprised neither. Okay, the reality is that anytime it tries to go higher, it just gets kind of a resistance with the trend line, and it's kind of with wicks as well. Like you can see, try to go higher, boom, reject straight away. Try to go higher, boom, reject straight away. Now we are battling again at around the 4K level, which has been holding price to the upside as well. So we are literally kind of in one of these two levels. Either one of these two is going to get squeezed. Either it's going to be the price eventually is going to break this trend line and resumes the move up, or eventually this 4K is going to just get also destroyed and price will eventually start moving way lower than that.
Unemployment claims came out 208K from previous 216, so slightly better. Retail sales remained was the same as forecasted, but came out 0.7 less than last time. Fed Philly Manufacturing's index came out 41.1 from an expected forecast of 12.7, and then the core retail sales was a negative 0.2 from an expected 0. So.
Right. So we got the month-on-month basically in line. We got the previous month revised higher. Like I was saying before with the retail sales, I expected there's a potential for a slight touch higher, minor, but potentially we get that. We did. Either way, it's not going to be a massive event. And we've seen, nothing happening. And same with unemployment claims, pretty much just in line. So just like we called out before, there you go. There it is.
Yeah.
There's your macro breakdown. Yeah. Been on point for a while now. It's good.
Did you trade it though? Did you make money off of your analysis?
No, there's nothing to trade. The analysis would be there's nothing to trade. Nothing's going to happen. So, yeah.
It makes sense.
Just to finalize, the market that we also talked about, it finally kind of make that move on Tuesday, just carry on. Now finally reaching one of the targets that we talked about, around 1.4. And now it's going to be interesting to see if it's going to hold a little bit or eventually it's going to get even lower. This one kind of leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I really wanted to short it. I didn't really manage to. I actually shorted the top in there, but that was just the beginning. I really wanted a bigger short, which never gave me the opportunity. And I think he can eventually carry on, maybe a little bit more to the downside. Let's see if it bounces a little bit first from this structure. But I think he can just continue to trade this kind of range and eventually just go away and leaves this fair value gap for the future. I think he can do that.
Just give me two minutes. I just want to go and fill up my water bottle, and then I'll be back with you guys.
Cheers.
No problem.
Cheers.
Alrighty.
Right.
Dude. Guys, tap Don't tap it. What are you talking about, Remy? Come on. Smash it. Smash the like button if you're enjoying the session. We've had a good bit of coverage today. It's been pretty good. So from here, I'm curious. What are you actually looking at that you have intent on today?
Are you asking me, or what are you asking?
Yeah, you. Yeah, Pedro. So what do you actually have intent on? It's like you were saying, like there's a number of trades that are a bit like in between, but I'm trying to find something in between now and New York Open that is kind of convincing. Now, I was saying before with Rich, I think we got to wait until we actually get there, and then we're going to find out after. So I don't know if you got something lined up intraday or.
Yeah, so it's Thursday today. Thursday is usually I think about Thursday's afternoon as potentially reversals. So I want to see if there's going to be that kind of opportunity after the US Open. Okay, so I'm not going to be trading anything right now. I'm going to wait after the US Open, especially on FX, to see if there's going to be which direction actually price wants to go. Okay, so I want to see if the dollar is to resume the move to the upside, to the downside, or after correcting the liquidity from these lows, it wants to kind of resume back up, or the opposite. After breaking this structure and breaking this trend line, is going to actually do this and opens the door to go all the way through. So that's going to be the main thing that I'm going to try to pay attention right now. Now the difficult part in here is that the price dropped quite aggressively. So basically one of the last structures that we have is somewhere around here. Unfortunately, you didn't really have kind of a slow move like this, so where you could have seen already maybe a break, and this could be already some indication that maybe price is ready to turn. On the other side, we are also kind of going a little bit higher into a compression period. Price is already correcting basically this level. This demand zone is also done by now with this week. Maybe there's still a new opportunity to get inside there, and then eventually this could lead into a follow through as well, since price is just moving in this compression, and eventually if it turns, it can be quite quick move. So actually that would be the question. I know that you are short. I mean, if you are biased towards to the downside, at least macro. We have talked about that last week or 2 weeks ago. Yep, the dollar.
Yeah.
And I think now it's a moment of actually seeing it happening. Yeah, confirmed. If it's actually this break to the downside is actually something that's going to sustain, price goes, or is it literally correcting the liquidity from here and somehow finding strength to go to the upside. And the same thing on the euro dollar as well, where now took all these highs, and we'll see. It hasn't really managed to create a new high. At least you'd like to see a new high being created, not just one high that creates, but then a follow through. Usually I like to see that as a confirmation that price wants to go a little bit higher. But didn't really manage to. Now it's actually showing a little bit of weakness. So we will see if these levels actually hold price and price rallies, or it's just literally liquidity and price will move lower. That's
gold and NASDAQ looks like it's trying trying to at least push a little bit lower right now.
I think I want to go short again.
Where?
Yes.
Even down here at spot, to be honest, I think.
Yeah, we didn't
gold?
quite have NASDAQ.
Oh no, NASDAQ in particular. Yeah.
We didn't have the reaction that I thought we were going to have at this previous day low. It's been slowed, but not to the degree that I thought we were going to rebound off of it, if we were going to rebound off of it.
I had hoped through retail sales and the unemployment claims that we would get a little bit of a pop, just like some of those levels on the Dixie that Pedro was highlighting, that we get that slight pop, a bit of strength in the dollar, hit those caps, and then come off. But sometimes when you get this, that like those numbers weren't too bad. Yes, we did get revisions for some portions, but normally you get a bit more movement. This is very sustained. Normally when you see this, it tells you it wants to keep going, and you're going to keep going, and it's going to be unrelenting, and you try and buy up certain pause points, and it bounces
And
like
it eats
a
you up.
fraction, and then just keeps going, and you just get burnt. Let me check. What other earnings do we have for Thursday?
Is it Netflix today or?
I think Netflix is today.
Yeah.
It's after the close, however.
Yeah, it's it is today, but it will be after the close.
Yeah.
So
Let us know in the chat.
tomorrow.
Go ahead, sorry.
Technically tomorrow.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, the guys in the chat that are spending their valuable time with us, let us know what you guys are looking at. Like, what is your bias for US Open? We can see here that our friend it's done for today. Thank you very much for the great analysis and the time and everything that we shared with him. So thank you as well.
Anytime, ADX, anytime.
Yeah, cheers,
there was-
KDX. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'll be back. Hang on.
There was also a very nice comment here from one volatile alternative saying, love this channel, got into prop firms 3 weeks ago and just found the channel. Your professional lads, 5ers is king in the prop firm, apart from the water bottles halfway through streams. And us, Pedro with his Fitbit, his little fidget spinner, and me with my my bunch of chips that I always play with.
That's essential. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, without this, the live stream is not the same.
Yeah, I also like need to fidget with something. Mine is like I take the chips, so you can see it here. I do that with the chips constantly, and it's just my, I don't know, like my own variant of like ADHD or whatever, just needing something to fidget with.
I like that. No, I think I want some chips now as well. I think I need to go to get some. Whatever you're
there's a
doing with your
bunch-
fingers.
There's a bunch back there as well that I always just play with.
Like I'm like this is not challenging enough. I'm just spinning this. Like, at least you do something with your fingers, and it's nice. It's better. Yeah. I need something more advanced.
It's actually quite funny. Like, I think, we all have our little things we do.
things to play with.
Yeah.
It's drinking hydration the whole time. But I also do have my own little piece right here.
Oh, look at that 5ers cup. How nice is that?
Yeah.
Look at it.
Yeah. So every now and then
bit
you might hear me ruffle the chips. So ruffling is when you basically you put them into 2 stacks and then you use one hand to make them 1 stack.
We hear it all the time, Rich.
Yeah. So people might hear that.
I just want to learn the rollover thing. Just for fun. Like,
I can't do that. My play is the doing the swapping them around with my fingers and then like rolling them over with my ring finger, and that's what I do. That's me.
I do that one as well. I want to learn both.
I don't do. Yeah. I'm right-handed, but my left hand is way more dexterous when it comes to like the fiddly stuff. Let's put it like that.
Well,
the right hand is the strong hand. The left one is the dexterous one.
If you can teach me that one at least, then that'd be cool.
It's very simple. You hold a set of 2 chips between your ring finger and your index finger. So pinky, middle finger, thumb not being used. So those 2 there. Then you use your thumb closer to your ring finger and you grip one of the 2 chips. And then you can use your index finger as a balance point between the 2. Okay? So just that. That's what you're looking for. And then you use your middle finger to flip this one. I need to do it like this, otherwise it's going to fall over. But you flip it with your middle finger, and then you can have it stacked back again.
So kind of like I think I've got the
So it
motion. Like
when
doing
I do it
quickly,
quickly, it does that. But if I do it slowly, you can see thumb stays in the same place, just moves back and forth the whole time, just back and forth. And you always use the index finger as your midpoint for the two. So when it's upside down, obviously, you know, gravity does its thing. But get yourself a bunch of chips and then you do that. Very simple.
I like it.
Always playing with crisps.
Cool.
I saw that.
I'm gonna try this. So
Yep.
I need to get
Do
some
that as
actual
well.
poker chips to do it though. So
Rich, the analog gamer. I come from a poker background, so you can't see it all that well, but right behind the golden snitch there is a pack of Harry Potter cards. And then
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter. Yeah. So I'll just stick to maths and macro. I mean, you need maths for poker in anyway, because there's a lot of stuff happening there. Anyway, gold is continuing its downward trek after the news pre-New York. We are about 45 minutes away from New York open. Gold is continuing its trek lower. NASDAQ looks like it wants to potentially start pushing lower as well.
I'm
right
short
now,
again on NASDAQ.
sitting there a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, do you think we're going to have a bit of a pullback during New York and then a continuation lower on NASDAQ and gold?
I don't know. I would have liked to have seen that already, but I would have thought we would have gotten that pre the open.
Like now?
Sorry, pre actual open. Now we're going to pre-open. I thought after the news we would have got that pullback. I thought the news would have been the catalyst to actually push us a touch higher temporarily.
I mean, it did so with the DXY. So the dollar index picked up, but it didn't seem like it had much of an impact on NAS. Gold obviously inversed. It inverse correlated at this point in time with the DXY. So it's still good for the dollar in general because we're seeing it pick up. But gold itself is just the opposite direction. Like even with EU and GU, we're seeing a bit of a drop on EU and GU. GU not so much, EU a little bit more.
Let me check the 0 DTE stuff.
Rich just showing off at this point. Ambidextrous chip shuffling. Not ambidextrous. My right hand is horrible at doing the chip shuffle. I don't know. It's just my right hand is rigid. It's just there's like this claw factor to it, where it's just like rigidity. Where my left hand is the one that does all of the fancy stuff. There's some people with some real like fancy fingers. Let's put it like this. They can do a bunch of stuff with poker chips that make the rest of us just, I don't know, look in awe on how they do it. What do you see on the 0 DTEs?
So it's 29501.
29501. So it says bullish then, basically. So
yeah, that
29501.
basically. It's not showing. That's not my actual screen right now.
So we're basically saying come back to the open of the day.
Yeah, Rich. If I change this, it'll kick me out.
Oh, don't worry. I'll. What are you looking for?
Basically just the
Options pricing.
Yeah.
29501.24. Okay. So we can go to mine. I'll show you. So options charts 29501. If we go to this, it's this box up over here. So basically saying, where was it now? Going back to this. So, come on. At close 15 July, which is yesterday, it was 5 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. EDT, which is Eastern Daylight Time. Something like that. That was yesterday. So pretty much going to be in this 28,205 to 30851 range for today,
That's the
which is a massive
broad.
range. But yeah,
Yeah, that's
but
broad. Yeah.
that's very broad. But yeah,
So hence go to expected move. You'll see how broad that range goes. But you've got each of the pinpoints, the probability sectors whole way along.
So basically the upper being 29,775 and the lower being 29,226. We're already below the lower.
Yeah.
Is this on futures pricing? Or is this CFD pricing?
So it goes through options pricing. Obviously, it's the 0 DTD options, which do have a combination. Basically, you're going to have the aggregate. So it's basically just what people are placing for options. Now, there's portions both from CFD, spot trading, like direct stocks, that kind of stuff, ETFs, that come into the hedging factor from market makers, which then go through futures to ETFs into options as well. So there's a cluster through there. Now, options tends to be very pure. It is very highly mathematical based, right? People are not just, you don't just buy an option. If you look at an options basket, right, and you even try to purchase a contract at all, most people are like, what am I doing? Like, you do actually have to put in that work to actually decide, like, what are you actually purchasing right now? Put it that way, in simple terms. So yeah, it's a much more sophisticated asset, put it that way. So hence, yeah, it's there's always the derivatives of everything else with the hedging these days, especially. Hence, especially with the 0 DTE options, which have become very popular. I got to say, they have not been effective for a while. I think people have been getting burnt for some time.
No, I mean, like, if you just look at this portion here, where it's talking about the options expiry today is plus $274, so above and below the current pricing. But that is quite a large range. That's over $500 of range, effectively, like top
Yeah,
to
but
bottom. It's quite a bit.
It's like 1%. Like, we've had these 1% days. It's just which way do you go? Right.
I mean, but that's where you have to kind of like take into consideration, like when we're having these news events or we're having like
that's where the macro stuff,
earnings
the syntax,
and stuff like that comes into play. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So hence why recently, so for a while we were talking about the 0 DTE expected moves basically every day. Now they have not been so relevant. We've had other underlying factors that have dwarfed those trading spheres. We've got further information later on, which pulls us out of pocket overall.
There was a question here from Unbiased Trader, basically for Pedro. So while LJ is about to carry on with what he was saying, Pedro, you can think about your reply for this. Pedro, tell us your incoming 5ers story. So how did you come to stream with the 5ers or work with the 5ers? What was your story? LJ, myself, and Rich Wells already gave ours. How we came to work with the 5ers.
How did you turn up here?
Yeah.
Let me jump back.
Grab my phone.
My throat is terrible, so give me a sec, guys. I'll be back.
You did what? You just grabbed your phone and you're like, hi, I want to join the 5ers.
I pressed the number 5 and magically it just got connected with the 5ers, and that's basically it. And then actually it got mixed up on the translations. That's why kind of I then end up in Portuguese, and that's kind of end up the Portuguese project. So that's
you had to really quickly learn Portuguese like overnight.
Yeah.
And somehow you just had like a natural affinity for Portuguese. Nobody knew. Not even you. You didn't know.
Yeah, that was more or less what happened. So how it all started? It's interesting actually. What was the other YouTube channel where Rich and Will were part of.
LLTF, London Live Trading Floor.
Yeah, but before that, it was Trade Delicious. Now I remember. Trade Delicious, which was with Jordan, correct? I think it was Jordan.
Yes.
Yeah, Jordan was his name, yes. Which, by the way, is doing great, I think, in this project that he's doing, that he started. So I think there was kind of not an open, but I worked with a kind of a different prop before. It's completely different. We're kind of doing more working directly with traders with mentorships and everything else. But then moved aside from it, and then I traded like for then 6 months just by myself, and I was looking to get involved again into providing content or kind of helping traders and stuff like that, while at the same time I was trading and also kind of mentoring some other people on the side. And I noticed that I think I saw maybe a post from Jordan somewhere, I don't know, LinkedIn or whatever it may be. I think they were looking to expand Trade of Issues channel, and then after many conversations with him and potentially to see if there was kind of a project to join the Trade of Issues team or not. The reality is that someone in there, since Trade of Issues was also connected with the 5ers, got actually then in touch with Saul and was it Tomer or someone else? I don't know, like someone from the 5ers. We got in touch because I was Portuguese, and somehow the conversation with Jordan and someone else from the team as well end up with the idea, maybe there's something that we can do about me being Portuguese and tracking the Portuguese community, in this case Brazil being a massive country with millions and millions and millions of people. Maybe there's something specific that we could do in that department, kind of a new path that maybe the 5ers could do, since the 5ers has been, as we know, always creating a lot of content and supportive of the community. That would be kind of a new direction that maybe it would start. And that was more or less how it started. And since then it was more or less to do basically what the English channel was doing already, but now in Portuguese. And that apparently has been doing okay, or at least the 5ers has been so happy with it that it decided to expand. Then it went into India and Japan and some other countries. I think now there's maybe Italy and Germany and Netherlands, and that I think there's
Italy
quite a
and
few now.
Netherlands,
Yeah. There's quite a few now that joined the team, which is great to see. The 5ers kind of going. We are global, like everyone knows that we are global, but it's also nice to see that the 5ers is also focusing local and helping different languages, different traders on that department, on that regard. So that's more or less how it started, actually. Initially, it was actually Jordan from the Trade of Issues, transitioning to kind of, 5ers, maybe there was a better opportunity, which there was. And that was it. I was already trading with the 5ers as well in that moment, and one thing led to the other, and then eventually it was still the live streaming here was still with no, I don't remember his name. I'm terrible with names. It was Victor and what's his name?
Jonathan.
Beautiful. Yes, Jonathan. There you go. I'm terrible with names, guys. Yeah.
So what are you saying? If our names were not underneath our faces here, you would be like, "All right, Jackson and Peter over here." No, sorry.
I am better with faces. Okay, I can recognize the other faces. Names not so great, especially after.
Where you go.
Yep, exactly. And then someone else say Richard. Yep, that's a go. That he is. No, but again, if we are talking daily or at least weekly, I will still remember. But then after a while, I may remember. But then I will remember again. But yes, so yeah, started to get invited to join here as well, the English channel, and then it just carry on. It just carry on like that. And then it was in the moment as well that the English channel was expanding. So that was good. Kind of like I got involved into that phase as well of expanding the live streaming. Initially, it was just 2 hours or 3 hours from 1 to 3, and then it expanded to many hours and more guests, and then you are here now. But yeah, that was how it started. Yeah, that's how it started with the Portuguese community idea and conversations with Jordan and whatnot. Yeah. That's how it goes.
It's so cool because I was talking to LJ and Rich about it earlier. obviously LLTF was like the hop point. Let's put it like this for most people.
There's
most
definitely a crossover. There's a weird crossover with it.
Yeah,
That
there's a correlation.
Everyone
of sorts.
somehow got there at some point. And
Yeah.
then,
I was maybe close to initially when I was speaking with Jordan was maybe the idea of joining actually something regarding to trade issues, which before it was even just trade issue, and then they expanded to the London trading room, and then some other things that Jordan, and again I forgot his name again, that Jordan was live streaming with him, more into macro. Was speaking. Was talking about more macro. It was not Rich. It was not Will. It was not Jordan. It was the other
Steve.
person. I don't think it was Steve, his name. No, I don't think it was.
is it me in the comments?
No. But he had a lot of like he got me into trying to understand
macro.
Not just macro, like that report that comes out every Friday.
CT.
Yes.
Giannis, you mean?
Yes, I think it's maybe him. Yes. Yeah.
Is this the same Giannis that's with Trades It Go?
Yeah. I think so. I think that's what Pedro is.
Maybe I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not Giannis. I don't know.
Pedro's horrible with names. He would never know.
Guys,
Dude,
I would just search it.
Get a face photo up right here. Just bring up the YouTube thumbnail from.
Yeah, I would just find it out.
That's
find him. Trade Set Goes Giannis.
Yeah.
Unbiased is like Dirk.
No.
Not the same Giannis.
Maybe it's someone else. I have no idea, but I think you're talking about like commitment of traders, Pedro.
One second, I'll find out. This most recent post about and trade wishes is just. Oh, there you go.
The COD. Commitment of.
I found it. No, I found his image. I don't know his name. Okay, I don't remember his name, guys. So just bear with me. I don't remember his name.
Oh, okay.
Let's bring here.
Yeah. Oh man, I've also forgotten his name now.
Yep. This actually kind of is bad that the picture is kind of black and white. It looks like it's something like he's still alive. Okay, guys, he's well.
It's not an obituary.
Obituary, yeah.
Yeah, okay, there you go. All right. Better picture here.
Yeah.
Still trading just fine.
Yeah.
You know? Yep.
Yeah, so initially I was like thinking that I was actually about maybe to join something with them, but then eventually just went into this project.
I've forgotten his name as well.
Yes, you see, I'm not the only one.
Yeah, but I'm not that horrible with names. It's just that I have not spoken with him in a long time, so. Oh mate.
Dude,
LJ should know he's Australian.
I should just stop displaying my name.
No, he's
Welsh.
He's from Britain. No, he's from yeah, maybe Welsh. Maybe he's Welsh.
Yeah,
or from
he's
the UK.
Welsh, I think.
Yeah, he's not from Jordan. Is
Dude,
from
I thought you guys decided I was from like Mars or something. Right. Apparently, I'm an alien and a robot. You know.
Gold continuing to drop. We have half an hour before New York Open. We'll see whether or not there's a continuation there. DXY is pushing quite a bit higher as well as the euro dropping more. Yeah. Pound looking a little bit. It had a bit of a like a leg up, a little bit of a retracement, potentially pushing lower. AUD also looks a little bit like it wants to continue pushing lower.
Is this where we get our entry
for NAS?
NAS is a bit difficult, but for the currencies, like Pedro was highlighting, like I was saying before, I would have hoped we got that spike off the US data, right? We're pretty neutral. Now we're actually pushing up, so potentially we find those bottoms and start to reverse intraday. So euro dollar, Aussie dollar, pound, gold kind of sits in the same basket. Do we get a rebound from here? I gotta say, I'm not 100% sure. I would have liked a much more clean structure overall. Same with the NASDAQ.
Yeah, NASDAQ, I'm going to wait. Gold was pushing lower nicely,
Yeah.
but it's basically at this area over here. If it breaks through that, then we're going to be testing that lows of, what was this, July 1st. So
I think I still want to short NASDAQ. Question is where, like, gold is still tanking. I was definitely looking for
not
a
sure.
reversal of the dollar for today. At some point, we've gone it much later. And then the question is, does it reverse?
I mean,
then
okay,
hence-
so we have a little bit of a resistance point up over here on the NASDAQ, which is 29,860-ish to about 29,800, which, if you pull across, there is some areas where it was bouncing upon that, but generally struggling there. But at the same time, we did have this upward ticking trend. So a little bit of a flag pattern here. It's broken this bottom portion of the trend. Maybe with the open, we see a bit of a retracement back again and then a potential push lower. How deep this retracement is going to be, I wonder. Because I am not too sure about NASDAQ at the moment. Maybe around here. So 29,450 to 29,550-ish. That like 100-point area. But it's not a... I'm not super convinced. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, I agree. Not super convinced, but at the same time,
This area makes a little bit more
I
sense.
don't want to go long anything right now. I would want to short majority of assets. So
29,430 to 29,340. That
Is it
area makes a
now
little bit
or-
more sense.
yeah,
Because you have all of these areas where it was struggling, like you have some consolidation. That area over there acted as a bit of a support zone. Once again, same, maybe a little wick over there, struggling quite a bit. Maybe a bit of a pullback into here, not completely taking the whole London session and then potentially pushing lower. But where do we aim? First and foremost would probably be down here. 28,800 to 28,680.
yeah, I agree. I don't know. Do we get a reversal here? Or is this pickup the point to short once again?
I don't know. If we were going to push up higher, I would have wanted us to react a little bit higher up. Like, I don't know.
I think today's
Maybe
very tough.
back up.
Also, this is a very interesting headline right here. Just by the way, guys. Give me a sec.
Which headline?
Sorry. Hang on.
Truth Social to license its data to Wall Street. To license its data to financial services companies.
Who?
What?
Why?
What does that? What does it actually mean?
So is this effectively Trump saying, look, whatever information we have prior to, we will give it to some financial services company so that we aren't going to get hit on the hand for trading, insider trading? I don't know, because everybody will then know about it. Or if,
Whatever it
I don't
is,
know.
I don't know. I don't like it. That doesn't make any sense, mate. That's not.
What does the ad say, or what's the reasoning for it?
Do you want
Truth
us to
Social now
try?
becoming an important source of financial data. What?
Do I have to put my email in right here?
No, you don't. You don't have to. You don't. It's the company's first step towards expanding its media business into licensing. All right.
Axios is meant to be respectable as well, you know, like within reason. Dude, I gotta say, I like the whole current political thing going on with the whole meme section that has come into the political financial network. Funny when it began. Not so funny over a long time.
Anymore. Yeah. No, it kind of
it's
like
one of those
lost
things
its
where you're
flavor
like,
quite a while
haha,
ago.
because you're like, dude, what is going on? What timeline are we living in? And then you're like, we're actually living in this timeline, and you're like, we can't.
This is becoming a little.
Now getting a bit
becoming
too much.
dry. Yeah.
Like, I don't like a bunch of this stuff. This is getting too much.
Yeah. What can we say?
Anyway, my only question with that is because normally you have reports coming out from Axios that are reputable, right? But now if you got Trump media being inclined with them,
I don't know.
what do you?
I don't know how I feel about it.
No.
Shiny Yellow Metal saying, guys, for your information, I am in mad profits, stop loss at break even, but can't close my position. Any technical difficulties? On which platform are you trading? Shiny Yellow Metal. Is it MetaTrader? Is it TradingView, or is it the futures platform? Because if you cannot close it, please reach out to help@the5ers.com as soon as possible so that they can become aware of the issue. We did have an issue yesterday. No, not yesterday. CPI day, which was Tuesday, where we had issues with the MetaTrader platform. Gold. Oh, on MT5. Let's have a look. Let me have a look at MT5. Okay, my MT5 is operating properly. Have you tried changing your servers? So at the bottom right-hand side, where you see your ping in milliseconds, you can click there and then select a different server. So UK1, US1, depending on where you are. Try changing those and then try again. Because we did have an issue on Tuesday. We were struggling to close trades. But it was only on MetaTrader. Alternatively, if you want to close... alternatively, the Shiny Yellow Metal, if you wanted to close the trade or something, just move your stop loss from break even a little bit down. So you can exit it, reopen it, and then see if that changes as well. Because There's some weird stuff going on with MetaTrader these days.
Yeah.
Google is moving up now.
Yeah, it's reacting off of that
A little bit.
area, the lower one.
I think we're just rebounding. That is the S2, so the second standpoint. It depends. So this one on TradingView is different to my own personal values.
Like what values? Like thou shall not kill, thou shalt not steal.
No, I think
personal
it's
values.
where the time, like the ticker runs over for like the renewal of the rollover, put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
because
is
of
different
the
with some of
time
them, yeah.
differential. Yeah.
Yeah, it's different with some of them. Yeah.
Which it is on +10, which is my time.
Mm.
But it's always slightly off. Because 1 AM is not... I don't know, it's TradingView. I don't 100% trust TradingView ever. So sometimes it's kind of good, it's close, but you got to confirm, put it that way.
Suyash, close MetaTrader, reopen it, and then change your server at the bottom right, and then try and close your trade. It has worked for the shiny yellow metal guy as well. So
Nice. Dude, my throat is terrible right now. Again, Jesus.
guys, I passed my high stakes phase 1, and I have been waiting a week to get my phase 2 account. Is that normal? Please reach out to help@the5ers.com and just ask them what is going on there. It could be that they've already done so but didn't send you the email. Just have a look.
Yeah, for phase 2, you should get it pretty quick, to be fair. So if it's been that long, definitely hit support. Yeah.
Hit up support.
Yes, sir.
We have 14 minutes before the open of the NYSE, and I think that's where we're currently sitting right now. So we're sitting at that pre-market, ready to pounce movement. So LJ, you say don't full margin anything right now.
Why not?
No, definitely do it.
Pedro, jeez, like coming in there like, yeah, let's full margin. You know
Dude,
what
we
I'm
need
going to do?
Pedro in the next competitions.
Yes.
Only if he's going to full margin. Yes,
the
full margin.
1v1s. The 1v1s.
Right, yeah, with the 1v1s. You got to go full margin. Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
I would love to see a Pedro full margin trade. Just Pedro just going.
You whip once, and just
maybe
just go for it.
Yeah, Rich. What if we do like every other week? The pros per se on stream are obligated to go full margin or 90 whatever percent close to. Like you have to.
You get that
For fun.
news,
and you got to manage that and try and push it through.
Not for fun. You get
Not
that
for
summer
fun.
plan that you can get funded just with one trade, and that's it. That's your one margin trade that you can go for it. Then
To make
good luck.
$1 billion.
Yeah.
We can have
do
a
that.
bunch of different rules set up for that, but like forcing somebody to have to full margin every trade kind of it can be
maybe-
you can take away that like chance to make it entertaining, because that person could take a trade, immediately full blast it, and then just go tip, oh, you're knocked out, sorry, you lost. So
Okay.
I wouldn't say force them. If they want to, by all means, go ahead, full margin, blow your account, or absolutely destroy the competitor, whatever. But don't force them to do it.
But it'd be us, right?
Yeah, you need to have a little bit of a white
You gotta do
stop
it, like,
loss just to manage it.
strategically.
Yeah, you need to manage like you're going to manage
Okay.
the trade based on your stop loss. It's
Gotta
kind of the
manage
way you're going
your-
to do it.
100 to 1. Yeah.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
need to manage your trade like LJ did last time.
Yeah. I was
Yeah,
about to
but
say that you have to do. We can't do this. Buy 2 accounts, one buy, one sell. That's hedging across accounts.
no,
Can't do
that's not.
that.
No,
Can't do that.
that's for beginners. We don't do that. We just go one account, one full margin.
Suyog, reach out to help@the5ers.com and tell them exactly what's going on with your trade, with the account. I would suggest closing MetaTrader and restarting it and see if that then changes. One other thing that I want to tell you is this. If you had a trade that was running, make sure that your spread that you had during the time that you were at your take profit point, so have the bid and the ask selected to show on your MetaTrader. It could be that we were experiencing a lot of volatility, maybe during a news event or something like that, and the spread increased, so maybe the bid was on your take profit point, but the ask was not. So you just need to go and check those things. But as always, reach out to help@the5ers.com. Right over here, you can reach them, send them an email with the information, and just get their feedback. We're not support. We can only direct you to support.
Correct.
Yeah, Pedro, channel that degen trader and show us how it's done.
Yeah, come on. No, we should have like a 100 to 1. Maybe we can do it with hosts then. Right.
I was going to say,
go
with the host,
100.
it makes a little bit more sense because...
Yeah, so you have to go 100 to 1. You can layer into it, but within 5 minutes you have to be full margin.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, fully,
Right,
completely
like,
in the
you
trade.
got 5 minutes to go full margin. You can stack into a couple different trades, but you have to go full margin. Everyone has to go full margin and see where we get to.
Okay. I like that one. That makes a
It'll be
little bit
fun.
more sense if it's the hosts. Like, imagine myself, yourself, and Pedro. The three of us have a 100 to 1, 100,000K account. We have to make sure that we end up having 10 million worth of position in one at one point within the 5 minutes.
Within
I
like
can only imagine.
97% of what a margin, right? Plus minus, yeah.
Yeah, because you won't be able to go full margin.
Whatever.
Yeah, you won't be able to go full margin. You'll be able to go like, I don't know, like 70 to 80% of full margin, that kind of like thing. So
No, 70, 80, dude. 95 plus. 95 is the minimum. Okay, you get the variation with spread or whatever, or you entered late. It's got to be.
Yeah, but I mean
95.
that's gonna depend on your floating P&L as well. So like the more you're in profit, the more spread, the more you have, the more you can put in.
Yeah, that's after, but you got to have the base requirement of like 95% plus of margin.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
We'll do that.
We'll go.
Shall we do that next week?
We'll go big dog. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, let's go.
You want to do it next week Tuesday, when Pedro is here as well?
Yeah, it can be Tuesday. Yeah.
Do you want to do that,
Tuesday,
Pedro?
Yeah, I mean.
All right. I'll get us some
Okay.
accounts. I'll get us some accounts for that. It has to be actual legitimate trades. You can't just be like willy-nillying it. I want actual trade analysis, actual trades, full margined. And then we can see, everybody can see why that is a dumb idea to do. Right from the get-go.
Correct. But it's fun.
Leonardo,
It's fun.
it will
I think
be
it's fun.
fresh accounts. It will be fresh accounts. We'll do it on a fresh account. Don't worry.
Very good.
Primal Light saying, hey, Rich, can you test placing a limit order on TradingView Web for the prop firm on gold? I just want to confirm if others are having the same issue of placing limit orders on the instrument. Okay, I'll do that.
Give me 1 sec, guys. Watch this. Back in a sec. Yeah.
I'll
Got to go to
go
the
in
big
there
man's
quickly.
room.
The big man's room. Not the little boy's room. Okay, I was logged out.
Full margin.
Full margining. I've
I
only
don't
ever
think
done
I've
that
ever-
on one account. Ever.
I don't think I've ever done that, to be honest. Maybe I did. Maybe just to try to recover some loss like a long time ago. In one of the I may have tried to open a trade and like sorry. no
Oops.
And I was just trying to see like whatever margin or still available to try to do something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think Mine wasn't a whoopsie. It was a very intended one. I had... It wasn't with the 5ers. It was a different prop firm. It was one of those that you still had the... I think you had to pass the account in like 30 days or something like that. It was that time. And I hadn't passed the account in the allotted time. And I was like, screw it. Let's just go full margin. I think I had like 2 days left or something like that. Or a day or something. And I just tried full margining it. It didn't work out.
Oh well.
Right.
Sometimes it's good maybe that didn't work out, right? So otherwise you could have.
It may have reinforced some horrible behaviors.
Yeah, it's better.
I'm going to do a minimum lot one primal. I'm going to do a minimum lot entry because let's first and foremost see if it can actually take it before I go and play around with the sizings and stuff like that. So a absolute bare minimum one. Let's do this. I'll put a long position at 3990 flat. And then let's do this. 3990 and then 1004, 1004. Okay, let's do this. All right. So entry price is 3990. This is a buy limit. I'm going to ask for 1,400 ticks and 1,400 ticks. And then place a buy. In and then immediately closes it. So it immediately cancelled it. You saw it placed there and then it just disappeared. So it's not just yourself, Primal. I'm also having an issue. Maybe time to force. GTC. Let's try it the exact same. Ask, that doesn't matter.
But is that still...
Okay, so changing it to GTC has caused it to actually plant it. So the IOC one did not work. So GTC here, time in force, seemed to have...
GTC is good till close, right?
Yeah. Where it was IOC, and then FOK, and then GTD.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Sorry, I missed what you were doing before. But...
GTC, if you change it to GTC, try that again, Primal. Maybe that works.
What about like a spot entry?
You want a market entry?
Yeah, market. Yeah. Can you do that?
Okay, let's minimize that. I just want to close that to give me a little... what do you want me to do?
Yeah,
it's good till cancelled. GTC is good till cancelled.
Yeah, good till cancelled.
What do I try to give me an idea?
Just go short. Do it.
Right here, right now.
There's scope to go higher. That's what I was going to say. There's scope to go higher, but
all right.
let's do
What is my stop loss going to be the same, or just below? Yeah.
it. Wait. We on?
So let's make it a 3,000 tick. So stop loss to be about
gold. Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought we were on NASDAQ.
You want NASDAQ? I'll do NASDAQ. Let's do NASDAQ.
Okay. NASDAQ short from here. TP
Market short.
2876.
So take profit, you say? 28?
76.
760.
Stop loss 29347.
Okay. Just like that.
Yep.
There we go. Trade is in. Okay, this was that one of earlier. From here, with that news event, it knocked it out there. So not bad. Okay.
I think that's a fair trade right now, to be honest.
Do you?
Yep. I do.
I feel like there's some contradiction between the two. I feel like I'm smack bang in the middle between somebody says no, buy, and someone says no, sell.
No, hey, whoa, it depends. Hey, who do you want to listen to, Rich?
By the way, it's going to be the NYSE Open in like a few seconds. So 15 seconds, then we have the Open.
Currencies, including gold.
You're talking about NASDAQ. I thought it was gold.
correlation.
Sorry, I thought it was gold.
Yeah, no.
it's
So currencies with gold, I think they're highly correlated. I think we do
Okay,
actually go
there's the
a
Open.
touch higher. I think NASDAQ does go a touch higher, but then comes off after.
Okay.
So
You know
it
what?
depends if we get stopped here.
It's going to get
this
stopped
is
out,
where-
I feel.
Okay.
It's going to reverse now. It's going to reverse on that.
Do you want my final
I want to move it. Can I move it? Can I move
Quick,
it? I'm moving.
quick.
29400.
Yeah.
29400. Do it.
Oof.
You're like, quick!
I
Okay.
got chills now.
I've moved my stop. I'm risking 50.
Did he froze? Yeah.
Hello?
Okay. Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
me
Yeah.
or Rich?
No. It was Rich. Yep. That's it. That's what happens when you move your stop loss and you are not LJ. Okay.
Because
That's
you
what
also
happened.
froze for me as well.
No. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Yeah.
It's-
You are
it's-
now, but I thought it was me. I was like,
I thought both of you. Yeah. That's it. It's off.
yeah.
It's just.
Hang on.
It's
Am I back?
I think it's back.
I'm back.
I think it's back.
Here we are.
Alright.
Yeah.
He's back.
I moved
Man's
it.
back.
I moved it. So
Back
excited
again.
he froze.
Exactly.
Rich.
Yeah, so dollar index ended up reacting from the supply that we marked in here. That was basically the origin of this move down that broke out these lows.
I
So
understand
that's
your
the reaction.
question, Rich.
And now I'm just curious about this level. If this holds, dollar index may continue to go higher or actually breaks, and then potentially can have a follow through to the downside. So yep, key moment in here, and this can then affect what gold's going to do, and so on and so forth. But yeah, so far NAS is holding. All right. I think, Rich, I'm going to go back to your chart eventually just to see that beautiful trade that you're taking on NAS.
The NAS, the LJ NAS trade.
Exactly. He's using you to take that trade. It's unbelievable. That's...
LJ, to answer your question, yes, I can. My whole thing froze and restarted. I think you're muted though. My whole futures platform, everything froze. But I think my internet just kind of like went. Ugh.
Okay.
So-
Well, give me a second.
I am
Yeah.
back online.
That's
Again.
right. I'll be back.
Sorry, Pedro.
All right.
Sorry about that. What do you think of the sell? What do you think? Like, let's
this
let's
sell, yeah.
scrutinize LJ's trade here that I'm taking currently for shits and giggles.
All right, so it's a good level. At least here on the 5 minutes, that was basically the supply that I mentioned. There was this still fresh supply. This high never really touched it in there. So at least that level itself is not bad. And actually, if I look left a little bit, there's other levels in here that price respected in the past, so it's not bad. However, if price wanted to go at least closer to that level, it could also go. But that level is important as well because it broke this low. So yeah, this structure here is not bad at all. Now we did manage to take this low, and we haven't really managed to take that low. So that's my concern. Is if actually price has the intention and the power to go all the way and take these lows, or if it's enough to collect liquidity and now find more buying pressure and go higher and just carry on in this infinite range level that has been trading for the last few days. That would be more of my question. I noticed that your target is all the way through, and if price actually drops, I think then eventually you can take all this, and then eventually you can go closer to 28,900, and that would be potentially a good setup. So yes, let's see. First and foremost, let's see if price breaks this low, which is basically this opening of the. Yep, it looks like it's going to. Yep. So if it breaks that level, maybe now it's a good opportunity to actually that trade can work. Maybe let's see if there's any kind of manipulation like this. Price retraces one more time, and then there is a follow through on that setup.
If it does start pushing lower, if it does do that, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and add to this position to see if I can actually do that. Whether it's a buy or not a buy or sell, like when it's in drawdown or while it's in profit. I kind of want to see how it's going to react. I have an assumption that it's going to move my average lower instead of having a secondary entry. That's what I'm thinking. So what I'm going to do here right now is I am going to add a sell stop. Invalid price. Okay, so it's saying invalid price. All right. Do I have to do a market?
Yeah, price is moving.
Add order on. Okay, so I can add another order to this. Okay, so let's do this. So if it reaches down here, I'm going to put
bring your chart.
It has to be a sell limit from here.
Sell limit or sell stop?
I think it's supposed to be a sell stop.
Yeah, maybe sell stop because sell limit needs to be above price.
Yeah. This one. There we go. It didn't want to take the initial one, and I think it was because it was not a market entry. So I'm just going to add this one here in the event, and then I'm going to add another one up over here if we do start picking up or go back up there as an example. Sell. Okay, give me more options. I don't want to buy. Doesn't want to give me more options. It's fine. We'll see what this is. We'll see how this works.
Yeah.
When is saying this month so bad? Yeah, it's been a bit of a cruel month for a few people with trading. It's not the most fun price action recently. I think I know maybe from your side, Pedro, you've been, I wouldn't say been struggling, but you've been also like not really enjoying.
I haven't been that active, to be honest. There were some setups that I was looking to participate. Unfortunately, didn't manage to participate. But actually, I would like to maybe follow through on the her question, which is why? Why is it so bad? Is it kind of performance-wise? Is it price action-wise? Is it kind of identifying opportunities? Why is it so bad? Because yesterday actually in the Portuguese live stream there was a comment there which was a nice one, and I always enjoy his comments, which was actually, it was not a nice comment in the way that it was positive. It was actually something that a trader was struggling with, saying that he wanted to take a pause because maybe for the last week or so he has been just having loss after loss after loss. And kind of then we start having a conversation, a little bit of a conversation about that. Actually, maybe that's one question that I could ask both of you about what will be the solution, because the approach I took was, okay, first and foremost, let's try to kind of reassess the type of trades that you have taken. Are they part of your plan? Are they kind of just mistakes that maybe you had some revenge trading in there, or some FOMO, or just trying to recover the money quick? He actually then started saying that yes, actually we started to increase slightly the position size that he was taking on average per trade, so risking more just to try to recover the capital and the money that he lost in a quicker way. And then he realized that because he increased the position size, the percentage that he was risking, he actually forced himself then to have tighter stop loss than usual, and because of that, actually some of those trades end up in a loss, while if he actually just kept the stop loss where he usually places it, the trade actually would have inversed and actually went to 2TP. So as you can see, kind of the bad behavior starts to then accumulate into this drawdown experience that he was feeling. And one of the things I think it's important for everyone is actually to then start to collect that information. Basically, you want to realize what is your real performance, which is basically the performance that you are having, okay, a real P&L. And then you want to realize, let's pretend that this is a hand, and then P&L, and then you want to realize what is the expected P&L based if you actually had followed all your plan, like everything that you should have done correctly. What would be then the real, like, what's the difference, right? You want to find out what's the delta between these two values, and that helps you, or that usually helps the trader to start having a little bit more of a rationale based on the performance that they are having. Because if they just continue to focus so much on the real, not really then doing the journaling part of actually realizing what kind of mistakes they did and if they actually follow their plan or not, they start doubting and guessing their own plan, when maybe some of those mistakes were just based on mistakes or things that they started to do that they were not even part of their plan initially. And so that will be part one. Part two is actually then if you want to go into more detail of actually all your trades, in the sense that you can kind of divide one trade in several parts from between analysis, execution, take profit, trade management, stop loss, and so on and so forth. And then you can try to kind of give some grades to each one of them to see where is your weakness, where is your strength, or at least what you have been doing correctly recently versus something incorrect that you have been done recently. And then one of the parts as well is what usually traders do when they are into drawdown periods, right? So usually, unfortunately, this trader, he decided to increase risk to try to recover their money quicker, right? That's one of the main things that traders try to do is, yes, I'm in the drawdown. I've been losing many trades in a row. I want to recover my capital as soon as possible. So what do? They increase the position size that they usually take. And that's usually bad advice because they can be losing like this, and all of a sudden they start losing like this. Okay? Because they want to do something like this. Okay, this is the ideal, but this is then what tends to happen. So all of a sudden, instead of just going like this, all of a sudden their equity account becomes like this, which is way worse. Because actually one of the things that many traders should aim to do when they're in their drawdown is actually, or what is one of the things that I could advise or I also do is actually maybe start looking for those quality trades. Okay, maybe reduce the quantity of trades that you are doing, but go more into quality. Try to find out exactly where are those A+ setups that are part of your strategy and start removing all the maybe least quality trades that sometimes you take just because if you are in profit, if you are having a good month, maybe you can't take those trades just to try to make a little bit more money. But if you are in a drawdown, maybe ignore them, stay focused on what matters. Because one of the main points as well is when people are in drawdown, the main thing that traders want to do, as I mentioned, is try to recover their capital quite quickly. But I think one of the most important parts in that period is actually to regain their confidence about their trading. Okay? And you can actually start regaining your confidence by starting to win a little bit. So actually, instead of even increasing your percentage of trade to try to recover quickly, maybe actually reduce your percentage, even maybe in 1/5. Okay, let's pretend that you are risking $100. Maybe just risk $20 on the trade and start having a few wins to start gaining your confidence back. Because actually, and we end up getting in this conclusion of conversation because it all started with him saying, I want to take a pause. I want to take a break from trading until maybe my mindset regains a kind of whatever. I clean my head and I go back to trading. However, I think that's most of the times a bad advice to stop, restart, stop, because you don't create momentum. And basically what you're going to be telling yourself is that anytime you're going to have a little bit of a struggle, your default is going to be to pause. And to kind of reassess, and then you're going to be into the cycles. Maybe 2-3 months everything goes well, then you have maybe a 1 week or 10 days that goes wrong, and there you go, pause. And then again, you kind of clean your head, but you are not really dealing with the problem. Whatever problem that you're having, you are not really dealing with it. And this becomes your kind of default solution, which is going to keep you having in this same place without actually evolving into the next phase. Because one of the most important things as well is that actually if you persevere and actually then you start overcoming this period, even if it is by reducing your risk, starting gaining your confidence, and then you start getting your confidence back, and then you start increasing your risk again, is that you start creating the memory that you actually have the ability to get out of a drawdown situation into positive, regardless of how deep the drawdown is. And hopefully in the future, this drawdown that any one of us is having right now is going to be way smaller comparing it any drawdown that you're going to have in the future, which means that you are actually evolving and trading larger capital than you're trading right now. So yeah, that was basically a little bit of the conversation. I actually would like to know your opinion, guys, if you think it's kind of worth that process of constantly default process of stopping anytime there is maybe a little bit of an issue within their own trading. Of course, there are scenarios and scenarios. Okay, if someone like literally loses 50% of their capital, especially if it is personal capital or whatever, and it's really in a bad situation, yeah, maybe take a pause. Okay, but usually 90% of the cases, traders are not really on that deep scenario. It's something more slightly that traders are dealing with, and just because they're in a few losses in a row, they start thinking that they need to pause and think that's the solution for the problems. What is your opinion?
Do you want to go first, LJ, or can I?
You go first. Sorry, I'm also doing a couple of things in the background. So
I like what you told him, because the idea of pausing is if you have something that you're really struggling with, where you can't focus on doing proper trading and work on the issue. So it does depend on what kind of issue it is that you're struggling with. Now, I would say the pausing aspect of it should always be just long enough for you to put the correct amount of attention on the problem without you stepping away entirely from the problem itself. So if the trading aspect, there's an aspect of your trading that is difficult for you to deal with in that moment, that's leading to you making bad decisions or leading to you doing things that you didn't test or whatnot. So there's a bunch of stuff that you could potentially have as a sore point, let's put it like this. And then it's a good idea for you to either reduce your risk or, like you said, reduce the amount of trades that you take during a day. But ultimately, the problem is going to come back to you in future if you don't deal with the issue at the screen and away from the screen. So both doing inflection, doing that internalized work, figuring out, is this a problem that is because of what I'm doing, or is it because of other outside factors? If it's the outside factors, what kind of outside factors is it? Is it because I'm feeling stressed? Is it because I'm feeling rushed? Maybe it's because of the fact that I'm impatient. These are stuff that you're not going to figure out at the screen. It's stuff that you're going to have to go away for and really look at dealing with it there. In terms of how long should you be away from the market, I would say just long enough for you to start like really understanding what is the actual problem and what it is that you may need to do in order to get into it. If it is that you're impatient, maybe consider changing your trading style. If it is got something to do with the fact that you are stressed or whatnot, and maybe consider stepping away from trading long enough that you can go and do something about your stress. Go on a holiday. If you can't afford it or something like that, go for walks. Do some exercises, stuff that helps bring cortisol down, which is the stress hormone. Do stuff like that that can help potential with those things. So it really depends on what it is that you're struggling with. Me personally, I would not completely stop trading. I would reduce my risk. So I would consider re-implementing something like my best of 3, limiting the amount of trades that I'm allowed to do in the day. That's general stuff that I would do. But that all comes into play because of the fact that I know myself. And I know what kind of like cycles I go through within trading. Like building confidence is something that you get from winning trades. But if you're somebody that is trying to not focus on results, that is the wrong way to go about it, to try and gain confidence. So it really depends on what kind of person you are and what it is that you're trying to achieve. That's what I would say. LJ, I was able to enter a trade on the futures account, but it was delayed. So I wonder if there's something else going on. I don't know if it is my internet or whatnot. So you're muted.
Sorry, I was actually trying to figure out the same thing as well. Yeah.
Anyway, Pedro, does that answer your does that answer
No,
your
it's
question?
good. Again, there is no right or wrong answer, right? It's then it can be everything personalized to each individual. But like one of the reasons I mentioned that sometimes pausing is not the right solution is because traders think that actually is going to solve their problem without them doing actually the work necessary. And unfortunately, trading is one of those things that you need to go through it. Like you need to be trading. You need to be going through that drawdown. There's no way to escape it unless you actually do it and you actually kind of walk that path and eventually come out the other side alive.
Yeah.
And then you carry on, and then you see there's a bigger mountain to go to. Like you cannot escape it. You cannot just, it's not a video game where you can pause. Let's just go to now level 3 or whatever. Let's restart this. I don't like this part. This is ugly. Let me just go get the kind of the shiny things. It doesn't work like that. And
the only way for you to get over that is to get through it.
It's
literally
you
have
need to. Yeah, exactly. And that's the problem. Sometimes you think that the pause is going to solve it. Because why? Because I paused. It took maybe 2 weeks away. Now I remember now of funny trading is. And maybe I did some back testing on the side. I got my results back in, like with my back testing or demo trading. Everything seems beautiful. Now I'm ready to the market alive again. There you go. After 2-3 weeks, I'm back. And the issue comes back again because it's not the trading itself. It's kind of whatever the trader needs to overcome to get to the next stage, and that became a cycle eventually. And the trader, like I've seen many traders always doing that. Okay, now I'm going to pause now. Now I'm going to read a book about trading in the zone, and I think this is going to solve my problem. And now I'm going to kind of adjust a bit with my execution. Now it's my execution problem, but without trading, it's kind of on the side, kind of do a little bit more of a novice, back testing, whatever. Then come back, okay, still the same thing. Okay, so let me think about, okay, now is maybe my stop loss or trade management that I need to and but there's no involvement, right? There's no progression into
you're stagnating, but it's not you're actively stagnating. You're not passively stagnating. You're actively doing things that you think is working, but it's not doing anything for you.
You think that you are progressing, but you are not. You think that you are progressing, but actually you are not progressing. You are still actually facing the same problem because you keep just doing the same thing anytime the problem appears.
It's a difficult thing because it's so nuanced. There's so many issues that people struggle with within trading that is completely outside of trading in of itself. Outside factors that have a hand in how well you do as a trader. Like, I'll use myself as an example. If I have not slept well, I know that from a cognitive level, I am diminished. So I make worse decisions, not necessarily bad decisions, just not peak. So if I'm taking a decision after having not slept well, I might be more inclined to maybe FOMO into a trade, or I might be inclined to close a trade early because I don't have that full mental capacity at that point in time. Now, in my case, I can't decide which day I'm going to be sleeping well. But the days where I feel refreshed, I've drunk some water, I've gone and exercised, I've been outside, I've done all of those quote-unquote good habitual things that helped in the past to get me a little bit more focused, maybe have my brain be a little bit more refreshed. Those small little things, maybe in the moment, I don't realize they had a big impact. But when I go back and I look at my data and I was like, why did I do poorly this day with my trading? Did I follow my plan? No, I didn't. Why didn't I? I was distracted. Why was I distracted? oh, there was a lot of stuff happening in the background. What kind of stuff was it? Was it stuff that I needed to focus on right now? Did I prioritize them correctly? So you can go into this kind of like spiral where you're the one thing leads to the next, leads to the next, leads to the next. But eventually you will find that like answer, and it's just like, okay, I kind of understand why I did what I did. And then you just own up to it and say, you look, wasn't at peak condition today, made terrible decisions, wasn't performing my best. However, I am going to try and do this again tomorrow, but with a different mindset. I know now that this is a negative for me. Maybe I need to find either a better time frame to trade, or maybe I need to make sure that I have got all of these, let's say, teething issues that's causing me annoyances in the day. Maybe I need to book them for a different day. Maybe I shouldn't do interviews when I'm supposed to be trading. Maybe I shouldn't try and take a trade while I'm on stream, like a higher risk trade, let's rather say, or when I'm on stream, let me stick to 0.25%. Let me, like you'll find whatever it is that you need to kind of like adjust without completely stepping away, without saying, I'm done with this. That kind of like just repeats the same cycle. You have to learn from your mistakes. You have to learn from the stuff that you are experiencing, but not just learn from them. You need to actively put things in place that is going to assist you going forward, not just avoid. Avoiding can help in the moment, but it creates its own cycle, that avoidance cycle that will end up potentially being a net negative overall. So just my 2 cents when it comes to that specific thing. And so I agree. I agree 100% with what you told that trader. Because at the end of the day, it's about breaking bad habits and encouraging good habits. But you don't know it's a bad habit until you've actually seen the after effect of it. And you don't know it's a good habit until you start realizing, I'm seeing a little bit better results, or I'm feeling a bit better when I'm in a trade. So it's a very nuanced, very contextual thing.
Yeah. Okay. Again, examples like this can be even applied in real life, right? Sometimes imagine that you do have maybe to have a hard conversation with someone, but anytime you get to that moment of having that hard conversation, you kind of just keep skipping it and keep skipping the conversation. But the problem is not solved yet. Maybe then there's maybe some good moments, but then the conversation still needs to happen. Otherwise, that will never be solved. And it's the same thing with trading. Like you can think that any pauses can kind of help and solve the problem, but it's not. It's still there. And until it's faced, it will carry on being there. And this is a process that's going to continue. Like, and hopefully that problem becomes bigger, because bigger means kind of bigger balances, bigger account balance. But the good thing is that you create that memory, like the importance of creating a memory where you can actually solve problems and actually trust yourself to deal with situation. Because once you do once you do something once, then you believe that you can do it twice and 3 times and whatever it may be. And that actually becomes a journey. Like that's actually literally part of the journey, is going through all those challenges along the way. Because that's the story that you can tell someone then afterwards.
Yeah, I like that. Sorry, LJ, did you wanna add on to that? Sorry, I kind of like took over on a tangent there.
Nothing too much to add right there. I think you guys covered everything. Sorry, I've got a bunch of stuff going on in the background right now.
See, exactly our point.
Yeah.
But LJ doesn't give any advice.
LJ balance a couple of plates at the same time, spinning plates. I'm trying to.
And walk an obstacle course and try and kill a fire and try and conversate. It's a whole circus, mate. It's a whole circus.
Yeah, I've got a couple of things that have popped up. Okay. Sorry.
Well, in that case, I will then take this moment then. Guys, this is, we've come to the end basically of the stream for this week. But I want to say this. Next week is going to be another fun week for us. We have a few things planned for next week. Obviously, Pedro and LJ, the 3 of us are going to do a little trading thing on Tuesday. But what we're also going to reintroduce is the 1v1s. So the 1v1s, we're going to start introducing that as well, which means that you, a participant in chat, can join us on stream, battle one of the hosts. It's going to change whomever that host is. One day it's going to be LJ, one day it's going to be Dirk, one day it's Pedro, and so on and so forth. And you then have the opportunity to beat them. If you beat them, you win an account. LJ, you want to say something? Say again.
What about the trivia?
We are also going to introduce. I was literally going to get to that one.
I like the trivia. I get to put in these like technical. I've got some more outside of trading questions. Can be challenging.
You know what we can do? We can.
If we can do that, like they'll be very obscure. Some people get it. Other people are like.
I can, because the thing is, the trivia questions that we had was like 5ers related, prop firm, general, so 5ers stream, prop firm, technical, fundamental, and then historic events. We can also add psychological stuff, like the questions that Pedro is asking now, like little tidbits of that kind of like stuff. So we're going to start introducing those things again as well.
Okay, good. I like it.
Yeah. And then, Pedro, you wanted to say something as well. Sorry,
I know, it was just about LJ sharing his feedback. Like, it's hard for LJ to share any feedback that he hasn't experienced, because LJ hasn't experienced any drawdown. So,
yeah, that's true.
talk about what to do in a net case. Like, he doesn't really know. It's like he's.
And have you met my cat? Come on, Pedro. Remember that.
Nobody's met your cat.
That's a big drawdown.
So, guys, this is basically the end of the stream. If you haven't liked already, please go ahead and like it. You will now, once the stream goes off, you will all be diverted once again as going to be the custom going forward to the futures platform. Please go and support Dave and all of the traders along with him. Alejandra, Steve, everybody that's there. They're phenomenal traders and they have amazing analysis. And if you want to learn more about the futures platform as well, that's also a great place to go. Pedro, I noticed that you also have a stream later today.
Yes, I do have. It's one more. It's the last one as well, the Portuguese live stream. So join us. It's going to be a good one for anyone, of course, that speaks Portuguese. And we are going to actually do our first The 5ers competition, kind of football competition in Brazil this Saturday.
Nice.
So it's full packed up. It's 6 teams. So it's everything is booked. There's even barbecue. It's incredible. It's going to be full on. Yeah, it's going to be full on for everyone that's going to be there. Prizes for the team, for the winners, counts as well to be given. Even 5ers top
like merchandise. Jeez.
All the teams all the teams are going to play with, so it's going to be like 6 different covers, so everyone can kind of distinguish themselves while they're playing.
Nice.
But yeah, that's a good one. I talked a little bit about that last week, but it's going to happen this Saturday, just at the end of the World Cup as well. And then let's see if
is that going to be live streamed.
Sunday.
No, we are going to create some content. We are going to record, but not live streamed. Not live streamed, but we are going to create some content about it. It's going to be a fun one. And hopefully, it's just the first of many. And I think we need to convince whoever needs to be convinced within the 5ers team to put all of us on the same
version of
the same city. On the same city.
Yes.
All the hosts there, and you'll find out what to do next.
That sounds legitimately good. LJ, anything else from you before we sign off?
Not really. Just I'll see you guys tomorrow in the Discord call with myself and Akram, aka Void, if you guys didn't realize. See you guys there. That's it. Until then, see you guys on Monday next week. If not, happy trading.
Awesome.
That's about
All right,
it.
guys. Have a lovely day. Do take care with your trading as well. Do if you feel like you're struggling with something, go and join Rich later today with his psychology session in the Discord, and then everybody else will see you on Monday. Adios.
Yes, guys.